They all couldn't believe that only a few top geniuses in the universe could fight void gods with their half-god realm. But that unbelievable thing just happened right in front of them. The air was thick with tension as powerful auras flickered to life, hidden observers from various factions reconsidering their plans. Many of them had hoped to swoop in after the dust settled, claiming the treasures without dirtying their hands. Now, they weren't so sure, as how can there be no protector beside him? The void god and the young man were now utterly horrified, especially the void god, as he knew how much strength he used. Although it wasn't his best, Apollo also didn't try. Just from this, he was sure he might not be able to defeat him. Not to mention, Apollo wasn't alone. Serena stood a short distance away, her arms crossed, gazing at the scene with contempt as if the blue-skinned young man and his entourage were nothing more than insignificant ants. The young man's frustration boiled over, and he shouted, "Are you all just going to stand there and watch? You've already seen that this isn't going to be easy, that if we keep fighting on our own, we'll all end up paying the price. Why not join forces instead? Together we can take him down, and then we can decide how to use the key." His voice echoed across the silent battlefield, seeking support from the hidden onlookers who were still observing from the shadows, hesitant to make the first move. The silence that followed the young man's plea was deafening. Those hiding in the shadows exchanged uncertain glances, weighing the risk against the potential rewards. For a moment, no one moved. The sheer aura of Apollo's earlier display lingering in their minds like an oppressive storm cloud. From one of the hidden alcoves, a shadow, cloaked figure finally stepped forward, their presence imposing. Interesting. The figure's voice was low, gravelly, and carried an air of authority. As the first person spoke, others began emerging, one by one, until nearly a dozen figures stood in the open. Strength doesn't mean invincibility. Another spoke, a woman with golden eyes that glowed faintly. Lady Isra and the young man with her also came out, but they weren't alone. Beside them were two people, one man and one woman, standing there like guards. Among the dozen, there were 6 void gods, and counting the one from before, there were now 7 void gods standing right in front of Apollo. Seeing such a number, the crowd watching from afar was too shocked. Every void god is a powerhouse, and is usually difficult to see, but 7 were gathered at the same place, making the aura so intense that the entire station seemed to be trembling. Even the hidden void gods of Astral Void Station, who at first didn't want to join the mess, were also unable to help it as they concentrated on the battle that was going to happen. The air seemed to tremble, resonating with the oppressive force of their power. The onlookers, both hidden and visible, were frozen in a mix of awe and fear. The young man, from before, emboldened by the arrival of reinforcements, sneered at Apollo. "Your arrogance will be your undoing. You may have handled a single void god, but against 7 of us." He gestured to the powerful figures around him. "Even if you're a top genius, you can't overcome those odds." Apollo stood unfazed, his expression calm, almost indifferent. He didn't even glance at the gathered void gods. Instead, his eyes lazily roamed across the distant observers and hidden powerhouses. Finally, his gaze settled back on the young man. 7 void gods," Apollo murmured, his tone casual, yet carrying a weight that made the surrounding air quiver. "Is this supposed to impress me?" The young man bristled at the remark, but before he could respond, one of the void gods, a towering figure wreathed in faint, swirling darkness, stepped forward. "Arrogant child," the void god said, his voice like a rumble of distant thunder. "You may have some strength, but that's it. Do you think you could defeat void gods easily? Then show me, why talk this much?" Apollo replied calmly with a smile. The tension thickened as the void gods exchanged glances, silently coordinating. Their combined aura intensified, the ground beneath their feet cracking under the strain. The distant spectators could barely keep their composure, many of them retreating further into the shadows, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire of what was to come. Hidden within the Astral Void Station, other void gods, those who had chosen not to involve themselves, now turned their full attention to the unfolding confrontation. Even they couldn't remain indifferent to such a gathering of power. 7 void gods, one of the hidden observers muttered. "If this young man can stand against them." No, if he can survive, his talent might not be weaker than the top 1,000 rankers in the world battle dimension. The battlefield was set, the silent anticipation palpable. 7 void gods stood ready to strike, their combined power threatening to engulf everything in their path. But in the eye of the storm, Apollo stood unwavering, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos brewing around him. "Come," Apollo said, his voice steady and unyielding. "Let's see how many of you it takes to entertain me." 3 void gods attacked first, and they didn't waste time as they took out their weapons. Two of them used swords, and one used a spear, and they were all divine rank weapons. Although only first rank, it was still divine weapons. It increased their strength. The three void gods moved with lightning speed, their weapons cutting through the air with a deadly hum. Their divine-ranked weapons radiated unimaginable power, tearing space around them with their movement. The pressure of their combined assault was enough to make half of the land of the entire station beneath them tremble violently. The void god with the spear thrust forward, the weapon's tip glowing with an intense energy that seemed to distort the space around it. The two swordsmen followed, their blades carving arcs of light in perfect synchronization. This was not a reckless attack. Their movements were calculated, a coordinated strike. Even though fighting for the first time together, they designed to overwhelm Apollo from multiple angles. But Apollo didn't flinch. Instead, he raised his hand quickly as he was a bit excited. The spear was the first to reach him, its tip aimed directly at his heart. But Apollo's hand moved with a speed that defied comprehension, catching the spear mid-thrust. Boom! The force of the attack sent a shockwave rippling outward, tearing apart space behind him, but Apollo's stance didn't waver. "Is this all?" he murmured, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. The swords followed immediately after, one aiming for his neck and the other for his side. With a flick of his wrist, Apollo spun the spear he had just caught, deflecting both blades in a single, fluid motion. The clash of metal on metal rang out like a thunderclap, and sparks flew as the divine weapons collided with the spear, creating space-shattering shock waves. The void gods recoiled, their expressions a mix of shock and anger. Apollo hadn't just blocked their attacks. He had done so with an ease that bordered on mockery. Three void gods, three divine weapons, and this is all you can muster? Apollo said, his voice carrying just the faintest hint of disappointment. He casually flipped the spear in his hand before throwing it back at its owner with terrifying precision. The void god with the spear barely managed to evade the projectile, the weapon embedding itself in the ground behind him with enough force to destroy a mountain. He was truly a bit disappointed, as after the breakthrough, his divine body had become too strong, already enough to fight first-ranked divine weapons with his body alone, and the three that just attacked him were just early-stage void gods and weren't very talented. The two swordsmen regrouped, their auras flaring as they prepared for another assault. The void god with the spear retrieved his weapon, his expression grim. Apollo smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "Come now," he said, his voice laced with challenge. "Surely you can do better than this." From a distance, the other void gods watched with narrowed eyes. Their expressions betrayed a mix of concern and disbelief. This wasn't a low-level battle, but a battle of gods. But the current situation shocked them, as even three void gods joined together didn't seem to do anything to Apollo. The battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment as the three void gods hesitated, their confidence clearly shaken. But their pride didn't let them back down. They looked at each other and nodded as they made up their minds. Boom! Their aura climbed with different energies, and strong suppression of law covered the entire space. The three of them majored in different laws, and the internal world they created was different. They were ready to use the strongest means of gods. Internal world, the source of their power. The two void gods with swords majored in gold law, and the spear void god majored in fire, LWSO. Three internal worlds of fire and gold seem to appear and cover the space around 30 miles. The world seems to turn into a purgatory of fire, and the sharp golden energy of destruction mixes together, creating an unforgettable scene. The combined manifestation of their laws was awe-inspiring and terrifying, a vivid hellscape of blazing heat and gleaming, cutting energy. The very air seemed to vibrate with a symphony of destruction, and reality itself appeared to bend under the immense pressure. Apollo stood at the heart of this chaotic storm, seemingly unfazed by the cataclysm that unfolded around him. The purgatorial fire roared, and arcs of golden energy sliced through the void like celestial blades. Despite the overwhelming power that surrounded him, he remained calm, his eyes filled with an almost serene intensity. The crowd watching from afar felt a collective chill. The internal worlds of gods are legendary for a reason. They embody the true power of gods. Now, the spear-wielding void god snarled, his eyes blazing with the intensity of a sun. "Let's see you mock us within our worlds." Apollo tilted his head slightly, studying the manifestation of power with interest. As he himself created a small world, it was still in a semi-created stage that he wanted to feel and understand these three internal worlds. Although they were simple, they still were helpful to him. But the pressure was too much to bear easily. His golden blood started to boil, and his entire body started trembling, and his power started to increase. He finally felt the pressure from the fight against these three void gods, but he was still going to face them with his physical strength alone. Boom! He, tearing the space with his body, attacked the three gods while being attacked by the purgatory of flames and space-cutting golden energy. The three void gods unleashed their full might, their combined attacks creating a tempest of destruction that seemed unstoppable. Purgatory Spear. Golden Trinity Slash. 10,000 golden cuts. The three void gods also attacked with all their might as the three of them collided with Apollo's body. The attacks converged on Apollo in a symphony of destruction, the space trembling under the sheer force of their collision. Yet Apollo did not falter. His fists, filled with an otherworldly power, struck against the combined might of their attacks with earth-shattering force. Boom! The impact unleashed a shockwave that obliterated the surrounding space and even needed the runic formation. Protection of the entire astral void station to control the impact from destroying the stations that Apollo's body was bathed in flames. His skin scorched by the purgatory spear, and golden energy slashes left some wounds across his flesh. Yet, as blood spilt from him, it glimmered like liquid gold, exuding an aura so domineering that it forced the internal world of void gods to shake. But his wounds closed almost as quickly as they appeared, his regenerative abilities seemingly limitless. The void gods, expecting their combined attacks to overwhelm him, were stunned that Apollo's body remained upright, unbroken, and his blue eyes burned with a ferocity that made even them shudder. Not bad. You were able to hurt me. Apollo's voice was steady. Carrying an undertone of disdain, he clenched his fists, the air around him vibrating with raw blood energy. You are void gods, yet this is the extent of your power. Before they could respond, Apollo moved again, faster than the eye. Even if most gods could follow in a flash, he appeared before the spear-wielding void god and slammed his fist into the god's chest with the force of a collapsing star. Bang! The void god's internal world, which can suppress a world, wavered, cracks forming as he was sent hurtling back with shock waves through the space, with blood spraying from his lips. Next, Apollo said coldly, his gaze shifting to the sword-wielders. The remaining two void gods hesitated, their once unshakable confidence now replaced with doubt. From afar, the crowd and hidden observers were left speechless, their faces pale. Even the hidden void gods among them could not comprehend what they were witnessing. "What are you watching? Join them." The blue-skinned young guy roared, and although he was being rude and seemed to be ordering them, nobody cared about his tone at that moment, as the other void gods here understood that if they wanted to deal with Apollo, they needed all of their strength. The void gods exchanged grim glances, the realization dawning upon them that they could no longer afford to hold back or act independently. Lady Isra also quickly ordered her two guards, whose aura seemed to be more sturdy and mysterious than. The rest point one by one, the remaining void gods joined the battle, their auras flaring like erupting volcanoes as they stepped forward. Even the injured void god with the spear stood with all his strength, and immediately Apollo was surrounded by the seven void gods. Boom! They all instantly burst out with all their strength, not wanting to give him any change. The space of the entire astral void station changed as seven internal worlds seemed to cover 1/10 of the entire station. The battlefield trembled under the weight of their collective power. Each void god summoned their unique internal worlds, creating a chaotic amalgamation of laws and energies. Fire, water, gold, earth, wind, and thunder blended with destructive intent, converging into a vortex of divine suppression. The very fabric of space rippled and seemed to tear the world. Apollo stood in the center of this cataclysmic storm, his blue eyes glowing with an unnatural light. His golden blood boiled within him, surging with untamed energy as it healed his wounds. The oppressive force of seven internal worlds pressed down on him. Yet he remained unfazed, his body adapting, his will unyielding. "Yes, this is it," he said with excitement that he was pressed down by seven void gods' internal worlds. But he was excited. He knew he could not defeat them with his divine body alone and burst out with his lunar divine energy. Instantly, he burst with terrifying power, and the already colorful astral void station suddenly shone with a beautiful moonlight glow filled with a terrifying chill that seemed to freeze the space. The sudden burst of lunar divine energy was breathtaking, its ethereal beauty masking the destructive force it carried. The temperature plummeted, and the once chaotic battlefield was enveloped by an icy stillness that sent shivers through even the strongest observers. The space surrounding Apollo seemed to solidify into crystalline shards of frozen energy, radiating an aura of serene yet overwhelming power. The oppressive forces of the seven internal worlds clashed violently with the lunar energy, creating ripples and tears in space. The entire station seems to be trembling, as the protecting runic formation activated with full force, barely able to hold the place together. Everyone in the astral void station was trembling as they felt the world-destructive auras of Apollo and the seven void gods battle. The void gods hesitated, their eyes narrowing as they felt the chills seep into their very souls. "What is this?" one of them muttered, their voice tinged with unease. The fusion of moonlight and chilling energy was very strong. With it, Apollo alone was able to face their combined strength. Apollo's expression was serene, his blue eyes now glowing with silvery light. The moonlit aura swirling around him transformed into a colossal crescent sword of pure energy, shimmering with frost and cutting through the chaotic vortex like a sword through silk. 16th Sword, Lunar Dragon Sword. He roared as he used the strongest sword move with all his strength with the Eternal Sword World. The words 16th Sword, Lunar Dragon Sword, left his lips. Apollo's Eternal Sword World manifested, transforming the battlefield entirely. The chaotic amalgamation of the void gods' internal worlds faltered as an endless realm of ethereal moonlight and crystalline frost unfolded. Seeing this, one after another, seven void gods also used their best attacks, instantly changing the entire space. 5 elements. Wind and thunder roared as they used their strongest attacks. In the Eternal Sword World, countless ethereal swords, each radiating lunar brilliance, floated ominously in the air. They formed a massive moonlight dragon of countless swords that seemed to destroy everything in its path. The void gods, despite their combined power and mastery over laws, felt a profound suppression as Apollo's attack seemed to overpower and ravage through their combined attack. The void gods' strongest attacks converged against it, their elements roaring in defiance. Flames of purgatory, searing with godly wrath, clashed against the frost, the thunder's destructive fury crackled wildly, attempting to tear through the dragon's form. The combined elements of earth, water, wood, wind, and gold, harmonized by divine power, sought to obliterate the eternal sword world, but Apollo's sword world stood unshaken. The moonlight dragon, composed of infinite, razor-sharp swords, tore through their assault. Each clash of energy released a shockwave that rippled across the astral void station, threatening its very integrity. The station's protective runic formations screamed under the strain, their glowing runes flickering as they worked to prevent total annihilation. "No! How can this be?" The roar of seven voids echoed through the entire station as Apollo's attack finally reached its target, tearing everything in its path. Massive shockwaves rippled outward, shaking the astral void station to its core. Entire sections of the station cracked and buckled under the sheer force of the collision. When the energy dissipated, a chilling silence fell over the battlefield. The seven void gods, their internal worlds fractured and their divine weapons trembling in their hands, stared at Apollo. In disbelief, all seven of them were seriously injured. Remaining standing in the sky was difficult for them. But it was nothing to the horror they were feeling and the pride that was shattered in the last attack. Apollo took a step forward, his aura still radiant with moonlight and frost. Each step seemed to freeze the space beneath him, and his silvery gaze pierced through the void gods like a blade. The crowd that was watching this now had an unbelievable reaction and couldn't believe what they saw. And what just happened? Seven void gods defeated alone. Murmurs began to ripple through the spectators, disbelief coloring every whispered word. The most up person now was the blue-skinned young guy who talked big, but now he had almost essed his pants and dared not look towards Apollo. "This can't be," he muttered with terror. Lady Isra also had a shocking expression as her calm and cold demeanor seemed to have broken by seeing the world-shattering battle. But when she looked at the young man beside her, she calmed down. The young man, cloaked in an aura of mystery, showed no signs of surprise, his eyes as deep as the void itself. Merely observe Apollo with a faint glimmer of interest with a bit of surprise on his face that Apollo's steps toward the void gods were deliberate, his aura intensifying with each step. The air grew colder, and the already battered void gods instinctively stepped back, their pride in tatters, but their survival instincts screaming at them to retreat. "Is this the strength of void gods?" Apollo's voice rang out, sharp and cutting as the frost-laden wind that followed him. There was no malice, only a cold, unforgiving truth. "7 of you. Yet this is all you can offer. I had expected more. It's time to end all of this. As he said that, his aura became cold, but that wasn't from his chilling energy but from his killing intent. Feeling the seven void gods panicked, they wanted to run, but before they could think that, Apollo, right in front of them, disappeared and appeared right above the void god with the spear and was the first to attack him. First, SCZ. A cold voice echoed as a sword moved so fast that even the void gods couldn't see it, only realizing its presence when the void god was cleaved cleanly in two, leaving a 3-mile-long scar across the layer of deep space beside him. FCK. Whether it was the void fighting or the guys watching, they were shocked and cursed at the same time. The IT was too sudden, and in an instant, when the void gods died, the void god died, his internal world started to crumble, and the other void gods who were alive ran with their might. The crumbling internal world released a shockwave that further destabilized the astral void station, its protective formations flickering under the strain. The remaining 6 void gods, once proud and imposing, now looked like hunted beasts as they scrambled to escape. Second, Apollo's cold voice echoed before anyone could react. His figure flickered like a phantom, appearing behind one of the sword-wielding void gods who had just torn space and was running away. A crescent of moonlight streaked through the air, a blade of frost cleaving effortlessly through divine armor and flesh. The void god roared, disbelief etched into his face as his body was split apart. Another internal world collapsed, its laws disintegrating into chaos by his sword. But Apollo was unyielding. "You had your chance," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. The moonlight aura around him surged, forming a sphere of shimmering frost that encompassed the entire battlefield. The fleeing void gods found it difficult to run. Their movements slowed as the chilling energy drained their strength. Third, Apollo intoned, his figure vanishing again. Another void god fell, a single blade strike severing both body and soul. The remaining 4 could only watch in despair as their numbers dwindled. Far in the distance, the crowd watching the massacre stood frozen in awe and horror. Even the mighty void gods hidden among them were stunned into silence. The blue-skinned young man who had boasted so arrogantly before trembled violently. His face was pale as he saw the void from his death. He quickly gathered his strength and ran, not looking back. All he wanted to do was run away as far as possible and survive. Apollo didn't care, but Serena remembered, as it is not daily an ant dares to bother the moment he ran. She made her move. Instantly, a beam of silver light pierced through him and annihilated him instantly. There were no loud sounds or explosions, just instant disintegration. Nobody even noticed as they were looking at the battle, where only 4 of the void gods remained. Apollo quickly took out his bow and shot multiple space-traveling arrows, each with the power to destroy everything towards the remaining gods. Each arrow he fired seemed to tear through space, streaking across the void like meteors wrapped in frost and moonlight. A void god, covered in the golden energy of destruction, tried to block an arrow briefly, but the overwhelming force tore through his defenses. His screams echoed briefly before he was consumed by a burst of lunar frost. Fourth, Apollo said, his voice as unyielding as the tides. Another arrow struck another void god mid-flight as he attempted to flee. His body erupted in a cascade of fiery energy, his essence scattering into the void. Fifth, Apollo murmured, his tone unchanging. The remaining 2 void gods, the strongest among the 7, quickly realized the dire situation they were in. Without hesitation, they unleashed their most powerful defensive techniques. One of them even summoned a defensive divine treasure, causing a radiant golden barrier to materialize around them. The barrier shimmered with divine energy, its mysterious patterns releasing as it absorbed the onslaught of Apollo's arrows. Even with their combined efforts and the treasure's protection, they barely managed to shield themselves. The sheer force of the attack caused cracks to spiderweb across the golden barrier, but thankfully it stopped the arrows, saving their lives. The 2 surviving void gods were with Lady Isra as they quickly went to her, hoping to save their lives. As a lady of the strongest clan of the galaxy, she should have many trump cards, and they will be able to save their lives. Even Lady Isra was nervous, while the treasure might allow her to save herself from Apollo. The real problem was that he wasn't alone. Serena, who hadn't made a single move yet, appeared to be his guard and might be many times stronger than him. She can only look towards the young man beside her, as he is the only hope for her right now. The young man beside Lady Isra had remained relatively calm throughout the carnage. Dressed in simple but elegant robes, he exuded an aura that seemed unfathomably deep. That he smiled faintly, his golden eyes shimmering like twin suns. "There's no need to panic," he replied, his tone carrying a strange authority. "I didn't expect to meet someone this talented here, but in the end, he still is half god, nothing much. Come out, world demon." As he said and activated the mark on his body, it flared with a crimson glow, and an oppressive energy surged forth. The colossal beast materialized, its sheer size of 10 miles dwarfing the surrounding structures. The creature had 3 monstrous heads, each more terrifying than the last, adorned with sharp, spiraling horns that seemed capable of piercing through dimensions. The air grew heavy as its ferocious aura spread across the astral void station. The ground trembled violently, cracks forming. Beneath its massive clawed feet, people far away in the station's hidden corners gasped in fear, feeling the weight of the beast's presence pressing on their very souls. The aura of the beast was many times stronger than the 7 void gods, and the void gods in the station looking from afar were trembling, and the runic formation that protected the station and was able to hold the aftermath of Apollo's battle seemed to start to break. The colossal world demon stood like a harbinger of doom, its 3 heads snarling with a deep, guttural resonance that reverberated through the astral void station. Its crimson eyes glowed with malice, and each breath it took seemed to warp the surrounding space, as if reality itself recoiled from its presence. Apollo turned to face the beast, his expression as calm as still waters. But he was surprised as he didn't expect to see something like that. Serena was also a bit surprised as she looked at the behemoth, but there wasn't any sign of trouble on her. Faced out on the other hand, Apollo faced an oppressive force he had never felt before. Although he was doing his best, he was barely able to resist its aura. Even without fighting, he knew this beast was too strong. He was feeling suppressed. Selena's voice rang in his head. "Lord, this is a young world demon," Serena said with her calm voice. "They are exceedingly rare creatures that traverse the vastness of space, leaving devastation in their path. Wherever they go, worlds crumble and civilizations fall. Even the world demon in front has a weak bloodline and is in its youth. Still, its power rivals the peak of void gods." Apollo glanced at the colossal beast, its 3 heads roaring in unison, creating a shockwave that rippled through the station. Peak void god. He knew he wouldn't be its opponent, as every stage in the void god had a huge difference, and the guys he beat were just early-stage void gods. Despite this, Apollo's lips curved into a faint smile. "I want to try," he declared. Serena nodded without hesitation, her expression calm and composed. "Don't worry, Lord," she replied, her tone unwavering. "I will protect you when needed. This young beast is nothing to me." The crowd observing from afar was in utter disbelief. They had just witnessed Apollo annihilate 7 void gods, and now he stood defiantly against a creature that could crush an entire station. "Attack!" The world demon moved, its colossal claws tearing through space, aiming directly at Apollo. The sheer force of its movement created massive shockwaves, obliterating space and any lingering fragments of the battlefield. Apollo responded swiftly by teleporting using his space law, summoning his eternal sword world once more. The realm of moonlight and frost expanded, clashing with the beast's destructive aura. Ethereal swords formed a large array, roaring as they charged at the beast, colliding head on. Boom! The collision released an earth-shattering explosion of energy, sending shockwaves rippling through space. For the first time since the battle, Apollo was pushed back, his feet carving deep scars into the ground, destroying many buildings protected by runes as he struggled to withstand the beast's overwhelming power. Even with his physical power of the divine body and all, he felt helpless, as just the raw power of this young world demon was overwhelming. In fact, world demons is considered to have one of the strongest physical bodies in the entire universe, even in multiple dimensions. Apollo shifted tactics that he drew his bow, imbuing it with the frost, death, and lunar law that a luminous arrow formed, pulsating. With energy that seemed to distort space itself, that he released it. The arrow streaked through the battlefield like a comet, trying to aim for one of the eyes of the 3 heads. But just as it was about to pierce its eyes, a destructive beam released from its eyes that was so powerful it seemed to destroy even the space and annihilate the arrow directly. Followed by it seems to attack him with gigantic claws, trying to crush him to death. Again, Apollo quickly dodged using his teleport, but this time, the world demon seemed to be annoyed as its entire body moved, tearing space like a massive spaceship, and instantly appeared right beside him, teleporting, and attacked him with his claws. This caught him off guard as he didn't expect it to be this big, and still this fast. He could only harden himself as the claw that seemed to have the power to destroy a world hit him and sent him flying miles away. Boom! Apollo crashed through layers of reinforced structures, each shattering like glass under the force of the impact that shook the entire astral void station. His body plowed through the battlefield, creating a deep trench in its wake before he finally skidded to a halt. Dust and debris clouded the air, obscuring his form. For a moment, there was only silence, broken by the low growl of the massive world demon. Its three heads swiveled, scanning the battlefield for Apollo. The destructive force it emanated warped the surroundings, bending even the strongest protective runes as though they were nothing. The crowd, still watching from a distance, could only gasp in horror. For the first time, Apollo had been struck so decisively, and the impact of the world demon's raw power was undeniable. Then, from the settling dust, Apollo emerged, his divine body, though visibly battered. The golden blood flowing from his wounds glowed faintly, a testament to his divine resilience. His eyes, now blazing with a fusion of silver and blue, locked onto the towering beast. FCK almost crushed me. He cursed as he felt all his internal organs and bones tremble, but thankfully he had strong resilience and healing ability, which reduced the damage. His blue eyes burned with determination as he unleashed attack after attack, his lunar dragon sword cutting through the demon's energy like a crescent moon, slicing through the night sky. Yet the world demon was unlike any enemy Apollo had faced before. Its scales deflected even his strongest strikes, and its many heads retaliated with overwhelming force, each attack creating shockwaves that shook the entire station to its core. "This won't be enough," he muttered to himself, his voice low but resolute. "I need to break through its defenses." 16th Sword, Lunar Dragon Sword. Apollo roared, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. His eternal sword world manifested, casting the battlefield into a surreal landscape of cosmos filled with celestial phenomena. A massive dragon formed of countless ethereal swords burst forth, its lunar brilliance slicing through the world demon's combined attacks. The dragon struck true, its sword-like body slamming into the world demon with a deafening explosion. One of its heads reeled back, scales cracked, and ichor pouring out. But as the dust settled, the other two heads remained unscathed, and the injured head quickly began to regenerate. Apollo's eyes narrowed, feeling a bit frustrated. Even my strongest attack barely injured it. The three-headed demon roared, all three heads snapping toward Apollo with terrifying speed. He barely managed to dodge, but the force of the attack sent him hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud. Before he could rise, the world demon loomed over him. Its jaws inches away. A shadow of death hung over Apollo as the beast prepared to strike. "Enough!" A calm, icy voice resonated through the battlefield. The oppressive aura of the world demon was instantly overwhelmed by a new presence. Serena stepped forward, her silver hair flowing as if caught in an unseen wind, her expression serene but filled with an unmistakable authority. The battlefield returned to an uneasy calm. The crowd finally erupted into whispers, their voices filled with awe and fear. Every creature within the station felt a terror completely different from the ferocious aura of the world demon. It was as if they were on different levels. They might try to resist the ferocious power of the word demon, but Serena's aura seems to lock the entire place, making them feel that no matter what they do, they will die if they try to hurt her. Who is she? How can her aura be this strong? The young master who summoned the world demon was also pale at this moment and felt something bad going to happen. He didn't expect Selena's aura would be this strong. She raised a single hand, her silver aura flaring to life. It was not flashy or grandiose, but the sheer density of her power made the very space in the entire station tremble and shatter in different places. The world demon hesitated as it felt danger, its three heads roaring in defiance, but even it could feel the overwhelming threat. Serena's voice was barely louder than a whisper, but the attack that followed was anything but subtle. A single, concentrated beam of silver light shot forth from her palm, moving so fast it seemed to defy the speed of light. Time seemed to slow down, and the world demon didn't even have time to react. The beam struck the creature, and in an instant, the scene was enveloped in an eerie stillness. There was no deafening explosion, no world-shattering destruction, just an unsettling silence that gripped everyone watching. The faint sound of sizzling energy lingered in the air, yet the colossal world demon remained motionless. Its three heads, previously roaring with fury and exuding an aura of annihilation, were now frozen. First, the crowd was perplexed, their expressions a mix of confusion and apprehension. The creature didn't flinch, didn't retaliate. It simply stopped moving, as though time itself had momentarily halted for it. What's happening? Someone in the distance muttered, breaking the tension. World demon, why stop killing them? The young man ordered, but seemed to have had no effect. But what happened shocked not only the crowd watching but also the young master, as suddenly the world demon, which was tall and terrifying, capable of shaking the world, seemed to start crumbling like burning paper, turning into a pile of dust. FCK. Everybody saw the colossal world demon turned into dust, and they couldn't help but be horrified. They couldn't believe this was true. Is this real? Someone whispered, their voice trembling. How could something as fearsome and powerful as a world demon, known for devastating entire worlds, be reduced to nothing so quickly and silently, as though it were nothing more than an insignificant ant crushed underfoot? The sheer absurdity of the scene shook everyone to their core. They had expected a violent clash, a drawn-out struggle that might bring ruin to the station itself. But this was beyond comprehension. The most horrified was the young man who brought the world demon. His legs were shaking as he saw his world demon disappear right in front of him. All the calm and steady facade seems to be crumbling right now as he knew he was in deep S.it. No, this can't be happening. He muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. His trembling hands reached out instinctively as if to grasp the reality of the situation and hold it together. But it was no use. The world demon, his trump card, was gone, disappeared into oblivion, taking with it his aura of invincibility. He felt exposed, vulnerable, and utterly helpless. Lady Isra, beside her, also pale, seeing the unimaginable scene. Young master, what should we do? We will die at this rate, she said as she looked at Serena with horror. Serena was not more terrifying than anything they had ever seen. She was like being in control of their life and death. Apollo was also a bit shocked to see her strength. Although he understood she should be very strong and must at least be a true god, he didn't expect her to be this strong. But could it be that all true gods are this strong? Or is Serena different? He wasn't sure, but he felt great knowing he had the protection of such an expert. His future travels would be easier. She appeared beside him and bowed without caring about the people who were trembling. Lord, everything is done, but there was a bigger ant who was smart. He immediately ran the moment I made a move. Oh, there were more? Apollo asked. Yes, there was a true god hidden, Serena said, her tone calm yet tinged with intrigue. Although he tried to conceal himself carefully, in front of me, such efforts were meaningless. She crossed her arms, her gaze distant as if piecing together the puzzle. But I didn't expect this true god to be so cowardly. Even though I suppressed my strength and revealed just a hint of it, he still didn't dare to show himself. Instead, he ran away decisively. There was a slight frown on her face, betraying her surprise at the unexpected reaction. It's rare for someone of that level to act with such timidity, she added, almost as if speaking to herself. Apollo listened in silence, processing her words. That a true god retreating without even testing their strength against Serena was indeed surprising. Yet, it was also a testament to her overwhelming presence that to scare off a being of such stature without lifting a finger. What level of strength does she reach? His focus then shifted to others, especially the group of masters that attacked him. Don't kill us, young lord, senior. Please don't. Lady Isra quickly pleaded, her voice trembling with desperation. Her eyes darted to the young master beside her, who was visibly shaking, his composure shattered. The once proud figure now appeared utterly defeated, devoid of the will to resist. Lady Isra knew she had no other choice but to beg for mercy if she wanted to survive. Revenge? The mere thought seemed laughable as her gaze flicked toward Serena. Terror coursed through her veins. Serena's power was simply overwhelming. From Serena's demeanor, it was obvious that she was only a guard. If the guard alone has such terrifying strength, how powerful must the force behind them be? Lady Isra's thoughts raced. I'm from an ordinary galaxy-level force. Even the stronger galaxy-level powers don't have guards this formidable for their younger generation. Who are they? She lowered herself further, bowing her head as she tried to suppress the tremor in her voice. Please, grant us mercy that we'll leave and never appear before you again. The young master beside Lady Isra, seemingly awakened by her desperate plea, found his voice and started to speak, though his words wavered with a mix of arrogance and desperation. You cannot kill me. I am from St. Demon Hall, one of the top forces in the Chaos Beast Galaxy. Our hall boasts numerous gods, even true gods. Apollo raised an eyebrow, his expression calm but curious as he murmured, Oh, the Chaos Beast Galaxy. Although he wasn't familiar with the so-called St. Demon Hall, The mention of the Chaos Beast galaxy piqued his interest. He recalled vague mentions of the galaxy's reputation. It was a somewhat famous galaxy in the universe. Yes, it was not only countless times more powerful than most galaxies, but was larger also. In fact, it was so big that the term galaxy was a bit deceiving. It is a place filled with different kinds of rare beasts and creatures on different star systems. This is also why he had such a powerful and rare world demon as a pet guarding him. His voice remained cold and indifferent as he glanced at the young master, the faintest hint of a smirk playing on his lips. And do you think that changes anything? Although the strongest force in the Chaos Beast galaxy has eternal gods and can be said to be one of the strongest territories in the universe, he still wouldn't be afraid, as it was nothing compared to Sky Tower. Apollo's words carried a weight that silenced the entire battlefield. His smirk was not one of arrogance, but an acknowledgement of the futility of resistance. The remaining group trembling as if his gaze alone was a blade to their throats. The young master's desperate expression twisted further as he realized how f***ed up he currently is. As even after mentioning his backing, it seems to have no effect. No, I cannot die. He was about to take something out, but before he could make a move, a small flick of Serena's finger and a spark of silver energy instantly turned him into dust. The few other survivors with Lady Isra were terrified, and they all panicked and ran using whatever life-saving means. But the moment they ran, all seemed to feel the heavenly wrath, and a small spark of energy exploded right between them and exploded. Boom! The entire astral void station trembled violently as a deafening explosion ripped through the void, its epicenter. A small black hole appeared, its swirling darkness exuding a terrifying gravitational pull, threatening to consume everything in its vicinity. The station's entire structure groaned under the pressure, and for a brief moment, it seemed as though the entire astral void station would be devoured by the anomaly. But just as abruptly as it appeared, the black hole vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence and nothingness where the explosion had occurred, killing all of the guys who tried to attack him. Whether it was Lady Isra, some young master Chaos Beast Galaxy, or some other guy who wanted to take advantage, they disappeared between heaven and earth for eternity. Apollo stood still, his calm demeanor belying the shock that churned within him. FCK, just how strong is she? He muttered to himself, unable to fully grasp the depths of Serena's power. This moment once again opened his eyes to the vastness of the broader universe. The realization hit him hard. If someone as monstrously powerful as Serena was merely one of the Guardians, what about the strongest Guardian? And what of his enigmatic fifth senior brother and the other senior brothers, whose strength remained unfathomable? It was a humbling and awe-inspiring reminder that his journey had only just begun, and the peak of this universe was far beyond his current imagination. All of the people in the astral void station stared at the empty space in shock, their expressions pale, realizing how close they had come to being obliterated. Today, what they saw shocked all of them. Even if they had lived 1,000 or 10,000 years, they hadn't seen what they all saw today at the same time. In the outer area near the Void Mansion branch, one of the few structures that remained untouched despite the chaos that had left most of the astral void station in ruins, a figure stood silently. Broker Lyria, her captivating presence accentuated by her seductive smile, gazed into the distance where the battle had unfolded. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she murmured to herself, her tone laced with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Oh, this guest is really something. You find out what their identity is. She seemed to talk to herself, but a second voice was heard. No, nothing could be found. The voice replied with an air of quiet deference. Nothing. Lyria arched an eyebrow, her intrigue deepening. That cannot be to guard with such overwhelming strength should be well known. How could there be no trace of her? She paused, her lips curving into a more pronounced smile. Interesting, very interesting. Apollo and Serena left the place and returned to their ship, but the news of the battle quickly traveled through the galaxy and was already known to every power in the Zeta Galaxy. Yes, it is not every day such a battle takes place in their galaxy. In the heart of the galaxy, at the Council of the Zeta Alliance, leaders from the most powerful factions convened in haste. Holographic images of the astral void station's ruins were displayed, and the accounts of survivors were recounted in hushed, disbelieving tones. A single man facing 7 void gods and winning. One elder mused, his expression grim. Not just winning, corrected another, his voice tinged with unease. Crushing. And that woman, she's a mystery we cannot ignore. Don't we need to know who they are, where they come from, and what their intentions are? And it seems someone from the Lord's clan, with some guests from outside the galaxy, also died there. As the person said that, all of them looked at the center figure sitting with an all-powerful aura. From the beginning, he didn't say anything as he just listened to everyone talk. The central figure remained calm, his expression showing neither anger nor hatred as he spoke in an authoritative tone. Find out everything about them, where they came from, their affiliations, their purpose. Leave no stone unturned. Once our special guests arrive, we will decide on the necessary steps. The weight of the command hung in the air, silencing any murmurs of dissent. Without another word, the meeting adjourned. The gathered individuals dispersed swiftly, each tasked with their own role in uncovering the mystery surrounding Apollo. Agents were sent out, networks activated, and whispers carried across galaxies as the wheels of inquiry turned. The focus was now squarely on Apollo, the mysterious figure who had disrupted their plans, not only outside the station, but also within its hidden depths, in a secluded space shrouded in ancient runes and filled with dark and eerie energy. A group of mysterious beings had also gathered. The air was thick with tension, and their hushed voices echoed faintly within the shadowy chamber. Democrat Minnesota. Where did such a strong BTCH woman come from? One of the figures growled, their voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. His form, an amorphous mass of black mist, shifted erratically as if barely able to contain their agitation. Just a fragment of her spiritual thought was enough to make my entire mind tingle with the sensation of death and destruction. If I had stayed even a second longer, I'd have been obliterated. The other beings in the room exchanged uneasy glances, their silhouettes distorted by the swirling, malevolent energy that surrounded them. Though none spoke immediately, the oppressive weight of the encounter hung heavily over them all. Each figure in the chamber was unique in form, a bizarre and unsettling contrast to one another. Some had twisted, elongated limbs that defied natural proportions, while others resembled shifting shadows with no discernible shape. That a few bore grotesque, monstrous images that seemed to writhe and change under the flickering, eerie light. Despite their differences, one thing united them: the strange, oppressive aura that clung to each other like a second skin, that if Serena had been present, her sharp senses would have instantly identified it. This was no ordinary energy. It was the unmistakable, the very unique energy of the abyss. These beings were abyss demons, the creatures of legend and terror that countless forces across the universe have been tirelessly searching for. One of the larger demons, whose body seemed to ripple with crafted metal under a cracked, obsidian-like surface, growled, "That woman, is she really that strong?" One of the abyssal demons, whose body seemed to ripple with molten lava under a cracked, obsidian-like surface, growled, "I don't think that woman is that strong. It is just you who is a pussy and afraid of everything. And even stronger, that wouldn't be much, as you are a true god-level demon," mockingly said to the mist-like abyssal demon. "You fiery bastard, you aren't much better than me, and don't forget I have the best spiritual strength among us. So if I felt like that, it would most likely be true." The black mist abyssal demon angrily said. The lava-covered abyssal demon, his form seething with bubbling molten cracks, let out a low, guttural rumble, but refrained from further argument. The mist-like demon, whose form shifted and swirled like a living shadow, had spoken a truth that none could deny. Despite his trembling fear, his cunning and perceptiveness had kept him alive through countless years, earning him a begrudging respect among even the most arrogant of their kind. "Fine," the lava demon growled, his fiery eyes narrowing. "You're the clever one, Miss.So. What's your plan? Or are you going to cower here and do nothing?" I don't think we had to worry, as no matter how strong the people who got the key are, when they enter the Forbidden Realm, they will be suppressed and won't be like us, so we don't need to worry. Another abyssal demon whose face, or even shape, cannot be seen clearly interrupted the discussion, assuring the group. The heated arguments among the demons ceased abruptly, their chaotic voices silenced as the weight of realization settled over them. The faint, almost imperceptible echoes of the voice that had just spoken lingered, commanding respect. The demons, despite their disparate forms and chaotic natures, were not fools. They understood the reality of the situation. Within the Forbidden Realm, the very nature of existence was warped, suppression of power, countless hidden dangers, and unpredictable anomalies were constants in such forbidden realms. For beings of the abyss, accustomed to adapting and thriving in harsh, perilous conditions, the Forbidden Realm was as much a death trap as it was a treasure trove, a twisted paradise where they could excel. Not to mention, they have precious knowledge and some understanding of this Forbidden Realm. The lava demon was the first to speak, his molten form dimming slightly as his anger gave way to calculated acceptance. Humph, so be it. The Forbidden Realm will level the playing field, and no matter who holds the key now, it's meaningless inside. Yes, if anything, the fools will pave the way, clear the traps, and uncover the treasures of our Abyssal Demons clan for us. Other Abyssal Demons also quickly agreed with it, as the Forbidden Realm is their field with all advantages. Okay, we didn't need to think about who had it, but when it opened, we had to quickly enter without the other being noticed. So be ready for that. The mysterious demon who wasn't visible said, and after that, they all started to discuss the plan. The dark energy in the room thickened, a palpable reminder of the gravity of their mission. Their plan was as ruthless as it was precise, designed to ensure their survival and dominance. Outside, numerous people were discussing and planning against him, but Apollo, on a spaceship, was calm and finally took out the 2 items he bought in the auction. Now that small troubles have been taken care of, he can look at these 2 treasures. First, he was going to feel the broken sword. He felt a very mysterious and powerful sword law from it, which, although faint, was very strong. The moment he saw it in the auction, his eternal sword world seemed to tremble, which made him very interested in it, and he didn't hesitate to buy it. Apollo held the broken sword with reverence, his usually calm demeanor tinged with curiosity and anticipation. The blade, though shattered and worn, emitted an ethereal aura that resonated with the profound sword law. Its hilt bore intricate carvings, patterns that seemed to shift and align with the faint pulses of energy radiating from the weapon. As he focused his senses, the eternal sword world within him stirred once again, vibrating faintly as though drawn to the artifact. Apollo closed his eyes and drew the sword closer, his spiritual energy extending toward it cautiously. As his energy intertwined with the broken blade, he was met with powerful resistance, like a guardian refusing entry to a sacred domain. Suddenly, a torrent of images and sensations flooded Apollo's mind. The clash of titanic forces, the shattering of worlds, and the relentless clash of swords forged from concepts of eternity. Amidst the chaos, a figure loomed, a towering swordsman whose sword commanded the heavens and cleaved the void itself. As the vision ended, the broken fragment sword seemed to glow and directly enter his semi-transformed internal world, surprising him. What? But before he could do anything, his internal world started to expand, and large energy filled with countless mysteries of the world and sword seemed to fill his internal world. His energy started to increase, and his aura started to climb as the world that was semi-real began to form more compact and real. In just a few minutes, his internal world became twice as large, increasing his strength many times. Not only that, but he also felt a massive improvement in his eternal sword world. Although the mysterious energy explosion stopped, the broken sword seemed to have anchored itself in his internal world and was slowly improving his internal world and his strength. Apollo now just needed to practice, and he would slowly improve not only his internal world, but also his understanding of sword. Apollo also had a feeling that he would be able to create a new sword move after seeing the unimaginable images shown by the sword. He closed his eyes, letting the images replay in his mind. The sword movements in those visions were not just attacks. They were expressions of a profound understanding of reality. Every slash seemed to cleave not just space, but the very essence of laws ruling the world. That Apollo's fingers unconsciously mimicked the movements he had seen, his body attempting to internalize the rhythm. Each motion felt natural, yet required precise control over his energy and intent. As he moved, he could feel his internal world responding, harmonizing with his actions and sharpening his perception of the sword's essence. But after that, he stopped, as even with his understanding, it would take some time to create a brand new sword move. So it was better to stop now. That he then took out the second item that was the main reason for the chaos he experienced today, the key of the legendary Forbidden Realm. The moment it rested in his palm, he felt an overwhelming wave of energy emanating from it. The horn pulsed with power, each beat resonating through the core of his being like it was alive. The horn appeared ancient yet unscathed, its surface smooth and obsidian-like, etched with intricate, glowing runes that seemed to shift and writhe as if alive. Its shape was elegant yet primal, curving slightly as though carved by the hands of a higher existence. As Apollo held it, he couldn't help but marvel at its weight. Not physical, but the immense presence it carried. He closed his eyes and focused his senses, allowing his consciousness to probe the horn's essence. Instantly, he felt 2 distinct energies radiating from it, both overwhelming and enigmatic. The first was the law of space, its presence so profound that it seemed to bend laws around the horn. Apollo could sense the vastness and intricacies of this law, its power far beyond his current comprehension, even though he already reached the world level in understanding space law. The other law was none other than the mysterious and arguably most powerful law in direct confrontation, the law of destruction. That if there is a beginning, then there is an end. If there is creation, there is destruction. It is one of the supreme laws. By understanding the law of destruction, one can destroy anything, even space and time itself. The horn seemed to embody a deep, mysterious essence of destruction, not to mention being the key to the forbidden realm. But just the presence of these two laws made this a valuable treasure that is hard to come by. But right now, he was not going to understand that. Instead, he wanted to know which among the 10 forbidden realms it would lead to and how to open the gate of that realm. That Apollo's gaze lingered on the horn, his fingers lightly tracing the glowing runes as if trying to decode the secrets etched into its surface. He activated his spiritual senses, carefully channeling his energy into the horn. The runes began to glow brighter, their movements becoming more erratic, as if responding to his touch. That a deep hum resonated through the air, vibrating in sync with the horn's immense mysterious energy. A voice, ancient and commanding, suddenly echoed in his mind, with some broken information appearing in his mind about how to use it to open the dimension gate to the forbidden realm. Infernal destruction realm. Apollo quickly opened his eyes as he finally knew which of the 10 forbidden realms this key would take them to. Knowing this, he came out of his room and went to Serena to learn more about the infernal destruction realm. A transcendent force. Sky Tower must have some information about it. Serena looked up as he entered, her silver eyes narrowing slightly as she sensed the urgency in his demeanor. "Lord," she said, her voice calm yet curious. "What brings you here so suddenly?" "I wanted to ask something," Apollo replied without preamble. He placed the black horn on the table between them, its surface shimmering faintly with arcane patterns. "About the infernal destruction realm. This key, it seems to be connected to it." For a moment, Serena's expression remained unreadable. Then, a flicker of recognition passed through her eyes. "The infernal destruction realm," she said, her tone thoughtful. "One of the 10 forbidden realms. A place even gods tread carefully. Is said to be a realm of endless demons, where infernal energies saturate the land, and ancient entities of destruction vie for dominance. The Sky Tower's archives hold fragments of knowledge about it. Those entities of destruction are called infernal lords. They are being born from a fragment of the auras of unique flame from the beginning of time, known as the Black Lotus Flame. One of the naturally bred flame breeds by the universe itself. So the infernal lords, as being born from the aura of Black Lotus Flame, are not typical physical beings, as they are more of elemental life forms. They're the masters of fire laws and have also received some blessing of destruction law of Black Lotus Flame, making them extremely strong. Apollo's gaze sharpened at Serena's explanation, his mind immediately analyzing her words. The infernal destruction realm was no ordinary realm, and its connection to the mythical Black Lotus Flame elevated its danger to unparalleled heights. "So," Apollo said, his voice calm but tinged with intrigue, "these infernal lords are essentially sentient flames infused with destruction, wielding mastery over the fire and destruction laws. The IT makes them nearly unkillable, doesn't it?" Serena nodded, her silver eyes reflecting a faint glimmer of caution. "Yes, ordinary methods won't suffice. Their elemental nature allows them to reform unless completely annihilated with more powerful law, and can only grind them to death after destroying them many times." "Interesting," Apollo muttered, his lips curling into a faint smile. "It seems they would make tricky opponents. But Lord, don't underestimate them or the dangers in the infernal destruction. They are for no reason called the Forbidden Realm." Serena quickly said as she hoped he remained cautious. He nodded and then asked the main question. "Serena, I can now open the gate to the infernal destruction realm whenever I want. However, once I open it, the gate will remain open for 5 years, allowing anyone to enter. But wouldn't this make it too easy for others to access it without effort or cost? From the information I gathered from the key, the opening of the gate would cause quite a commotion, making it hard to keep hidden. Oh, what do you think I should do?" "Actually, it is quite easy to solve the problem," Serena said with a smile. "Oh, then tell me." "Lord, you can post a mission in the Sky Tower with your authority. The Infernal Destruction Realm is a forbidden realm and certainly worth the attention of the Sky Tower. Let them send people, not only to barricade the area after it opens, but also to assemble a group of warriors to join us. This way, not only will the gate be protected, but you can also earn points as a commission when the group exchanges the items they find within the realm for points in the Sky Tower. Apollo listened intently, his sharp gaze fixed on Serena as she laid out her suggestion. Her idea was practical and would solve multiple problems at once: securing the gate, controlling access, and generating resources from the venture. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully before nodding. Clever Serena, your suggestion has merit, Apollo said, a faint smile curving his lips. If the Sky Tower oversees the gate, we'll ensure order and mitigate the chaos that could follow. And the points, well, I won't refuse additional benefits. Serena bowed slightly, her expression pleased. Thank you, my lord. Shall I begin drafting the mission proposal for the Sky Tower? I recommend specifying that only individuals of sufficient rank and capability be allowed to participate. This will minimize risks while ensuring the quality of participants. Apollo nodded. Do it. Serena's silver eyes gleamed with approval. As you wish, my lord. Then let the opening time be 6 months later so that more nearby guys can come here. He quickly decided on the opening time 6 months later, as he could take the time and fully understand and create his new sword move from the broken sword to improve his strength in the eternal sword world. Serena nodded firmly. Consider it done, my lord. I'll prepare everything and submit the proposal before the day ends. Apollo then left and went back to his room. The Infernal Destruction realm was a dangerous place to venture. But with careful planning and the right people, it could also yield unimaginable rewards. As Apollo made up his mind, Serena quickly sent the news back to Sky Tower, and a large number of members who were interested in Infernal Destruction realm started their journey towards the Astral Void Station. The entire Zeta Galaxy was in a frenzy. Even the nearby galaxies were shocked, and many started their journey towards the Astral Void Station as Apollo didn't hide his whereabouts. They all wanted to go to the Forbidden Realm. Many true gods were also interested as they were all coming towards him with their full force. But he didn't care. Instead, he was deeply focused on his training in swordsmanship and creating the next brand new sword move. Within weeks, the once disaster-stricken Astral Void Station had become a bustling hub of activity. Battleships of countless designs and origins docked near the station, and the air buzzed with the chatter of different people from the galaxy. Just within a month, large groups of warriors from the galaxy started to appear, but nobody bothered him as they were just some star-level forces with only Void God-level strength. After the previous battle, which Void God dares to mess with him? Despite the station's sudden transformation into a chaotic melting pot, Apollo remained an immovable pillar of calm. To him, this frenzy was nothing more than background noise that he secluded himself in one of the station's isolated chambers, dedicating every ounce of his focus to perfecting his swordsmanship. As the days turned into weeks, the tension at the station continued to build. The crowd grew larger, and whispers of alliances and conspiracies filled the air. Yet Apollo remained oblivious to the storm brewing outside, his focus unbroken. Then, one day, as he executed a particularly devastating strike, the room seemed to split apart for an instant. A shimmering tear in space appeared before closing just as quickly. Apollo paused, his breathing steady but his eyes alight with excitement. It's done. Finally, the new sword move is completed, and even the eternal sword world also seems to have improved a lot. After understanding some of the mysteries of the broken sword, his sword world realm seemed to have surpassed 80% in closing the perfection stage. I should be a lot stronger than before, he thought as he felt the sense of the devastating power of his sword. It has almost been 6 months since the auction, and many things have happened outside, but he concentrated on improving his strength, and it is not just his swordsmanship that improved, but he made different breakthroughs in other directions. Void Creation System. Host, Apollo Fletcher, Demigod/Demon God. Life level, Half God. Warrior Path, Archmage Mage Path. Internal World, 30%. Mind Palace, 15%. Status, Healthy. Physique, 3rd, Turn Divine Body. Soul, 2nd layer, Human Soul. Spirit, 2nd floor, Cosmos Palace. Creation Energy, 684,465 points. His physique and internal world have improved the most in these few months. His physique even achieved a major breakthrough and reached the 3rd Turn Divine Body. Apollo stood amidst the silence of his chamber, his aura calm but brimming with restrained power. Feeling the surge of raw strength coursing through him after his rigorous training, he couldn't help but marvel at the limits he was pushing and breaking. His current body, forged through countless trials and bolstered by divine essence, was already a phenomenon the third turn of his divine body cultivation. It far exceeded the strength of most void gods he had encountered. Yes, he clenched his fists, the space around them warped subtly, a testament to the strength contained within. This was only the third turn, a foundational stage in the cultivation of his nine-turn divine body. Yet it granted him power that felt near absolute. The thought of reaching the pinnacle, the ninth turn, sent a shiver of excitement through him. How strong will I become? He mused, his gaze distant. If the third turn has already made his body this strong, the ninth turn might transcend even the void god level. During his time training, quite a large number of people arrived in Astral Void Station, and many were from powerful forces, but they didn't immediately attack him or force him to give the key. Instead, they were waiting there where already a few galaxy-level powers with true gods arrived here. Yet they still didn't attack or do anything, because as the number of groups increased, it had already become difficult for any individual force to occupy the key. So they were waiting. More importantly, the moment the true god appeared, they didn't hide their presence. So Serena let them feel her true strength, silencing them from trying to do anything stupid. Not to mention, quite a few from Sky Tower silently also arrived at the Astral Void Station. Now he wasn't even afraid of numbers. With their arrival, he was fully safe, as he knew that the people from the Sky Tower were all geniuses and could face multiple enemies with ease. Among them were individuals whose reputations resonated across galaxies, their strength so profound that even entire factions would hesitate to challenge them. These geniuses, forged in the crucible of the Sky Tower, brought with them not just strength, but the unshakable confidence that came from being the best of the best. The old members of the Sky Tower were particularly notable, true gods, whose power transcended mortal comprehension, moved with a quiet but unmistakable authority. Their presence alone was enough to deter any would-be challengers from making a reckless move. Apollo knew that with such a lineup, no force in the galaxy could threaten him now. No matter how numerous or formidable, he was ready, and a few days later, almost all who could come from the Sky Tower had arrived, and today he was going to open the gate to the forbidden infernal destruction realm. That a few moments later, Apollo, with Serena and a few other true god from the Sky Tower, arrived outside the station in the middle of the void. He stood calm and unyielding in the void. In his hand was the black horn, the key to a place shrouded in mystery and danger. It emanated a faint, otherworldly hum, as though responding to the anticipation of what was about to unfold. The laws of space and destruction intertwined around it, creating a subtle pressure that could only be felt by even the strongest among true gods. He raised the black horn, allowing his energy to flow into it. The horn responded immediately, its surface lighting up with intricate runes that seemed to pulse with life. The surrounding space trembled, and a powerful force began to gather. Appeared in the void, growing steadily as the horn channeled its ancient power. Beyond, with a large burst of energy and shock waves, slowly a massive gate, a kilometer wide and 3 kilometers long, appeared in the void outside Astral Void Station. Its surface shimmered with a kaleidoscope of energies, black and gold flames intertwined with streaks of violet lightning. Ancient runes danced across its form, their glow emitting in sync with the heartbeat of the universe. The gate exuded an aura so dense that it seemed to distort reality around it, the very void vibrating with suppressed power. The noise was too big, and who knows how far it would travel, but the numerous people who came to the station quickly noticed it and started flying towards it. They were all excited, as most of them guessed it must be related to the Forbidden Realm. All of them traveled countless distances to come just for this. Figures in shimmering battle armor and robed mystics with glowing staves began to soar toward the gate. Farther out, hidden forces also stirred. True gods, concealed within the shadows of massive vessels or cloaked by intricate spells, began to move. Their auras flared briefly, sending chills through anyone sensitive enough to perceive them. Mysterious entities from unknown corners of the universe advanced, their intentions as veiled as their identities. The commotion was staggering. Like moths to a flame, warriors, explorers, and seekers of fortune converged on the gate, eager to claim whatever secrets or treasures lay within. Point one after another, numerous powerful auras exploded, shaking the Astral Void Station. Apollo stood calmly, watching the frenzy from the station. He could feel the weight of countless auras flying towards him. Yet, his focus remained unshaken. That he knew the dangers the gate represented, but also the opportunities. In a few seconds, the first group of people appeared, but they immediately stopped, seeing Apollo and others standing right in front of the gate in the middle of the void. The first group, warriors clad in high-tech armor, mages wrapped in shimmering cloaks, and a few shadowy figures whose forms seemed to flicker like mirages, came to an abrupt halt. Surprisingly, they were from arcane keepers, who seemed to have some connection to the appearance of the key of the Forbidden Realm. The eerie silence of the void was broken only by the faint hum of the gate behind him, its immense power an unspoken warning to all who approached. The newcomer's hesitation was palpable. They had expected Apollo and Serena, but seeing the other unfathomable auras around them made them more afraid and anxious. They quickly changed their stance and approached point one among them. A middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader quickly said, "Young lord, we didn't want to fight. We just want to enter the Forbidden Realm and are willing to pay a high price for the opportunity." Apollo's expression remained unreadable, his blue eyes piercing as they locked onto the man. The void around them seemed to hold its breath, the swirling energies of the massive gate behind him casting an almost ethereal glow across the scene. Serena raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a faint smirk. "High price, you say? Do you think access to something like this can be bargained for so easily?" Her voice was sharp, laced with an air of mockery that sent a shiver through the gathered group. The middle-aged man hesitated, his confidence wavering under her gaze. "We understand its value," he replied, forcing his voice to remain steady. "We are prepared to offer rare treasures, artifacts, or anything else that might be of use to you, young lord." Apollo let the words hang in the air, his expression giving away nothing. After a moment of silence that felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. "It isn't impossible to let you guys give me a chance, but do you have something that can interest me?" He said calmly, as he from the start didn't think to stop everyone, but it definitely wouldn't be free, especially the guys from Arcane Keepers, as they should know more about the key, and they must have some interesting things, as they're a group of nerds who like to collect interstellar things. Hearing this, the group from the Arcane Keepers grew excited. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the young lord ahead of them seemed to agree to their request and was willing to give them a chance to enter the Forbidden Realm, provided they could take out something that caught his eye. The head of the Arcane Keepers and leader of their group was named Finn. Though he appeared to be middle-aged, he was in fact a void god who had lived for thousands of years. Not to mention, he wasn't an early-stage void god, but one at the middle stage of the void god realm that he thought for a moment, as he knew Apollo wouldn't be interested in normal things. So after some hesitation, he took out something from his storage device. It was a surprisingly metal brick with something in an unknown language etched on it. The metal brick shimmered faintly under the eerie glow of the gate. The language etched onto it was unrecognizable, even to Serena and other gods, who had traveled the vast universe and seen many things. The object radiated an aura of unknown, profound mystery, a faint hum resonating through the void as Finn held it out. "This," Finn said, his voice steady but laced with a subtle undertone of hesitation, "is an artifact we recovered from the ruins of a collapsed star system that we believe it seems to contain some ancient secret, just that we didn't find the right way to unravel it." Apollo's blue eyes flickered as he regarded the artifact, his expression unreadable, but he couldn't say anything but feel that it gave him a truly mysterious feeling. Like something that doesn't belong to the world, it didn't have some kind of law fluctuation or anything. In fact, it felt the opposite, like the laws seemed to evade it. But before he could say anything, Serena, standing beside, angrily rebuked him. "You guys are daring. You dare to fool Lord taking out some garbage of unknown origins and boast about it. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill all of you immediately right now?" Finn's face turned pale at Serena's sharp rebuke. The oppressive aura she exuded was enough to make even the seasoned void god feel a tinge of fear. The others in his group instinctively took a step back, their confidence shaken by her words and the overwhelming pressure she radiated. Finn quickly bowed deeply, his voice hurried yet steady. "Miss, please hear me out. We would never dare to deceive the young lord. This artifact, it's not ordinary. While we don't fully understand it, we're certain of its value. Its very existence defies the natural order, and we suspect it may hold a key to something greater." Serena's eyes narrowed, her aura intensifying. "You suspect? Is that all you can say? You dare offer something you don't even understand and expect us to believe it's worth my lord's time?" Unsure whether to intervene or retreat. The tension was palpable, like a coiled spring ready to snap, but Apollo intervened. "It's all right. I will take this." "Really? Thank you, Lord. It definitely contains some great secret," the leader of the Arcane Keepers said excitedly, knowing the Lord accepted it. But Lord," Serena wanted to say something but was stopped by him, and she could only let go of it. "But you have to also pay divine stones for every guy that wants to enter the Forbidden Realm," he said, interrupting the celebrating group of Arcane Keepers. He said, Other groups from all corners of the galaxy also appeared in the void, looking at the gate with excitement and greed, wanting to quickly enter it to change their destiny. The vast expanse of the void was now alive with activity as figures from all corners of the galaxy materialized, their eyes fixed on the ominous gate towering before them. "You heard me," Apollo said calmly, his voice cutting through the hum of excitement and murmurs. "Those who wish to enter the Forbidden Realm must pay the price, divine stones, enough to match the value of the opportunity you're being granted." The murmurs turned into ripples of protest and disbelief. Some groups exchanged uneasy glances, while others grumbled under their breath. Among a group of strong and bold warriors, clad in battle-worn armor and emanating the aura of a peak middle-tier void god, one stepped forward. He clearly wasn't from the Zeta Galaxy, as the armor he was wearing was clearly quite superior. Not to mention, he still had a haughtiness and proud demeanor. It was clear he wasn't afraid, even knowing there might be a true god standing right in front of him. His gaze swept over Apollo, Serena, and the others surrounding the gate, lingering briefly on the more unfathomable presence. Yet he showed no sign of fear, only a measured curiosity. "I've traveled across galaxies to reach this place that I hail from the dominion of Star River, where strength and legacy reign supreme. Although you might have some strength, it isn't enough to stop me, as a member of the God River pantheon of Star River. So, I will just say one time, don't stand in my way." As he said that, his group of people with whom he came also all quickly stood beside him, showing their strength, as every one of them was a void god, with quite a few reaching the middle state. Boom! Seeing them exploding with aura, a few other groups who also came from outside the Zeta universe also burst with their strength and started to press Apollo and others with their combined aura. They seemed to have gained confidence, as they all together should be able to force Apollo and others, as one after another, stronger and stronger guys joined them to press forward. Even the true gods from the outside galaxy at the moment made their move as they felt it was right. Even if Apollo and others had some true gods, they still wouldn't be able to stop so many true gods from different galaxies. BOM. The void around them started to tear, and cracks started to appear in it. The combined aura of so many powerhouses was unimaginable that even a true god facing the aura would get seriously injured. But just as the aura reached beyond Apollo's ability, Serena quietly made a move and silently dispersed the aura around him. Seeing them this confident, Apollo smiled, and many on the other side also noticed this and felt something bad was going to happen. "Serena, let them feel true power is." He calmly ordered. Serena's eyes gleamed with a cold, predatory light as she stepped forward, her golden aura beginning to flare. The oppressive aura unleashed by the challengers seemed like a raging storm, but Serena's mere presence was like the calm before a cataclysmic hurricane. "Fool!" As she said, the thousands of miles in the void seemed to tremble, and a mysterious aura, so powerful, suddenly appeared that it made all the people in the void feel their end. Like a thin wall of glass, their combined aura shattered, and a many times more powerful aura pressed them down to their knees. They all wanted to break free, but they were just like a piece of sand in the desert in front of Serena's powerful aura. "Now, you all have to pay 10 times more divine stones whether you want or not." The void god from Star River, who moments ago had exuded confidence, now found himself trembling, his knees threatening to buckle under the overwhelming weight of Serena's aura. The oppressive silver aura radiating from her felt like an unyielding mountain pressing down on his very soul. This can't be real," he muttered, his voice trembling. "How can anyone wield such power?" Around him, the scene was one of utter devastation. Void gods, who had once prided themselves on their strength, were reduced to quivering figures, their divine bodies struggling to maintain cohesion. Even true gods, beings who stood at the pinnacle of their realms, felt an unfamiliar and terrifying sensation. Helplessness, a ripple of fear spread through the crowd, magnified by Serena's relentless dominance. These beings, who had ruled their respective domains for millennia, found themselves crushed by an aura so powerful that it dredged up memories long buried in the sands of time. For the first time in countless years, they remembered what it was like to be weak, the fear of annihilation, the helplessness of standing before an insurmountable force. It all came flooding back. Apollo stepped forward, his calm and composed demeanor like a stark contrast to the chaos around him. His gaze swept over the defeated gods, his icy blue eyes carrying both disdain and a touch of pity. "Now all of you should understand where you all belong. And since I am in a good mood, I won't kill all of you. But as said, you all have to pay 10 times more than others for insolence," Apollo said. This time, Nobody said anything or tried to protest, as talking is meaningless in front of absolute power. The people from the Sky Tower then started to collect the divine stones, which they had to pay for according to their strength. The cocky group, who tried to force their way, also silently paid 10 times the amount, with nobody trying to leave. They all were ready to go into the Forbidden Realm. Many hidden void gods and true gods who were smarter and didn't show early also silently paid the money without causing trouble, as they understood the power behind Apollo wasn't something simple. For the first batch of people to collect the money, it took them a few hours, but it was done without any interruptions, and they were ready. Apollo, standing in front of the gate, was ready to step. First, according to the information from Sky Tower, you will be teleported into the realm randomly, whether you have a key or not. So it wouldn't matter in what order you went in. Whether he went first or a bit late wouldn't have an impact, so it was better to go first. Serena will also enter, as the highest this gate can transport is the true god. It also means she is still a true god and hasn't surpassed this level, even if her strength is many times stronger than the true gods he had seen. Okay, then, I am going in, he said as he looked at Serena and other members from Sky Tower, who would also later follow him and enter the Forbidden Realm. With one last glance at Serena and the gathered members of Sky Tower, Apollo stepped forward, his hand touching the swirling energy of the gate. The moment he made contact, the gate responded with a surge of power, engulfing him in a blinding light. The void around him dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations, the layers of space twisting and warping. Apollo felt a strange pull, as if countless invisible threads were drawing him to a specific point in the vast expanse of the dimensions. As he disappeared into the light, Serena crossed her arms, her gaze lingering on the gate. She turned to the other members of Sky Tower, her voice sharp and commanding. "Prepare yourselves. Once I enter, it's your turn." The group nodded. One by one, they began readying themselves, their minds racing with thoughts of what awaited them on the other side. Serena stepped forward, her golden aura flaring as she approached the gate. "Don't get yourself killed, my lord," she said under her breath, a rare note of concern in her voice, before stepping into the swirling energy and vanishing into the Forbidden Realm. The gate continued to pulse with an ancient, mysterious rhythm, as if eagerly awaiting the next group of warriors. The rest of the group advanced, their ambitions, fears, and determination etched into their faces as they prepared to follow into the unknown. Within it, Apollo crossed multiple layers of the unknown and finally appeared in the middle of the scorching land. When he finally landed, the impact was like a falling meteor striking the earth. Bang! The ground quaked beneath his feet, splitting apart and forming a crater 100 meters wide. Dust and molten debris scattered into the air, glowing faintly under the scorching heat of the surroundings. Yet he stood firm, his landing as controlled as his presence was commanding. That he straightened, brushing off the faint shimmer of heat residue that clung to his robes, and he quickly felt the changes in the surroundings and the aura of the infernal destruction realm. The land stretched endlessly, cracked and molten in places, as if the entire plain was teetering on the edge of eruption. Rivers of lava flowed sluggishly through jagged ravines, their glow casting eerie shadows against the smoke-choked sky. The air itself was oppressive, heavy with a mixture of fire and destruction that clung to Apollo's senses like an unwelcome guest. Closing his eyes briefly, he focused his heightened senses to attune to the strange yet overwhelmingly powerful aura saturating the place. It was chaotic and consuming, carrying a feeling of destruction that resonated deeply with the plane's name. Infernal Destruction Realm, he whispered the words to himself, his tone thoughtful. This realm was unlike anything he had encountered before. Its aura ancient and unfathomable, that Apollo's physical body was too strong, forming an imperceptible barrier against the oppressive atmosphere. The subtle fire of the infernal destruction realm battered against his physical defenses. Due to his physical prowess, he didn't need to waste his energy, but for others, it was going to be a troublesome problem, as the aura of the infernal destruction realm would slowly corrode even the divine body of gods if they didn't protect themselves. If the gods consumed too much of the fiery, destructive aura, it would destroy their internal world and make them crippled if not taken care of carefully. Not to mention here, everything seems to be suppressed. Whether it is divine lunar energy or the different laws he understood, he can barely bring out 10% of it except his physical strength. So, this is one of the forbidden realms that it's really an interesting place. He murmured that although suppressed, just with his physical strength, he should be able to protect himself. With that, he began to move, his steps deliberate yet unhurried, each one sending faint ripples through the cracked ground. Though he had only just arrived, Apollo could already feel the challenges this realm would throw at him, and a part of him couldn't help but anticipate the battles to come as he walked through the place. But the condition here was too bad, and he didn't find anything, except destroyed and fiery land filled with molten lava. This ain't easy. And what's that? He heard a weird sound like wind blowing, but maybe because of his suppressed senses, he didn't see anything. But just as he thought it was nothing, the land below him started shaking. What the FCK? He felt surprised as the temperature around him also started to increase, and even the molten lava seemed to have started boiling. The ground beneath him cracked with a deafening roar, fiery veins of molten rock splitting apart and spewing bursts of searing heat into the air. The temperature spiked, a suffocating wave of heat washing over him, far more intense than before. Even Apollo, with his unparalleled physical resilience, could feel the shift. He crouched slightly, his posture ready for combat, his senses straining against the realm's suppression. The bubbling molten lava around him began to rise unnaturally, forming jagged spires that glowed with an ominous crimson light. The hissing sound grew louder, almost deafening now, as the trembling earth seemed to come alive. And then, with a deafening explosion, a massive form erupted from the molten depths, a towering creature wreathed in flames and magma. Its body shimmered like molten metal, lava dripping from its jagged limbs and pooling at its feet. Its fiery eyes locked onto Apollo. Burning with primal fury, a guttural roar escaped its maw, shaking the very air. Apollo narrowed his eyes, his lips curving into a smirk despite the danger. Finally, he said, his blood was boiling, and he burst out with a powerful aura that faintly, even in the overwhelming aura of the fiery beast. Something interesting. The ground around him cracked further as the creature's sheer presence bore down on him, the oppressive aura of the infernal destruction realm amplifying its might. But Apollo stood firm, the excitement in his eyes unmistakable as he prepared to face this new enemy. The monstrous creature bellowed, its roar reverberating through the cracked and fiery landscape, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The molten lava that comprised its body surged, stretching like a living wave point one of its massive arms. A grotesque appendage of flowing magma, extended unnaturally, aiming straight for Apollo. The lava hand expanded as it moved, a tsunami of molten destruction that glowed with an intensity far surpassing the hottest flames Apollo had ever encountered. The sheer heat distorted the space, creating rippling mirages that danced around the oncoming onslaught. "Come, bring it on," Apollo muttered, his voice calm but tinged with a thrill of battle. He stood his ground with blood-boiling energy despite the realm's suppressive aura. He clenched his fist and punched with all his might towards the incoming tsunami of lava filled with an aura of flames and destruction. Apollo's fist surged forward, a blur of raw power and defiance. The air around his strike shimmered with the sheer force of his motion, and a faint shockwave rippled outward even before his punch. Connected. Boom. The impact was cataclysmic. Apollo's punch collided with a molten wave, generating an explosion of energy and heat that shook the ground beneath his feet, creating a large crater. The lava recoiled from the sheer force, parts of it being blasted apart and raining down as glowing embers. The shockwave of the collision sent cracks spidering across the already scorched terrain, and the molten ground beneath him buckled as if bowing to the intensity of the clash. The oppressive aura of the realm seemed to twist and ripple, momentarily disrupted by the strength of his attack. Apollo stood firm, his fist still extended, steam rising from his arm as the remnants of the lava tsunami splashed harmlessly around him. His divine body, tempered by years of lunar essence honing his physical strength, seemed impervious to the destructive heat. The molten creature let out a deafening roar, clearly enraged. Its massive form recoiled momentarily before surging forward again, this time pouring more of its fiery essence into its attack. The molten lava around it bubbled violently, and its massive arm formed into a spear-like structure, aiming to pierce through Apollo with concentrated destruction. "Not bad," Apollo muttered, lowering his fist and flexing his fingers at a smirk played across his lips as he shifted his stance. "Better than an ordinary void god, but that's it." He moved, and with unimaginably fast speed, he rushed towards the lava creature. With his boiling body, he launched hundreds of punches, each filled with his raw physical power and the lunar law of freezing. Bang! 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 The air cracked with the sheer force of his blows, and each strike sent shockwaves that rippled through the molten creature's massive form. The fiery heat of the lava clashed violently with the icy energy of the lunar law, creating explosive bursts of steam and fog that engulfed the battlefield. SZZ. SZZ. The creature roared in fury and agony, its molten body fracturing under the relentless assault. Chunks of lava broke off, cooling rapidly under the influence of Apollo's freezing energy and falling to the ground as hardened diamonds. Despite the realm's oppressive aura, Apollo's punches grew fiercer, his movements more precise. The molten creature tried to retaliate, flailing its massive arms and unleashing bursts of fiery destruction, but it was no match for the speed and power of Apollo's relentless attack. With each strike, the creature's form weakened, its once mighty aura flickering like a dying flame. Finally, with a final, earth-shattering punch, Apollo drove his fist straight into its head. Boom. The creature's body exploded outward in a violent burst of molten lava and steam, its fiery essence extinguished by the overwhelming force of Apollo's lunar law. The battlefield fell silent, save for the sound of cooling lava cracking and the faint hiss of steam dissipating into the air. He sighed and stood thinking about the battle. Although the strength of the lava creature wasn't too strong, it still took much effort to kill it. Currently, his divine energy and spiritual strength are suppressed at 90%, and these creatures are a bit hard to kill, as if he faced an ordinary void god. It would have taken some attacks to kill it, but it took him hundreds of such attacks. They were just difficult to kill because they were semi-elemental creatures. Even if they were just simple attacks, they still consumed divine energy, which is frankly the most important thing here. If you were surrounded by dozens or more such creatures, the best thing would be to run away instead of wasting his strength. He glanced at his hands, noting the faint shimmer of residual lunar energy fading away. He cannot replenish his energy on his own, but thankfully he brought a large number of divine stones, which for now should be enough. After using hundreds of divine stones and taking a few minutes to absorb them, he felt better. Letting out a heavy sigh, Apollo turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the faint, ominous glow of another challenge or treasure awaited. He knew he had to conserve his strength, pick his battles wisely, and find ways to adapt to the realm's suppressive nature. Not to mention these lava creatures. Just the normal creatures are far more dangerous than them. With that, he started moving forward, his steps deliberate and cautious as he prepared for whatever lay ahead in this unforgiving realm on different corners of the infernal destruction realm. Serena and the first group from Sky Tower also started their journey and started to face different dangers. Serena walked through the desolate, purgatory-like landscape of the infernal destruction realm with her usual calm demeanor. Her steps were light, yet they carried an unmistakable authority, as if the land itself dared not harm her. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly beneath her feet, and from cracks in the molten earth, a swarm of grotesque, lizard-like creatures erupted. Their burning, molten skin glowed ominously, and their reptilian eyes burned with primal aggression. Each one exuded an aura far beyond ordinary creatures, with many at the strength of half-gods and several reaching the level of void gods. The creatures hissed and roared, their combined presence creating a deafening cacophony. They surged toward Serena like a tidal wave, their claws sharp enough to rend divine flesh, their fiery breath capable of melting divine metals. Yet Serena didn't flinch. Her cold gaze swept over the horde. Her expression one of mild curiosity rather than fear. As the first lizard lunged at her with blinding speed, she raised a single delicate finger. "Insignificant," she murmured, with a flick of her wrist. An invisible wave of energy rippled outward. Boom! The lead lizard disintegrated midair, reduced to ash before it could even touch her. The shockwave from her simple movement sent dozens more creatures hurtling backwards, their molten forms splattering like liquid metal against the ground. The remaining lizards hesitated, but only for a moment. Driven by instinct, or perhaps the corruptive influence of the realm, they roared in unison and charged once more. Serena sighed, the faintest hint of annoyance crossing her face. "So persistent," she muttered. Raising her hand, she formed a small orb of condensed energy. It glowed with a pale, silver light, an unusual contrast to the fiery landscape. Whoosh! Annihilation. Instantly, in the blink of an eye, miles of miles surrounding her disintegrated. Even those lizards who can remain alive after most of their bodies are torn off and survive unimaginable heat turned into dust. Without sparing another glance back at her attackers, she continued her journey to find Apollo, as her mission was to protect him. Her steps remained calm and unhurried, each one a testament to her absolute confidence. Similar things happened all over the infernal destruction realm, where some survived and destroyed whatever they faced, and some unlucky ones quickly lost their lives in such quick succession. They met something terrifying like the infernal lords, whose strength not only surpassed most true gods, but they were practically immortal within the infernal destruction realm. Each infernal lord was a walking catastrophe, their every step reshaping the landscape, their presence radiating an aura so oppressive it could crush weaker beings into oblivion. Slowly but steadily, one after another, a group of people from the universe started to appear and face different challenges. Some were lucky and landed in some safe place or near some kind of treasure, while some unlucky ones lost their lives the moment they landed, showing how the unfair universe is point one void god from a distant star cluster landed near a slumbering infernal lord. His strength was formidable, but as the creature stirred, his confidence evaporated. The towering entity's gaze alone sent tremors of dread through his soul, and within moments, he was engulfed in flames and despair, with final cries lost to the roaring inferno. Elsewhere, a young prodigy hailed as the hope of their galaxy landed near an ancient shrine hidden within a crater. The shrine emanated a faint, protective aura that shielded them from the realm's oppressive atmosphere. Within, he discovered a fragment of knowledge, a piece of information that hinted at the realm's origins and its ultimate purpose. His name is Kronos. Although he is only half god, in the realm of his strength, he is better than most void gods, and now coming here directly without facing trouble means his luck is also extraordinary. That Kronos' life was quite legendary. He was born a slave, rose through the ranks with numerous opportunities, and became what he is today. That he was also lucky enough to come to Astral Void Station and have a chance to enter the infernal destruction realm. The moment he entered the realm, he was quickly transported to the shrine, and found this place after some traveling. The shrine before him was ancient, with ornate carvings etched into the stone walls depicting scenes of forgotten gods, titanic battles, and cosmic events. Its energy pulsed faintly, resonating with a strange but undeniable allure. Something about it felt like an invitation, but also a warning. Like it beckoned him closer yet reminded him that the price for knowledge here could be steep. Kronos took a deep breath, letting the heavy aura of the infernal destruction realm wash over him. The heat and oppressive atmosphere were nothing he couldn't handle. Though the realm's aura did suppress his full power, he had trained extensively in environments of extreme adversity, and this realm was no different. His physical body was tough, hardened by countless battles, and his spirit was tempered by years of rising from nothing. Even with the realm's oppressive pressure, he felt confident. Approaching the shrine's altar, Kronos studied the symbols carved into the stone. It was unlike anything he had seen before, a language not even the greatest scholars of his homeland could decipher. His fingers brushed against the stone, and suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled, the low hum vibrated through the air, and a bright light burst from the shrine's center. Kronos instinctively stepped back, his heart racing for the first time since entering the infernal destruction realm. Was this a trap, or had he unlocked something significant? A voice, ancient and powerful, resonated through the it was neither male nor female, but something in between, a presence beyond time and space. The voice spoke with a weight that pressed down on Kronos' soul. You have found a shrine of sacred flames. The trial of flames and heart will begin. If you clear the test, you will receive the seed of sacred flames and the chance to receive the inheritance of infernal destruction realm. Kronos stood still, his mind working rapidly. He had heard that opportunities like this came once in billions and had represented dangers. But his ambition burned hot, and the chance to obtain an inheritance that could elevate his future was too great to resist. He then bravely proceeded and stepped on the altar at the center, and the entire shrine burst with fiery flames and disappeared with Kronos. Similar things happened around the different corners of the infernal destruction realm, which, although it was too massive, somehow lucky different people from the universe seemed to find different shrines and accepted the test. Each shrine, unique in its design and purpose, resonated with an ancient power, calling out to those deemed worthy. The young woman clad in crystalline armor found herself before the shrine of frost flames, her eyes narrowing as she stepped into the burning yet chilling flames that surrounded it. Her trial began with a sudden descent into a cold abyss. In another corner, an imposing figure wielding a massive greatsword approached the shrine of earth core flame. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he stepped into the seismic temple. Just like that, different lucky geniuses found shrines and accepted their chance or dangers. Apollo, after facing different beasts of flames, also found a shrine, but the shrine he found was different as it was many times smaller than the other shrines. The shrine exuded an aura vastly different from the fiery chaos of the infernal destruction realm. Instead of radiating intense heat, it pulsed with a subtle, restrained energy, like a dormant volcano waiting to erupt. He approached cautiously, his sharp eyes scanning its unique design. The structure was made of blackened stone veined with faint silver lines, as though it held a hidden vitality. The air around it was eerily calm, a stark contrast to the searing hostility of the surrounding land. As he stepped closer, the faint silver lines began to glow, and the shrine responded to his presence. The low hum resonated, growing louder with each step he took. Suddenly, a sharp whisper, neither male nor female, but ancient and enigmatic, echoed in his mind. "Welcome, inheritor of the lost world." What? Inheritor? Lost world? What it means by that? Apollo was confused as he couldn't understand how suddenly he became the inheritor of some lost world. He didn't remember inheriting something like that. Even though he received some secret techniques or items, nothing seems to be related to the so-called lost world. Apollo clenched his fists, his expression hardening. It seems he was going to learn something he didn't expect. "Fine," he said, stepping onto the shrine's altar. The moment his foot touched the altar, the world around him shifted violently. The oppressive heat of the infernal destruction realm faded, replaced by a swirling void of darkness. In the center of the void, a massive, fractured sphere hovered, its surface covered in glowing runes that pulsed erratically, as though on the brink of collapse. Apollo stared at the sphere, his instincts screaming that this was no ordinary thing. The fractured sphere began to crack, and streams of light burst forth, and he immediately felt a surge of pain, and everything around him seemed to disappear for a moment. But the next moment he seemed to appear in a large hall. Apollo blinked, disoriented as the searing pain in his chest began to subside. The oppressive void was gone, replaced by a vast hall that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions. The architecture was ancient and otherworldly, with towering pillars etched with glowing runes that pulsed in different patterns. The air was dense, carrying an aura of immense power and time, but he steadied himself, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The floor beneath him was smooth and reflective, like polished glass, but faint silver lines coursed through it, forming linked patterns that shifted with every step he took. Above, a ceiling of swirling starlight created an almost surreal sense of vastness. "What is this place?" Apollo muttered, his voice echoing faintly in the emptiness. Before he could ponder further, a different whispering voice echoed in the hall. "Finally, after countless eons, inheritors have finally appeared. We were waiting for you." As the voice ended, the hall started to change, as suddenly 10 thrones of different types seemed to appear, representing different kinds of power. His sharp gaze locked onto the newly materialized thrones. Each one radiated an aura so powerful, mysterious, and distinct that it seemed to reshape the very atmosphere around them. They hovered slightly above the ground. The throne on the far left was carved from solid red crystal, veins of fiery magma pulsing through its surface, exuding overwhelming heat. Beside it stood a throne of pure, crystalline ice, the air around it freezing, tiny snowflakes drifting lazily. Another throne appeared to be constructed from gnarled roots and vines, brimming with the life force of a primeval forest, while a fourth shimmered with metallic brilliance, emitting a mechanical hum as though it were alive with gears and energy. As Apollo's eyes swept across the others, he saw thrones that seemed to embody concepts rather than elements. One wreathed in shadow, tendrils of darkness writhing about it, and another that gleamed with pure, blinding light. The throne of lightning crackled and sparked, arcs of energy dancing chaotically, while its neighbor radiated an eerie stillness. The throne itself seemingly constructed of void-like blackness, as though it devoured the light around it. In the center, towering above the others, stood the largest throne, forged from a blend of all the aura. A chaotic yet harmonious swirl of power. It pulsed like a beating heart, commanding unknown attention even from him. The center throne seemed to contain the universe, and it wasn't just one. He seemed to see countless dimensions in that single throne. It attracted him like it was calling for him and was waiting for eons just for him. Although he didn't know why he felt that, this feeling was increasing with time. "Come, come." He heard the voice like that throne was calling him, but he felt confused. He didn't ever feel like this. His rational mind was telling him to be careful, but his instincts were ready to follow its words. He remained standing for a few seconds, not knowing what to do. As he was in trouble to decide, a mechanical voice appeared in his mind to awaken him from his thought. "System segment is found." Scanning the environment, his heart skipped a beat. "System segment," he muttered, his gaze darting toward the central throne. His heart skipped a beat. System segment. He muttered, his gaze darting toward the central throne. This was the very first time after activating the system that it reacted on its own for something. Not to mention, according to the voice, it seems to be a fragment of the system, meaning this throne is part of the system. The system within him was very mysterious and truly unknown to him, even though it seems to have been connected to him from birth that he practically knows nothing about why it is with him and when he got it. Although as a manga reader, he knew having a system made him feel like a protagonist who would never be defeated, but he still felt a bit afraid of the unknown within his body. Will it swallow him when the time is right, or is someone's backhand to control him? He wasn't sure of anything. His gaze flicked back to the throne, its swirling dimensions seeming to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. If the system was connected to this place, then the mystery of its origins might finally start to unravel. But was he ready to face the truth? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. Now wasn't the time for hesitation. Whatever the truth was, he would face it head-on. He hadn't come this far only to back away from the unknown. System, he said aloud, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. Tell me everything you know about this throne and your connection to it. He tried to ask the system, hoping it would answer some of his questions, but it seemed he hoped for too much, as what he got was utter silence. System didn't react at all to his words. Seeing the cold silence, he sighed, as he somewhat expected that. The system always seemed kind of mechanical and just did the required task without any self-intelligence. He can only find things on his own. With that, he stopped hesitating and steadily started to walk towards the central and largest throne, which seemed to contain numerous cosmos. Apollo's steps echoed in the vast hall as he approached the central throne, each step amplifying the tension in the air. The mysteriously linked patterns beneath him shimmered brighter with every move, responding as if acknowledging his resolve. The throne loomed ahead, its swirling, infinite cosmos seeming to feel like a living entity. As he reached the base of the throne, a sudden wave of pressure swept over him. The air grew dense, and his body felt heavy as if the throne itself was testing his resolve. A mysterious and terrifying energy seemed to be released by the throne, almost making him kneel. But how could he easily kneel? He wouldn't kneel in front of anyone. In this life, he was going to stand above all. He gritted his teeth as the oppressive energy emanating from the throne bore down on him, threatening to crush him. It wasn't just physical. It felt like the weight of countless worlds pressing on his very soul, testing every fiber of his being. His legs trembled under the immense pressure, and his vision blurred. For a fleeting moment, he felt the throne's ancient and commanding intent, as though it demanded submission. But submission was not in Apollo's nature, that he didn't kneel. Instead, he used all his willpower and strength to resist the mysterious dominating power. With determination and faith in himself, he somewhat overcame the mysterious energy and started to fight back. He stood and steadily approached the throne, determined to sit on it. A throne was meant to be sat upon by someone, and he didn't care whether it was the right thing to do, and no matter what. He was going to claim that seat. If the throne sought to force him to kneel, then he would defy it. He was going to sit down, deliberately, as if to prove that it didn't deserve his reverence. A fragment of a system or not, nothing could force him. And nothing meant nothing, not even the system. The energy around him intensified, as if the throne itself had heard his defiance and sought to crush his resolve. His knees threatened to buckle, but Apollo roared in defiance, pushing back with every ounce of his strength and willpower. I won't kneel. Slowly, inch by inch, Apollo began to move forward. Each step was a battle, his muscles straining, and his mind focused on one singular thought, claiming the throne. With one final, resounding cry, Apollo broke through the oppressive force. The energy faltered as if stunned by his unyielding resolve. He placed a hand on the armrest, his fingers gripping it tightly. The throne pulsed with a faint light, its cosmos swirling once more. But he was going to stop here. With deliberate motion, he turned and sat down, his body sinking into the throne's intricate design. The moment he did, the energy around him exploded outward, sending shockwaves rippling through the hall. The burst of mysterious energy didn't stop and seemed to send a shock through the universe. Even countless dimensions, as many felt a rage of mysterious energy, something never felt before. Within the hall, the oppressive force vanished, replaced by a profound stillness. It seemed as though the throne itself had accepted him, or perhaps yielded to his indomitable will. But he knew that wasn't entirely true, as at the moment, the system that was being silent after its notification seemed to become active again. Fragment is bound, and the absorption process is being started. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind, startling him out of his brief respite. He straightened on the throne, his eyes narrowing. Absorption process, he muttered. Before he could speculate further, the mysteriously linked lines etched across the throne began to glow, spreading like veins of colorful molten light. A stream of radiant energy surged from the throne into his body, flooding his veins with a power so overwhelming it threatened to tear him apart. Act. Apollo clenched the armrest, his fingers digging into the cold, smooth material as pain seared through his very being. It wasn't like the time he awakened the system first when the god entered his mind. This time he felt pain as it seemed to absorb the mysterious power of the throne. It wasn't just physical. It felt as though his soul was being unraveled and rewoven, his essence laid bare and infused with something primordial. The energy from the fragment wasn't gentle. It was raw and wild. A force that demanded submission even as it merged with him. Apollo gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. I will not break. The pain intensified, but so did his determination, and he could feel the fragment's power attempting to integrate with the system, reshaping it in ways he couldn't yet comprehend. The throne's energy seemed to pierce through his mind, dredging up fragments of memories that weren't his own. Glimpses of ancient wars, collapsing worlds, and beings of unfathomable power. The other 9 thrones seemed to also feel something and quickly started floating around him in a circle, and different energies within them seemed to explode and start to merge with the central throne he was sitting on. Integration at 20%. The system's voice was a distant murmur compared to the roaring storm within him. The throne pulsed beneath him, its light synchronized with the rhythms of his body, as if testing his capacity to endure. The energy continued to surge, relentless and consuming. Apollo's consciousness flickered, but he clung to his resolve, forcing himself to remain grounded. Integration at 50%. His breathing was ragged, sweat streaming down his face, but he wasn't afraid. FCKU system. Why the hell is this time so painful? If after integration your system didn't come with some awesome function, then you were a piece of shit. Apollo's defiant voice echoed in the vast, starlit hall, his voice cutting through the swirling maelstrom of energy. The throne seemed to flicker in response, almost as if amused by his outburst. The 9 other thrones, now orbiting around him like celestial bodies, began to glow brighter. Their distinct energies, fiery red, icy blue, earthy green, and others, collided and merged, creating a chaotic symphony of power that funneled into the central throne. The intensity of it all was maddening. A force so vast and alien that it felt as though the universe itself was bearing down on him. Integration at 70%. Democrat Minnesota. Apollo growled, his fists clenching as the pain surged anew. His body felt like it was on the verge of collapse, yet his spirit refused to falter. But his current situation wasn't without any advantage, as his already strong third-turn divine body was also improving rapidly. Yes, there aren't many things that can hurt or help him improve his divine body with him continuing to become stronger. His body is already very strong, and most energies aren't much of help. But the mysterious energy from the thrones is different and mysterious, as although most of the energy is absorbed by the system, just the residue of its energy is able to tear his body. As his body continued to adapt to this energy, it started to become stronger at a rapid rate that never happened before. His divine body seemed to transform and move towards the 4th divine body. Apollo didn't expect he would receive such an unexpected chance. The fundamental transformation started to take place in a matter of minutes. His divine body reached the peak of the 3rd turn. But the system integration with the mysterious throne continued. In fact, it seemed the energy released by the combined thrones was more potent, increasing not only the rate of his improvements but also the pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and toughened his will to overcome the situation. Apollo's body trembled under the immense strain. The combined energies from the thrones were relentless, tearing through his divine body with a force that would have obliterated anyone else. The transformation of his divine body was not subtle. It was wild and violent, like a phoenix being reborn in flames. Every cell in his body was being broken down and rebuilt, stronger, denser, and tougher than before. His senses sharpened with each passing second. He could feel the changes in his bones, the restructuring of his muscles, and the reinforcement of the very cells within his body. Even the internal world within him seemed to stir as it also started growing slowly and steadily. Integration at 80%, integration at 81%, integration at 83%. The process of integration continued, and Apollo's strength rose with every second. Integration at 89%. Boom! His divine body, after this unimaginable torment, seemed to cross the barrier and reach new heights finally. It finally became the fourth turn divine body. The strength of the body became stronger many times before, and he believed now he wouldn't be in that embarrassing state if he faced the world demon again. But even the breakthrough didn't ease the agony much, as the intensity of the mysterious power was still rising the more it reached closer to full integration with the system. Integration at 90%. The moment the integration process reached 90, the world around him seemed to have changed, and the intensity of the mysterious aura around him changed completely. FCK. His eyes widened as the 9 thrones, each brimming with unique energies, began to crumble into streams of radiant light. The streams of energy spiraled toward the central throne, their intensity growing exponentially. The throne beneath him pulsed with overwhelming energy, resonating with his body, soul, and spirit in ways he had never experienced before. The physical transformation, which was a bit slowed down after his breakthrough, surged again rapidly at an even faster rate. But this time it wasn't everything, as this time his spirit and soul seemed to feel the greatest effect as the mysterious energy seemed to transform more mysteriously and affect his spirit and soul largely. His spirit quivered as if being unraveled and rewoven. Yet, amidst this chaos, Apollo's resolve burned brighter. His soul resisted the pull of annihilation and reconstruction, instead seizing the foreign energy, bending it to his will. And like a cicada, his spirit and soul seemed to shed their old selves and transform to a higher state. His soul and spirit, which were lagging behind his divine body, seemed to pick up their pace and were improving rapidly. His soul, which was the weakest, seemed to improve the fastest, followed by the spirit and lastly the divine body. Apollo right now was in a mysterious and unbelievable state where all three essences of soul, spirit, and body were improving at the same time. This unbelievable phenomenon was very rare not just in the universe, but even in countless dimensions across time and space. Boom! With a sudden, earth-shattering boom, his soul achieved a breakthrough, shattering its former limits and reaching the third-turn human soul level. The moment this happened, Apollo felt an immediate change. His mind became clearer, sharper, as though a fog had lifted, revealing hidden depths of perception. The vastness of his soul expanded, resonating with the energy of the throne and the cosmos around him. But there was no time to revel in his progress. The energy didn't relent. It surged into his spirit, causing it to quiver and fracture like glass under immense pressure. Yet, just as his soul had done, his spirit adapted, pulling strength from the energy and bending it to his will. Boom! Another wave of power erupted as his spirit surged forward, breaking into the third floor of the Cosmos Palace level. His spirit now felt vast and unyielding, its strength a perfect complement to his newly strengthened soul. But the integration process continued as more and more energy was swallowed by the system, and more quickly the other thrones were dissipating. Integration at 95%. The mechanical voice echoed faintly in his mind, almost drowned out by the roaring energy around him. His three essences, soul, spirit, and body, resonated with the chaotic influx of power. The mysterious energy still was improving all three essences, so he didn't dare to be careless for a fraction of a second, but he also tried to control himself as he wanted to achieve more breakthroughs. The improvement of soul and spirit was still quicker than that of the body, as they were still weaker and needed less energy, but still, his divine body seemed to reach the late stage of the fourth turn of the divine body, while soul and spirit reached the peak of the third turn. He concentrated on their breakthrough more, as both soul and spirit always remained behind his body. And right now, it was a great chance for them to catch up. Apollo focused most of his resolve, funneling the remaining energy into both his soul and spirit, forcing them to push beyond their limits. The strain was unbearable, his consciousness flickering as he grappled with the monumental power flooding him. He directed every ounce of his focus on his soul and spirit, striving for simultaneous breakthroughs if he could push them past their current limits. The throne pulsed beneath him, as though acknowledging his efforts. The energy it released grew sharper and more refined, fueling his relentless pursuit of transcendence. Integration at 97%. Apollo's breathing was labored, his body drenched in sweat, but his determination was unwavering. "Break!" he roared, his voice filled with defiance and ambition, as he pushed his essence to the brink of its potential. The energy surged with renewed ferocity, and Apollo's soul seized the opportunity. It resonated with the surrounding mysterious power, stretching beyond its limits, as though shedding its mortal constraints. His soul was the first once again and crossed the barrier of the third turn and reached the fourth turn human soul level, closing the gap between the body and soul. A blinding brilliance erupted from within him, a phenomenon invisible to the naked, yet profound enough to ripple across multiple layers of space. The transformation was monumental. Apollo could feel his thoughts accelerating, his perception expanding to encompass not just the physical realm, but layers of reality he had only glimpsed before. "This," he muttered, his voice tinged with awe as he felt the changes. His soul now exuded a palpable presence, radiating power that could rival ancient beings of legend. But there was no time to savor the achievement. The energy continued to surge, relentless and demanding. His spirit, already at the pinnacle of the third floor of the Cosmos Palace, trembled as if it too sought to break its limits. One more. Apollo clenched his fists, his gaze sharp and determined. Just one more breakthrough. The energy within the throne pulsed in agreement, as though it itself was daring him to take the leap. Boom! The Cosmos Palace within his mind reached a critical state and finally, with sheer force, seemed to break through. The Cosmos Palace within him burst with mysterious energy as he started his meditation technique and met the Cosmos Palace with mysterious energy that it slowly and steadily started to change, becoming bigger, more mysterious, and more powerful until it finally steadied itself as the fourth floor of the cosmos appeared in his mind, becoming the fourth floor Cosmos Palace, catching up with the body and soul. Finally, Apollo muttered, his voice low but resolute. The three essences, body, soul, and spirit, had reached near-perfect equilibrium. Integration at 99%. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in, breaking his momentary reverie. The air around Apollo crackled with energy as the final stages of integration began. The central throne glowed brighter than ever, its light enveloping him in an almost blinding radiance. Only the last 1% remained. Apollo remained focused as he continued to absorb the mysterious energy, but his focus was now on the last percent of integration remaining. Apollo took a deep breath, his gaze steely. "Let's finish this." With unwavering focus, he drew upon every ounce of his willpower, guiding the last torrents of energy through his being. The throne's remaining essence surged toward him, and he braced himself for what he knew would be the final moment. Boom. The entire hall trembled, and the remaining of the 9 thrones burst with their final energy as they fully dissipated between heaven and earth. The energy it burst made the entire infernal destruction realm tremble and made every creature within it feel terror. The hall trembled violently, as if the very layers of space struggled to contain what had just awakened. Something terrifying and unimaginable seemed to have awakened that made the universe's dimensions and even the supreme laws that govern all seem to tremble. Apollo roared as the last burst of energy residue moved through his body, making his divine body reach the peak of the fourth turn of the divine body. Integration 100%. Void creation system 70% completed. Chapters of Lost World acquired. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, as if finally it was over, and he could stop. Drenched in sweat and blood, he let out a breath. Exhaustion gnawed at his body and mind, yet a newfound strength coursed through his body, mind, and soul. Apollo, who was sitting on the throne, heard the cold mechanical voice as the integration process completed and had to stand up as the throne he sat on also started to disappear into heaven and earth, emptying the hall like there was nothing here in the first place. The once grand chamber grew dim, its walls fading into an endless void. Apollo stood alone in the now empty expanse, his breathing steady despite the immense transformation he had undergone. That he clenched his fists, feeling the boundless potential surging within him. But his focus was on the system. However, when looked at it, he felt more confused. What the FCK did 70% mean? Could it still be incomplete? Did he need to find the other fragment? And what the hell were the chapters of the Lost World? What did they even do? There were a lot of questions in his mind that he wanted answers to. But first, he looked through the changes in the system. He looked at the system and noticed a few changes. First, the system was still not fully intelligent, but it seemed to have become a bit smarter and was now capable of understanding simple command AS for everything else. Not much had changed in his profile, except for the appearance of a new section. Void creation system, 70%, 2-3, host, Apollo Fletcher, demigod / demon god, life level, half-god warrior path, archmage mage path, internal world, 50%, mind palace, 40%, Status, healthy. Physique, 4th turn divine body. Soul, 4th layer human soul. Spirit, 4th floor cosmos palace. Creation energy, 7,384,465 points. Chapter Lost World, completion 0%. His eyes scanned the system interface, but his brows furrowed deeper with each new line of information. The glaring 70%, 2/3, completion for the void creation system immediately caught his attention. The rest of the data reflected his incredible transformation, but the new additions, Chapter of Lost World, filled his mind with more questions than answers. What is that? He felt confused looking at the section mentioning the Chapter of Lost World. From what he remembered, just as he entered this space, he heard a weird voice that also seemed to say something about the Lost World and him being its inheritor. He tapped on the Chapter of Lost World, completion 0%, section, hoping for some clarity, but the system remained as obtuse as ever. Instead, a single line of text appeared. The inheritor walks the path of the forgotten. Clear and understand the memories. Unveil the chapters and reclaim the truths buried in time and space. Buried truths. Why is everything always so f-kin vague? He growled, frustration evident in his tone. Apollo forced himself to calm down, that he needed to approach this rationally. First, he dissected the interface. Void creation system, 70%. This was clearly linked to the thrones and their mysterious energy. He had 2/3 of the complete system, but the last one was out there somewhere. Completing it might bring answers, or perhaps even more power. Chapter of Lost World, 0% completion tied to his supposed inheritance. Whatever this lost world was, its significance seemed important, but with no context, it was a puzzle with missing pieces. For now, Apollo decided to test the waters. System. Show me the void creation system functions. The system responded. Void creation functions unlocked. Partial. Creation energy manipulation. Basic create matter below void god rank. Material transmutation. Basic alter the form and composition of any physical or spiritual matter that Apollo's mind raced. These abilities hinted at the unimaginable power of creation. With these abilities, even creating a brand new life is possible. Truly possessing the power of a creator. Even the eternal God cannot create life from nowhere, but now he can. Although its limitation now is only at the half-god level. But it's just because he is weak and is just a half-god himself. These unimaginable abilities will improve as his strength increases. But to use these two unimaginable powers, he needed to use creation points. He wanted to try his creative ability. He concentrated and closed his eyes. Thinking of what he should create, 10 points of creation points instantly disappeared from the system, and his palm started to glow with a colorful glow. And slowly something started to appear in his palm. In a second, the colorful glow disappeared, but a large diamond seemed to appear in his hand. Apollo held the diamond in his hand, its surface glimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. He examined it further, sensing the structure. This diamond was more than perfect. It was flawless on a molecular level. 10 points for this, he muttered. Not bad. But if it costs this much just to create a single gem, then creating something complex like life would be astronomical. He looked at the diamond again, as it seemed he needed to now actively collect creation points in the future, still curious about its further use. Like, what would it take to create something alive? Something sentient? System, he began, his voice firm. How many points would it cost to create a sentient life form at the half-god level? After a brief pause, the system responded. Estimated cost, 1 million creation energy points. FCK, thief. He cursed hearing the number, as he had 1 million creation points only after killing a void god realm powerhouse. Yet can only be used to create a half-god level life. The system really wanted to FCK him, as it was taking almost 10 times the amount. Although creating a life is more difficult than destroying it, shouldn't the system be perfect and almighty powerful? Why the hell was it looting him? Apollo scowled, the frustration evident in his expression. 1 million points for a half-god? That's robbery, even for you, system. He calmed down after all of this and let go of this matter. As creating a half-god wasn't any help to him, most, he should try creating some rare treasure below the void god level that is rare, but helps increase his strength. After all of this, he focused his attention on the main brand new thing, Chapter of Lost World, as it had more than just vague words. That he pressed in the Chapter of Lost World section again, and new words appeared. Chapter 3. Black Lotus Flame. Chapter begins, what? Before he could say something, space-time around him started to change, and he disappeared from the hall, leaving in silence. The moment Apollo disappeared, the hall and the shrine outside also disintegrated and disappeared from heaven and earth like they were erased from time and space. Apollo felt his entire being pulled through a turbulent vortex, the sensation unlike anything he'd ever experienced. The space-time around him twisted, folding and collapsing in ways his mind struggled to comprehend. One moment he was in the empty hall. The next, he was free-falling through a kaleidoscope of shifting dimensions. Then, with a resounding thud, he landed on solid ground. The air around him was dense with heat, thick and suffocating. He blinked, adjusting to his new surroundings. Crimson skies stretched endlessly overhead, the clouds swirling with fiery streaks of molten gold. But he felt it was similar to the infernal destruction realm. Just there wasn't the aura of destruction that corroded and destroyed everything. "What is this place?" Apollo muttered, his voice echoing unnaturally in the oppressive silence that a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind, startling him. Chapter of Lost World, Black Lotus Flame, initiated. Before he could process the words, a new notification appeared before his eyes. Objective, save the Black Lotus Flame. Reward, Seed of Destruction. Warning, death in the chapter of Lost World results in permanent erasure of existence from space-time itself. Seeing this, he couldn't help but remain standing as suddenly, such an unexpected thing just happened. He couldn't help but think this place should have a connection to the infernal realm he entered, as Black Lotus Flame was said to be related to it. He couldn't help but think a lot about what was going on and curse the system. And what the FCK is this? Permanent erasure. Seriously, system? You couldn't have mentioned that before dragging me into this? His mind raced as he processed the new information. The oppressive heat of the environment was almost secondary to the looming implications of the system's warning. Since the system gave him a warning, this place should have extreme dangers, and he needed to be careful. Apollo calmed his mind and started to move ahead, as no matter what he did, he had to find out about the place, and where he really was. That he traveled for some minutes and found this place was similar to the infernal destruction realm, but it had a completely different aura in the air. Although it is still a world filled with flames, it somehow still has vitality, like it is full of life. He also didn't feel much suppression of any physical or spiritual powers. Although this place is still advantageous to fire law users, he can still show 90% of his power. Who's there?" Apollo shouted as he felt someone approaching. He stopped in his tracks, his senses sharpening as he focused on the presence nearing him. The subtle shifts in the air, the faint sound of footsteps crunching against the charred earth, his divine body tensed, ready for anything. From the fiery haze ahead, a figure emerged that it was a humanoid, but not entirely human. The being was slender and tall, with skin that glowed faintly like molten lava. Fiery red hair cascaded down its back, and its eyes burned with an inner light, like twin embers. It wore a flowing robe made of flickering flames. The figure stopped several meters from Apollo, studying him with an intensity that felt almost tangible. When it spoke, its voice was melodic yet carried a sharp edge. "Who are you?" "This is the realm of the Black Flame Sovereign, created by the Great Black Flame Sovereign. Humans aren't allowed here. Quickly state your purpose. Human, otherwise die." Apollo's eyes narrowed. "Realm of the Black Flame Sovereign, huh?" He crossed his arms, masking his unease with confidence. "Black Flame Sovereign realm. Who is Black Flame Sovereign?" He felt confused and asked, "How dare you, puny human, not know about the Great Black Sovereign? I will kill you for blasphemy." And then he took out a great flame sword, and his aura sword. "FCK, your screw is loose. Not knowing about Black Sovereign is blasphemy." Apollo cursed, looking at the fanatic guy. The fiery figure's eyes flared with unbridled rage at Apollo's words. The flames around him surged wildly, igniting the ground beneath his feet as his aura intensified. He gripped the flaming sword tightly, its heat warping the air around it. "Ignorant human, your very presence here is an affront, and your insolence compounds it. Prepare to be cleansed by the flames of the Black Flame Sovereign." Apollo raised a brow, exhaling sharply. "Cleansed? Are you hearing yourself? I asked a question, and you're ready to go full pyromaniac on me. This is why fanatics are the worst." The fiery figure roared, raising his flaming sword high as it blazed brighter, becoming a torrent of fire that seemed to pierce the sky. The oppressive heat of the realm intensified as the ground cracked and molten streams emerged around them. He rolled his eyes. "All right, since talking is clearly not your thing, I guess we're doing this the hard way." Although he could not tell accurately the exact strength, as it seemed the guy in front of him followed an unknown power system. From the aura he felt, it was still in the void god levels range. He wanted to test his current strength. And it was a perfect opportunity to test his current strength after his body, spirit, and soul all broke through and reached the fourth turn. With lightning speed, he moved, creating shock waves that tore the land and came flying towards the fanatic guy. Although surprised, the fanatic guy quickly also swung his great flame sword, and both of them collided with one another. Boom! The clash between Apollo's fist and the fanatic's flaming sword created a shockwave so powerful that it rippled through. The fiery realm, space around the impact point cracked and distorted, while waves of searing heat and crackling lightning burst outward, carving deep trenches into the molten ground. The fanatic's eyes widened as he stumbled back a few steps, his grip on the flaming sword tightening. Impossible! A mere human with such power? Apollo smirked, shaking his hand briefly. You idiotic bastard. If you had behaved well from the start, I might have left you easily, but now you're going to be my practice dummy, and believe me, it isn't going to be a forgettable experience. He already felt the strength of the guy in front of him was between the middle and late stages of Void God. If it was before the breakthrough, it would have been somewhat troublesome, but now he should be able to handle it. Lunar Law, Eternal Ice Age. He quickly used his lunar law to create an ice age-like environment in the fiery pit. Although his law was especially countered by the power of flames here, it still could not stop the chill as it expanded in all directions, weakening his enemy. Ice crystals formed in the air, and a layer of frost crept across the molten ground, solidifying the once molten landscape into a glacial expanse. The fanatic staggered, his flaming aura flickering erratically. What is this? Impossible, he growled, trying to channel more flames into his sword from within his body, but the freezing environment dulled his fire, making his movement sluggish. While he was struggling, a flying kick came to his face, but he couldn't evade it because of the chill. Boom! He sent flying, crashing hundreds of meters, destroying land masses while creating large craters. His face distorted, struggling to stand up. But he didn't get a chance as Apollo didn't stop for a moment and appeared behind him, jamming his fist into his face again, sending him to eat the dirt. Now, how about it feels like talking? Apollo asked with an evil smile. The fanatic guy had barely enough strength left to talk, but it still roared with all his strength. How dare you, intruder? You wouldn't survive. Stop this quickly and surrender in the name of the great black flame sovereign. Looks like you still have quite a strength left. Then let's continue. Bang, bang, boom. Only after beating him a few more times was he able to let it speak a few things about the place. The fanatic coughed, blood staining the ice beneath him as his strength ebbed away. You're stubborn, I'll give you that, Apollo said, his voice calm yet dripping with menace. But I have all day. So, either you talk, or I'll keep going until there's nothing left of you to talk. The fanatic glared up at Apollo, his eyes filled with defiance. But the fire within them had dimmed considerably. He spat out a mouthful of blood and finally croaked. You have no idea what you're doing. This realm, it's sacred. Intruders like you are destined to perish. Apollo crouched down, grabbing the fanatic by the collar and lifting him slightly. His icy blue eyes bore into the fanatic's soul. You're not saying anything useful. Why don't we skip the threats and get to the part where you tell me about the Black Flame Sovereign and this place? The fanatic hesitated, his pride battling with the reality of his situation. After a few moments, he muttered, Black Flame Sovereign is naturally the strong, mighty being that was born at the beginning of the creation with unimaginable power and is said to be the father of all flames. And naturally, the Black Flame Sovereign realm is a separate dimension created by the father of all flames. Apollo stopped in his tracks. Letting the fanatic's words sink in, he turned his gaze back toward the battered figure on the ground, his expression a mix of curiosity and confusion. Father of all flames. Huh. Born at the beginning of creation. Don't tell me the Sovereign is the legendary Black Lotus flames that were born in the beginning. Yes, Sovereign's true form is the Black Lotus flame, the strongest flame since the beginning of time. Fanatic nodded with a worshipping expression. FCK, didn't the system tell me to save the Black Lotus flame? How the hell am I supposed to save something so mighty, something that can open a whole dimension and is literally the father of all flames? Fkin, stupid system. Send me back. How is it even possible for me to protect someone like that? Someone who could kill me 1,000 times over in the blink of an eye, and from enemies who are probably even stronger than him. FCK. He glared at the empty air as if he was looking at a system. System, are you listening? He barked. You've seriously overestimated me this time. What am I supposed to do against threats stronger than the Black Lotus flame? Should I just sign my own death warrant while I'm at it? The system's cold, mechanical voice chimed in, as calm and emotionless as ever. The mission has been issued. Failure is not an option. The answer from the system pissed him off more, but he cannot do anything about it. Calm. Let's be calm. There had to be some way or some catch in the task. Okay, Then tell me more about the power distribution. That is there any gathering place or cities? And who are the strongest there? And what is their strength? After calming down a bit, he asked more about the Black Flame sovereign realm. The fanatic, still visibly shaken from his earlier encounter with Apollo, hesitated for a moment before answering. His expression remained a mix of defiance and fear. The Black Flame sovereign realm is vast, spanning countless regions. Most of them are inhospitable to anyone not good with fire laws, but there are strongholds, gathering places where those who revere the sovereign gather. Apollo crossed his arms, his piercing gaze fixed on the fanatic. Start talking specifics. That I need names, locations, and power levels in vague nonsense. The fanatic reluctantly nodded. The primary gathering place is the city of Emberheart, located at the heart of this realm. That it's a massive, thriving city built around the eternal flame pillar, said to be a fragment of the sovereign's power. All major factions converge there. It is the safest place for anyone seeking refuge, as the sovereign's aura protects it. His eyes narrowed, and the strongest individuals there, their strengths. The fanatic grimaced. In Emberheart, power is divided among the three great flame lords, each ruling a sector of the city. Together, they maintain order and defend the city from external threats. As for strength, I didn't know, and we have a different power system from you humans. It depends on the number of flames. Everybody here is born with a natal flame, and its quality represents the potential and number of flames they can merge and have in their entire lives. The three great flame lords are ancient beings and are said to be the first children of the Black Flame Sovereign. Their strength isn't something I can know. He stopped as he saw Apollo processing his words, and then after a second, he asked, "What is your strength? How many flames have you mastered or merged?" I was born with a high-grade natal flame and can have 9 flames in a lifetime. But currently, I have only mastered 7 flames. If I have mastered 2 more flames, how else can I lose to you, puny human?" He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the information. 7 flames, huh? He gave the fanatic a pointed look, smirking. Every loser has some sort of excuse for their loss. Isn't the truth that you just suck? No, maybe it should be the opposite. You just haven't sucked enough of your sovereign's DCK. But then again, he is a natural flame. So did he even have a DCK? The fanatic's face turned red with a mix of rage and embarrassment. His flames flared uncontrollably around him, flickering wildly like a storm barely contained. You dare to insult the great Black Flame's sovereign with such blasphemy? Human, I'll burn you until not even your ashes remain. Apollo chuckled darkly, his smirk widening. Oh, I dare, all right. Your precious sovereign hasn't exactly been doing a stellar job if his so-called devotee children are getting their asses handed to a puny human, has he? The fanatic roared in fury, summoning all his remaining strength to ignite a blazing inferno around him. Enough! I'll show you the might of my flames. I'll burn you to a crisp for your F-kin insolence. Apollo's grin faded, replaced by an icy, calculating gaze. Go ahead and try. But let me warn you, I'm not in the mood for mercy this time. Before the fanatic could charge, Apollo's aura surged, a chilling mix of killing aura and frost crackling in the air. The lunar ice age effect expanded further, turning the fiery pit into a frozen wasteland. Apollo raised his hand, a swirl of elemental energy gathering in his palm. You've already lost, and deep down, you know it. Keep fighting, and I'll make you so F-ket up that you will beg me to kill you. Tell me more about you. Where are you from? Otherwise, I have no reason to leave you alive." As he said, the chill of lunar law covered the fanatic and even started to freeze him cold. Flames within him started to quiver, and he felt the danger of death that he didn't feel before. The fanatic's body trembled as the icy grip of Apollo's lunar law seeped deeper into his being. The fierce burning flames within him flickered erratically, their brilliance dimmed under the oppressive chill. "I'll talk. Stop this diamond frost," he stammered, his voice cracking under the weight of his fear. The once proud arrogance was now replaced with panic. "Good," Apollo said, his voice a chilling whisper that cut through the tension like a blade. "Start talking, and you might walk away from this with your flames still intact." The fanatic gulped, his pride shattered under the weight of Apollo's overwhelming power. I am from the Molten Dunes clan, one of the loyal tribes sworn to protect the Black Flame Sovereign's realm." Apollo raised an eyebrow. "Molten Dunes clan? What's your role in this grand hierarchy?" The fanatic hesitated, and a flicker of frost crept closer to his core, prompting him to speak faster. We are one of the border tribes. Our duty is to monitor the fringes of the realm, to guard against intruders from Abyss." His gaze sharpened at the mention of the Abyss. Intruders from the abyss. His voice echoed with curiosity and suspicion. For what he remembers and hears from Serena, the abyss is indeed dangerous, but it didn't form after ancient battles. And why he never heard abyss launch a war against worlds before? Didn't the creature for abyss rarely go out, which is why they were extremely rare? If they had attacked worlds in large numbers, he should have heard before. The fanatic continued, even though Apollo seemed lost in thoughts. The abyss. It's not like any ordinary threat. Those who come from there are monsters, creatures of chaos and destruction. They have no regard for life, and no purpose other than to consume and corrupt. Our clans exist to ensure they never breach the intersection of the realm. Okay, stop a second. Let me think of something. He let the fanatic stop for a moment and started to think, seeming to understand what the system meant by being annihilated from space-time. I should be in a different timeline. Maybe it is the infernal destruction realm before it transforms into the forbidden realm. As he remembered Black Lotus flames, fragments seemed to have created infernal lords in the infernal realm of the abyss, which many have met before to leave the information to the outside world. Perhaps he had been transported back to a time when the Black Flame's sovereign was still alive and well, when this place had not yet been destroyed, swallowed by the abyss, or transformed into the forbidden realm he now knew. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this should be the truth that he before might have felt it was too much of a coincidence, but it was clear he was standing in the same dimension before the system transported him here. It just the time had changed, and who knows how many eons of the past he is in. But he also knew this meant he was cooked. He had no idea what thing from the abyss or what group from the abyss would destroy this place. But it was certainly beyond anything a half-god like him could handle. Even if he found himself on the battlefield of such a clash, he would likely die as nothing more than collateral damage. And how, then, could he possibly help the Black Lotus flame? Apollo felt his future was too dark and sighed, and then looked back at the fanatic. How far is Emberheart City from here, and how do I reach it? He asked. Emberheart lies at the center of the world, far from here, and the only way to reach it is through a transfer portal, he answered quickly. But in his mind, he laughed. You humans, always rushing toward your own deaths. If a puny creature like you could set foot in any city without being killed. You seem to be having some dangerous thoughts. Apollo smiled evilly and took out a mysterious rune. He activated it, and instantly it seemed to turn into light and entered the fanatic's mind. He roared in pain as he felt his soul torn into millions of shreds. He wailed and rolled on the ground with pain. It was unbearable. He felt dying was a better option at the moment. No, stop it. Stop this pain. Remember, from now on you are going to follow my every command. Don't think of running away or having other thoughts. Otherwise, this will be your end. After that, he finally deactivated the rune, and the pain it felt stopped, but his eyes showed despair and fear because of the indescribable pain he felt just now. Come on, now lead the way to the nearest city where I can find a transfer portal to Emberheart City, he commanded in a cold, calm voice. The fanatic agreed quickly as he didn't want to feel the terrifying pain and started to lead him. The rune he used was called the Soul Shackles rune. He bought it from the Sky Tower using his points. This wasn't just any ordinary rune. It was a high-grade control artifact he had acquired from the Sky Tower. Its effects weren't limited to mere obedience. The rune created an unbreakable bond, chaining the target's soul to Apollo's will. Resistance would result in agony beyond what the fanatic had already endured in fact. He bought and prepared quite a lot of things with different uses for this trip. He's a confident person, but he wasn't an idiot. To not prepare different treasures that could help and even save his life when he had enough status and points to buy them. Both of them traveled for quite some time, and he asked some general questions like asking his name and more. So, what's your name? Apollo asked casually, though his tone carried an edge that left no room for evasion. The fanatic hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly answered, Morike. My name is Morik. Apollo raised an eyebrow, smirking faintly. Morik. Huh. Tell me, Morik, how long have you been guarding the borders of your precious Black Flame sovereign realm? Morik clenched his fists as he didn't want to answer all his questions, but the chill emanating from Apollo's presence forced him to respond. I've served on the borders for over 2 centuries. My clan has always been loyal to the sovereign. 2 centuries? Impressive, Apollo replied with admiration. But after some time, they have to stop abruptly, as Morik pointed toward a distant horizon where flickering lights could be seen. We have arrived that's the edge of the 5 clan cities' territory, he stammered. From the distant place, he could finally see the city and knew they had reached a place where people gathered, but there was still a problem that he had to solve. Apollo then took out a black mask that seemed to have an aura that made it look weird. Morik didn't understand what the human was doing, but the moment he put on, he was shocked. Within moments, Apollo's appearance began to shift. His skin glowed. faintly like molten lava. Fiery red hair cascaded down its back, and its eyes burned with an inner light, just like Morik's. Even the faint, flickering aura of a natal flame seemed to manifest around Apollo, making him indistinguishable from one of Morik's kin. You, you look just like one of us. Morik stammered, taking a step back, utterly baffled. What kind of treasure is this? He adjusted the mask slightly, smirking beneath it. His voice, though still his own, carried a subtle tonal quality that mirrored Morik's flame-infused cadence. It's called preparation. Morik, did you really think I'd wander into an unknown realm without the means to blend in? This treasure is called Shifter Mask. But this also has limitations, as he cannot really use flames or fire law, as he didn't understand them or truly hasn't changed his life form. His current change was just a perfect illusion, and when it came to fighting, he had to be careful that Morik's confusion deepened as he took in the flawless transformation. You even have a natal flame aura. That's impossible. You're clearly human. Apollo stepped closer, his flame-like eyes narrowing. Impossible for you, maybe, but the world has many things that are not bound by your limits. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing. This little trick should make it easier to walk into your settlement without raising alarms. And you're going to vouch for me if anyone gets suspicious. Understand? Morik nodded reluctantly, still reeling from the sight. Why, yes, but the clan elders, they'll sense something's off if they probe deeper. They're not fools. Naturally, but we aren't going to meet all of them. We are just going to use the transfer portal. There shouldn't be much trouble, right? He said. Morik nodded with hesitation. Indeed, there would be much trouble for his clan's end, and the transfer portal isn't controlled by 5 clans, but rather by the power of Emberheart City. They needed to pay, and they didn't care much. Good, Apollo said, his tone sharp and final. His flame-like gaze burned through Morik's hesitation. The less interaction with your clan, the better. Lead me to the portal, and keep your mouth shut unless absolutely necessary. Remember, if you slip up, you're the one who pays the price first. Morik gulped, his anxiety bubbling up as he nodded. Understood. The portal isn't far, but it's guarded by Emberheart City sentinels. The pair walked in tense silence as they approached the towering gates of the 5-clan city. The gates themselves radiated heat, ancient carvings of flames etched into the blackened stone, glowing faintly with ember-like energy. Beyond, faint silhouettes of buildings flickered in the haze of the ever-present heat. Nobody stopped them as Morik was leading him, and they easily entered the city. The 5-clan city was different from the outside, as it was bustling with activity and filled with life. As different people from 5 clans and other small clans made the place vibrant. However, all of them were alien life forms. Not a single human was there to He cannot show his true face in the middle of the city. They quickly went towards the transfer portal, which was bustling with activity. Clusters of flame-clad warriors were guarding the entire arena tightly. The arena itself was constructed of obsidian and molten stone, with large flame-shaped statues marking its boundaries to the center. Stood multiple glowing archways, each one thrumming with energy, flames licking at the edges of their swirling vortexes that Apollo's sharp eyes scanned his surroundings, noting the subtle hierarchy evident in the city. Those from 5 major clans with more vibrant and powerful flames commanded more respect, their presence causing others to step aside. Although Morik wasn't very strong, he was still a member of one of the 5 major clans that ruled this area for thousands of years. Finally, they reached the transfer portal arena. It was a sprawling, open area, heavily guarded by flame-clad warriors whose auras were oppressive, even to Morik. The warriors stationed here were clearly of a higher caliber, their auras suffused with refined flames. Some wore elaborate armor forged from rare flame metals, their weapons pulsing with energy. They stood at attention, their eyes scanning every individual who approached the portals. Morik glanced nervously at Apollo. This is it. The transfer portals are always guarded like this, but as long as we pay the fee and follow the protocol, they won't bother us. Good, Apollo said, his voice calm but cold. He adjusted the shifter mask subtly. Its aura fluctuated faintly as it strengthened his disguise. Let's not give them a reason to. The duo approached one of the portal queues, where a flame-robed official was handling payments and verifying travelers. The closer they got, the more Apollo felt the weight of the stares around him. He was an outsider here, so even though he believed in the effectiveness of the mask, it still made him a bit anxious deep down. He felt his presence radiated a subtle difference, something these flame-born beings might eventually pick up on if he lingered too long. Morik stepped forward when it was their turn, handing over another pouch of flame stones. 2 travelers to Emberheart City's inner district, he said, his tone steady, though his shoulders were tense. The flame-robed official looked at them for a moment, his gaze lingering on Apollo. "And this one? Who is he?" he said, gesturing toward Apollo. "He's with me, my distant cousin," Morik replied quickly, his voice firm. The official's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't press further. Instead, he accepted the payment and waved them toward the portal. "Step through, and don't cause trouble." Without saying anything more, both of them quickly came to the portal, where quite a lot of people were steadily moving ahead and entering. The two stepped into the swirling flames of the portal, the heat washing over them like a wave, as the fiery energy enveloped them. The city around them blurred as space around them twisted and disappeared, replaced by the brilliant light of the transfer tunnel. On the other side awaited Emberheart City's inner district, and whatever challenges lay ahead. SEZ, both of them seemed to walk through a large tunnel, and when they came out, the view had completely changed, as they were now standing on a massive stage covered by a few dozen portals from all across the Black Flame Sovereign Realm. The air was thick with palpable energy, an oppressive yet intoxicating mixture of countless fire laws interwoven into the very layers of this place. The heat here was alive, crackling faintly in the background like the breath of an ancient beast. The sky above was an endless canvas of ember and ash, with rivers of molten fire coursing through the distant horizon like veins of a living entity. He had finally arrived at the center of the realm that was the heart of it. The mysterious aura of flames and different fires was so intense that even when he didn't try, he naturally started to understand the law of fire bit by bit. And according to the speed, it improved in a week or two on its own. He should be able to understand 30% or more of the fire law if he learned from the beginning, which frankly was a mind-boggling phenomenon. Morik turned to him, his voice subdued but laced with awe. "Welcome to Emberheart City's inner district," he said, gesturing around. "This is the Sovereign's heart, where even the air is filled with the flames of the Black Flame, Sovereign's legacy." Apollo took a deep breath, letting the fiery aura swirl through his senses. The intensity of this place was undeniable, but his thoughts were not entirely focused on the grandeur of the city or the rapid improvement of his fire law comprehension. His eyes scanned the massive arena with precision, cataloging every detail. Large groups of flame-clad warriors and officials moved about with purpose, some escorting travelers, others monitoring the portals. Alien figures of various clans gathered in groups, each radiating a different kind of fire-based aura, their conversations blending into the ambient crackle of flames. "This place, it's crawling with powerhouses," he muttered under his breath, his tone a mixture of curiosity and caution, as he can sense the presence of several beings whose strength surpassed Morik's and even his own. Though his disguise remained intact, he knew better than to underestimate anyone here. But he didn't know what to do. He had no idea where to start. Still, he needed to try something. From what he'd known, something terrible was about to happen to this realm. According to Morik, there is a legend that the Black Flame Sovereign still lived at the center of the city, and finding him might be the only chance to stop the impending tragedy. If he could warn him in time, perhaps disaster could be averted. Alone with his strength, it is practically impossible. He cannot even defeat stronger guards here. Forget about saving the Black Flame Sovereign in this realm. Apollo glanced at Morik, who was walking with stiff shoulders, clearly aware of the perilous path they were treading. "You said the Black Flame Sovereign still resides at the center of the city. How certain are you of that?" Morik hesitated, his lips pressing into a thin line. "It's just a legend," he admitted reluctantly. "No one has seen the Sovereign in eons. Some say he slumbers, others that he went to travel to different planes and dimensions. But if there's even a chance he's here, then he had to be in this city." He exhaled, with his icy demeanor masking his thoughts. "A chance," he murmured. "Not much to go on, but it's all he has. If the Sovereign is truly at the heart of this realm, then that's where he needs to go." Morik stopped abruptly, turning to face Apollo. His voice dropped to a whisper. "You don't understand. It isn't like anybody can walk through there. It's the center of the entire dimension. It is the Sovereign's forbidden flame palace. It's protected by layers of unimaginable enchantments and the most powerful guards in the realm. Maybe only the 3 great flame lords have enough authority to go there or meet the father of all flames." He was also stumped after hearing this, as even if he met them, it was still a problem. It isn't like he can meet the 3 great flame lords and say, "I am from the future, and you all are going to get FK'd. You Sovereign, and this dimension is at its end. So, be prepared, and thank you for such a great talk." And then they will let him leave with a great laugh. Like an Fkin. Hell is this kind of ever going to happen? Not to mention he didn't think it would be easy to see the great 3 lords. Morik gave him a thoughtful look. They're the direct descendants of the Black Flame Sovereign, wielding his essence in their flames. Their authority is absolute, and their strength is unmatched. If anyone could gain an audience with the Sovereign, or even approach the palace, it would be them. Okay then, tell me how I can meet them. He asked Morik after thinking for a moment. As he was really out of other options, he could not force his way through the Flame Palace. As security is too strict for him to pass without others noticing, he had to go through a formal way because of his current weak strength, and hoped that he would somehow make the three great Flame Lords agree with him. He also needed a great story to tell, but first he needed to meet them. Morik hesitated, scratching his chin nervously. Meeting the three great Flame Lords isn't something you can just plan. They don't grant audiences to just anyone. Even among our kind, only the most powerful or influential ever get close to them. For someone like you. He trailed off, clearly reluctant to continue. That Apollo's eyes narrowed. Spit it out, Morik. I don't have time for sugarcoating. Morik said with a heavy voice. There are two ways to meet them. The first is to prove your worth in the Ember Trials. It's an ancient competition held in Emberheart City. If you make it far enough, it might attract their attention, or at least the attention of someone in their circles, but his expression darkened. The trials are brutal. Only the strongest survive, and outsiders have never been allowed to participate, that you'd need someone with influence to even get you in. He raised an eyebrow. And the second option? The second option is more dangerous. As in countless years of history, only a few chosen have ever been successful in it. All those people can be counted on your hands. Morik said after thinking seriously, as he didn't want to lie to him, as his life was in his hands. Oh, tell me what it is, Apollo said as it seemed to pique his interest. There is an ancient flame archive created by the great sovereign himself, which not only contains the countless flames from countless dimensions, but also has a legacy left by the great sovereign. But to get those unimaginable treasures and legacy, they needed to go through the dangers of the ancient flame archive, which not only holds opportunities, but also unimaginable horrors. Apollo's expression sharpened. His interest clearly piqued. Unimaginable horrors, you say? Go on. Morik hesitated, licking his dry lips as he struggled to put his thoughts into words. The ancient flame archive is not just a vault of knowledge or treasures that's sentient and alive, a sentient trial ground created by the Black Flame Sovereign himself. Those who enter are subjected to tests of strength, will, and understanding of the flame laws. But, he shuddered, if the archive deems you unworthy, it doesn't just kill you, it erases your existence. In O soul, no memory, nothing left behind. Apollo remained calm, though his fingers twitched slightly at the weight of the revelation. And those who succeed, what happens to them? Morik's eyes gleamed with a mixture of fear and awe. Those few who emerge alive are reborn. They gain the Flame Sovereign's recognition, a part of his power and access to his legacy. They're seen as chosen ones, often rising to rival the Flame Lords themselves. But he gave Apollo a long, searching look. No one in the last 10,000 years has succeeded once. Oh, 10,000 years, huh? Then second is it. Let's have a look at the ancient flame archive. He smiled and looked at Morik, who was confused. Didn't he hear what I just said? Going to the archive is a death wish. He thought he wasn't anxious for Apollo's safety. But because his life was in Apollo's hands, if something happened to him he didn't know, would he survive or not? Apollo smiled as he noticed the Morik's expression. It's just 10,000 years. It isn't much that I should be able to do it. He said with confidence that he didn't have much of an option, and he also believed in himself. Morik groaned, rubbing his temples as if Apollo's words were giving him a headache. You are insane, he muttered under his breath. 10,000 years of failure. And you think you're the exception. Do you have any idea what kind of monsters have died in that place? Beings with strength and wisdom far beyond what either of us can comprehend. Apollo chuckled, his calm demeanor unwavering. And yet, none of them were me. Let's not dwell on the past. Morik, lead me to the archive. He stared at Apollo, a mix of frustration and reluctant admiration flashing in his eyes. Fine, he sighed, throwing his hands in the air. But when you're gone, I should be able to remain alive, right? No. FCK. Morik shivered at the blunt honesty of Apollo's words, but could only nod, as he had no choice and resigned himself to his fate. Follow me. Then, the entrance to the archive is in the central region of the city. Although the central region is more guarded and not everyone can go there, expect the only place where everyone can go. Let me guess, it's the ancient flame archive. He said calmly. Yes, it is the only place and the greatest treasure and opportunity given all by the great sovereign. Morik nodded, He then led him through the city's labyrinthine streets and through a small transfer portal before they arrived at their destination. The moment they landed just outside the gate of the central region, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew thicker and heavier with the raw, ancient energy of the flames that seemed to pulse in sync with the city itself. Even he felt the pressure bearing down on him, a constant reminder of the realm's overwhelming power. As they approached the grand entrance to the central region, Morik stopped and turned to Apollo. This is it. Beyond this gate lies the heart of the city, the central region. But it's also where the most powerful beings dwell, that you'll find the ancient flame archive there. He observed the towering gates ahead, their semi-metallic surface etched with glowing, fiery runes that seemed to shift and writhe like living flames. Both of them then calmly entered through the gates, and nobody stopped them, which frankly was a surprise. But then again, this is the home of the strongest beings in this dimension. Even if somebody tries to do something, they will be evaporated instantly, as the central region is protected by the sovereign aura itself. They crossed it, and after moving for some time, quickly arrived near their destination, as they were able to see the large burning building covered in flames and ancient runes filled with ancient aura and power. The entire area was quite empty, as although this burning flame archive had extreme treasure and opportunity, you needed to be alive to get it. And after seeing failure after failure in the last 10,000 years, it was naturally normal for people to lose interest in it. Apollo stood still for a moment, staring at the ancient flame archive in awe. The building was unlike anything he had ever seen. Flames roared endlessly along its surface, yet they didn't spread outward or burn the ground around it. The ancient runes etched across its walls pulsed with a rhythm, like the heartbeat of an eternal flame, exuding an aura of timeless power. Morik, standing beside him, muttered nervously, "This is it, the ancient flame archive." He said nothing, taking a confident step forward. The ground beneath his feet seemed to vibrate faintly, the sovereign aura of the place brushing against his senses. "It's quieter than I expected," he remarked as they neared the archive's entrance, his gaze sweeping over the desolate surroundings. The lack of activity was eerie, given the archive's legendary reputation. "I guess repeated failure does scare people off after a while." Morik chuckled nervously. "You think only the desperate or insane come here now?" He paused, glancing at him. "Which one are you?" He smiled. "Neither. I'm the one who will succeed." After this, his attention was fixed on the grand entrance to the archive. The flames covering the doorway parted slightly, revealing an inner chamber glowing with intense light. The air around the entrance shimmered with power, and he could feel the weight of the dangers ahead pressing on his shoulders. Morik hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. "This is as far as I go," he said, stepping back. "You're on your own from here. Just try not to get yourself killed. If you do, I'm probably done for too." He took a deep breath, steeling himself. "All right, ancient flame archive," he said softly, his voice carrying a mix of determination and excitement. "Let's see what you've got." With that, he stepped through the flaming doorway, the searing heat wrapping around him like a second skin as he disappeared into the glowing chamber. Morik stood frozen in place, watching the entrance close behind him. He only hoped some miracle would happen and Apollo would survive. Then, could he also remain alive? The moment he stepped inside, he felt an intense heat, and for a moment, he felt he was going to be burned alive. But in a fraction of a second, the burning sensation disappeared, and the flames around him seemed to stop hurting him. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers as the intense heat dissipated. The flames that had threatened to consume him now flickered harmlessly around his body, as though they recognized him, or at least tolerated his presence. The air inside the ancient flame archive was dense, almost suffocating, but it carried a strange vitality, as if every breath he took filled him with boundless energy and a daunting sense of responsibility. From inside, the space within the archive was different, as he had asked a few things about it. According to Morik, what they see and experience inside the ancient flame archive differs from person to person, so no one can tell what they will experience. He seemed to appear in some vast chamber stretching infinitely in all directions. The walls were made of shifting fire, their colors fluctuating between deep crimson, molten gold, and a pale, ethereal white. Ancient runes floated lazily in the air, each one filled faintly with power. As Apollo moved further in, the floor beneath his feet seemed to form from molten obsidian, solidifying with every step. "This place," he muttered, his voice echoing faintly, "is weird." Ahead, a towering pedestal of black stone emerged from the fiery expanse, its surface carved with intricate patterns that glowed faintly. Suspended above the pedestal was a sphere of pure golden flame. Burning brighter and fiercer than anything he had ever seen, it radiated a presence so overwhelming that Apollo instinctively halted. His instincts warning him of its danger, he looked at the golden flames with interest, but as he reached close enough, the golden flames seemed to flicker, making him alert, and he took a cautious step forward, the obsidian floor beneath his feet crackling faintly with each movement. Buzz, buzz, boom! The golden flames suddenly seemed to agitate and explode. The explosion was large as waves of never-ending golden flame seemed to envelop him entirely in an instant. Seeing this, he quickly used all his strength, and with lunar law, his surroundings were instantly enveloped in an ethereal glow of silvery moonlight. The air around him cooled as shards of ice formed, creating a protective barrier. The moonlight radiated from his body, shimmering like liquid silver, clashing against the golden flames. Sizzle. The sound of ice evaporating filled the chamber as the two opposing forces collided. Apollo gritted his teeth, feeling the strain of maintaining his barrier. What the hell is this flame? He muttered, his brows furrowed. Although he had a tough body, stronger than some divine metals, he felt the flames were just hot. However, they seemed to have the ability to damage directly by bypassing his physical body's defense and doing some true damage. The runes floating in the chamber flared in response to the golden flames, and Apollo noticed something peculiar. Each rune seemed to resonate with the flames, amplifying their intensity. The flames surged again, their brightness intensifying. Cracks began forming on the icy barrier of his lunar law as the golden fire pressed in relentlessly. Apollo's mind raced. He couldn't rely solely on defense. The flames were too overwhelming. He needed to take control of the situation. Fine, bring it on. He knew the lunar law alone wasn't enough. He needed to bring out more. And instantly, he brought out his 5-element laws. The 5-element law is also quite special, as any laws within the 5 elements will be suppressed in front of it. It might not be as ferocious as a single fire law or sharper like metal, but its balanced approach without any weakness makes it special. The golden fire is very strong and powerful. Even the lunar law cannot protect him alone, but the moment the 5 elements law appeared, the situation changed. The moment he used the 5 elements laws, the fiery chamber seemed to pause. The shimmering silver of the lunar law merged seamlessly with the multicolored glow of the 5 elements. Golden light of metal, azure ripples of water, green vitality of wood, red flames of fire, and the earthen steadiness of earth that a subtle harmony emerged, balancing the destructive chaos of the golden flames. The oppressive heat receded slightly, as though the flames themselves were. Confused by this sudden, unyielding force, he stood at the center of this fusion, his aura emanating balance and unshakable resilience. In fact, it steadily seemed to suppress the flames and be pushed back. This change seemed to agitate the golden flames as it seemed to be alive. The aura within the chamber started to climb, and the heat from the flames seemed to reach unimaginable heights. The agitated golden flames right in front of him seemed to turn into a golden crow, and with a screech, it came towards him, flying, bringing endless destruction to the sun. But Apollo's gaze sharpened as the golden flames twisted and turned into the form of a massive golden crow. Its wings spread wide, each feather burning like a fragment of the sun, casting blinding light and unbearable heat throughout the chamber. As the crow soared toward him, its blazing form left the space burned and left a trail of molten gold in the air, as if the very concept of destruction followed in its wake. The sheer intensity of its approach caused cracks to spread across the obsidian floor, molten lava seeping from the fractures. The golden crow opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of golden fire that surged toward him like a river of molten sunlight. The flames roared with the heat of the sun, bending space itself as they hurtled toward their target. He reacted instantly. Not only did the 5-element law flare, but he also used his space laws around him, forming a sturdier barrier of energy that was many times stronger. The silver glow of the lunar law mixed with the space law and 5 elements, creating a defensive dome that shimmered with an ethereal brilliance. When the golden flames struck, they collided with his barrier in an explosion of light and energy, sending shockwaves rippling across the chamber. The impact forced Apollo to slide back several steps, his feet digging into the molten obsidian floor. He gritted his teeth, feeling the overwhelming force of the flames threatening to breach his defenses. But instead of faltering, he pushed back, channeling more divine power into his barrier. Not enough, he muttered, his eyes glowing faintly with silver and gold. You'll have to try harder. The golden crow, its form still surging with destructive might, screeched in frustration. The living embodiment of golden flames flapped its massive wings, sending out another relentless torrent of flames. This time, however, he was prepared. With a sharp motion, he extended his hand, and the space law around him flared brightly. The air rippled, and a shimmering void formed in front of him, mixed with 5 elements and lunar law swallowing the oncoming flames. The void twisted, bending the golden flame's path and redirecting it harmlessly into the surroundings. He then stepped forward, the ground solidifying beneath him as his aura surged. With a wave of his hand, the space around the golden crow warped. The crow's charge faltered as its body was caught in a web of spatial distortions, each thread binding it tighter. It thrashed violently, the flames of its body burning brighter in an attempt to break free. But Apollo's control over the space law was meticulous. The moment it burned the space, he would create another layer around it, trapping it there. Time to end this, Apollo declared, his voice steady and confident. The silver glow of the lunar law intensified, fusing seamlessly with his spatial laws. The ethereal moonlight seemed to sap the golden flames of their unrelenting heat, cooling them just enough to weaken the crow's resistance. At the same time, Apollo unleashed the full power of the 5 elements laws and eternal sword aura, their harmonious balance forming a glowing sword of multicolored energy in his hand. The sword exuded an overwhelming presence, radiating harmony and destruction in perfect equilibrium. Each element, metal, water, wood, fire, and earth, intertwined along its edge, while the serene glow of the different laws within the eternal sword aura reinforced its cutting force. The golden crow thrashed violently within the spatial bindings, even under the relentless suppression of Apollo's power. It refused to yield, screeching in defiance as golden flames surged from its core, attempting one final desperate burst of energy to escape its constraints. But he wouldn't give it a chance as he stepped forward, the molten lava beneath his feet solidifying with each step as his aura surged. With a single, fluid motion, he slashed downward. The sword of multicolored energy tore through space itself, leaving a shimmering trail of elemental and lunar light in its wake. The sword struck the golden crow directly and seemed to split the flames. A deafening slash echoed through the chamber as the crow's flaming body split. The golden flames that once radiated overwhelming heat and power now splintered into streams of pure energy. Their chaotic force rapidly started to disappear, leaving only a small golden flame that seemed to have lost all of its power. Phew! He took a deep, calm breath. Seeing this seemed to have ended, Apollo finally felt relieved, and he moved forward to look at the golden flame it left behind. Although it seemed now an ordinary item, he knew it wasn't an ordinary item that he may not know about flames. But he was sure it was a natural heavenly flame that is the rarest flame treasure in the universe. He calmly came to the small golden flame and tried to pick it up with his hand. Apollo extended his hand cautiously, his fingers hovering just above the small golden flame. Despite its subdued appearance, the flame emitted a faint warmth that seemed to resonate with his very soul. As his fingers brushed the golden flame, a sudden jolt of energy coursed through his body. His eyes widened as the flame reacted to his touch, flaring briefly with a soft, golden glow. The chamber trembled slightly, the molten floor beneath him cracking faintly as the energy from the flame pulsed outward. Now, although the flames were hot, it wasn't unbearable. In fact, he felt a warm, soothing sensation as the flame seemed to enter his body. It seemed to have lost most of its energy, but when it entered his body, he seemed to merge with it. He felt the aura of flames, and his understanding of fire law within the 5 elements law seems to have somewhat increased. But sadly, it doesn't have the previous destructive burning power of the sun. However, he felt that it was slowly absorbing his divine power and was steadily becoming stronger. Given time, it should be able to regain all of its power and maybe even become stronger than before. In a minute, he fully fused with the flame as it seemed to become part of him as a small golden flame appeared in his hands. You have the power of the sun, so from now on you will be golden sun flame, Apollo murmured, looking at the golden flame in his hand. Chapter 272. Terrifying gray flames. The fusion of the flames didn't instantly improve his strength much, but he knew it would be a great help for his future. The sun flames seemed to also have the ability to temper his flesh and spirit, which he greatly needed. The moment he fused with the flames, the chamber seemed to change, and a brand new door seemed to appear out of thin air, seeming to call him. Apollo calmed down. He knew it wasn't over, and there was more to it. Otherwise, in 10,000 years, somebody would have come out successfully. His gaze shifted to the newly appeared door, its frame etched with intricate patterns forming a lotus glowing faintly with grayish light, giving off a mysterious and ominous vibe. That he took a step forward, the molten obsidian beneath him solidifying with each stride. As he approached the door, the runes etched into its surface began to glow brighter. Their grayish light bathed him, giving him a feeling of death and despair. With a final glance back at the now silent chamber, Apollo pushed open the door. It swung inward effortlessly, revealing a sight that left him momentarily awestruck. Beyond the ominous door lay a realm unlike anything Apollo had ever encountered. The air was thick with a chilling aura, and the landscape stretched infinitely into a barren expanse of blackened ground. The earth seemed to pulse, faintly, as though alive, with cracks exuding faint wisps of gray mist that curled upward like grasping fingers. Towering monoliths, carved from jet-black stone and adorned with glowing gray runes, stood scattered across the desolate plain. Above, the sky was an endless void, neither day nor night, its darkness punctuated by faint, dying stars that flickered weakly. His sharp gaze locked onto the focal point of this unknown space, a massive, floating seed, surrounded by lotuses whose petals were an eerie gray hue tinged with streaks of black. They rotated slowly in midair, exuding an aura of profound death and decay. Beneath the lotus, a swirling vortex of gray mist churned, emanating a soft hum that resonated deep within. The oppressive atmosphere pressed down on Apollo, and even the newly acquired golden sun flame within him flickered uneasily, its warmth unable to fully dispel the creeping aura. "Now, what kind of place is this?" he muttered, his voice barely above a whispered. It echoed faintly, as if the desolate space itself was listening. As he came closer to the seed, the space trembled, and the desolate, cracked black land started to emit ominous gray flames from beneath, trying to swallow him. The floating lotuses started to burn with gray flames that seemed to represent death, devour, and despair. The ground beneath him cracked further, spilling out tongues of fire that seemed eager to devour his very essence. The oppressive heat was not physical. It was the weight of death and despair clawing at his mind and soul. Instinctively, he used his lunar and space laws to create a strong barrier between the flames and him. But even then, he felt the weird, desperate aura of death and devouring seem to pass through that. It wasn't physical at all. It seemed to directly affect his mind and soul, making him lost in it. He started to struggle, as even with his fourth turned soul and spirit, he still felt deep struggle. The barrier of lunar and space laws shimmered with an ethereal brilliance. But the oppressive aura of death and despair bypassed it entirely, striking directly at his mind and spirit. His breathing grew heavy, and his vision blurred as the overwhelming sensations clawed at the depths of his consciousness. The cries of despair, the whispers of death, and the suffocating weight of oblivion tried to pull him into an endless abyss. "Democrat, Minnesota," he muttered, his voice strained. Apollo clenched his fists, his sharp gaze flickering with determination. Despite the relentless assault on his soul, he forced himself to remain grounded. His newly fused golden sun flame flared weakly within him, as though struggling to combat the consuming aura. Even its radiant warmth seemed to waver, unable to fully counteract the eerie cold that crept into him. But he knew at the moment he had to face it head-on, as the weird power of these flames seemed to be unstoppable. Slowly, the gray flames and its aura covered him entirely. His eyes seemed to turn gray as he fully started to feel the endless despair and death within his mind. He had to face it. It was the test of his will and determination, and which he wasn't going to lose easily. Gritting his teeth, he steadied his mind and began to circulate his primal cosmos meditation technique. The unique cultivation method immediately brought clarity, illuminating his inner world like a beacon in the darkness. The chaotic voices and oppressive aura weakened slightly, giving him a precious moment of reprieve. Still, it wasn't alone enough, but he didn't stop fighting, and his will remain stronger. "This is nothing," he muttered, his voice hoarse but resolute. He reached deep within himself, connecting with the golden sun flame that had fused with him. Though it flickered weakly, he refused to let it wane. Instead, he fed it his divine power, nurturing its light. Slowly, the faint warmth grew stronger, spreading through his body and countering the icy grip of despair. But as all seemed to be becoming better and moving toward a good direction, the lotus with gray flames seemed to tremble and started to form some sort of unique formation. creating a mysterious array. The formation of the array seemed to have brought enhancement to the gray flames. They started to burn with more mysterious, deadly powers, and his condition, which seemed to be going towards a good direction, halted as the aura of death and despair struck with stronger than ever. Apollo seemed lost for a moment, as though he had been pulled back into his previous life, where he was helpless, able only to watch as he slowly and painfully died in a hospital bed, consumed by despair. The scene flashed before his eyes as if it were happening all over again. The sterile, suffocating smell of antiseptic, the cold, unyielding hospital bed, the beeping monitor slowed with every agonizing breath he took, his frail body, his voice weak, and his dreams slipping away with every passing moment. The gray flames seemed to feed on these memories, amplifying the sense of helplessness and despair. His once unyielding spirit wavered, and, for a moment, the golden sun flame within him flickered dangerously low, as if it too were being extinguished by the overwhelming force. "No," Apollo whispered, his voice trembling, the haunting memories threatening to drown him. "I'm not that person anymore." He roared he wasn't going to get lost in those memories, but the aura of despair and death seemed to overwhelm him. But as it seemed he was going to lose the book of death that was hidden in his mind, it seemed to tremble, and like some terrifying beast, it started to swallow the weird aura that seemed to envelop him. Its pages flipped open with a resounding force, emitting an eerie, otherworldly aura. It felt ancient, primal, and unfathomably powerful. The moment the book awakened, it began to act on its own. A dark, gaping vortex emerged from its pages, silently devouring the gray aura of despair and death that had enveloped Apollo. The oppressive power, which moments ago had seemed invincible, was now drawn toward the book like moths to a flame. The gray flames recoiled, struggling in vain to resist, but the pull of the book was absolute. His trembling ceased as the suffocating pressure lifted. He felt the despair being siphoned away, leaving his mind clear and his soul unburdened. Yet, the sight of the book of death in action sent a chill down his spine. Its presence was terrifying, as though it was alive and was the supreme ruler. The swirling gray mist in the space was not spared either. It spiraled toward the book's vortex, disappearing into its endless pages. The massive seed, which had been the epicenter of the array, trembled violently. The floating lotuses burned brighter in defiance, their gray flames flaring wildly. But they too began to weaken as the book's insatiable hunger grew. He stood frozen, his sharp gaze fixed on the phenomenon unfolding within him. "The book of death," he murmured, his voice tinged with awe and caution. "What the hell are you?" But it didn't react or show anything but continued to swallow the weird flames. As the last remnants of the gray aura were devoured, the vortex closed, and the book's pages snapped shut, sealing itself once more within his mind. The eerie silence was the only thing that remained in the entire. The seed in the center of the space stopped trembling. Its glow dimmed significantly. The once menacing lotuses crumbled into ash. Apollo took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest. Everything seemed to return to normal, and only the unknown seed remained floating right in front of him. Chapter 273. Meeting mysterious entity. This mysterious seed attracted his attention, as this should be the award for facing those gray flame lotuses. The seed should be quite special, as it seems to be protected by the lotuses and seems to have a very mysterious aura. In it hovered silently, pulsing gently with a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat. The oppressive aura of despair and death was gone, replaced by a strange, mysterious tranquility that enveloped the space. He extended his hand, hesitating for a moment as he studied the seed's mysterious surface. Its shell shimmered faintly with an iridescent sheen, shifting between hues of gray and black. Strange patterns adorned its surface, resembling ancient runes, but their meanings were unknown to him. The faint warmth of the golden sun flame flickered within him, as though afraid of it. But he wasn't going to stop. He reached out and grasped the seed. The moment his fingers closed around it, a surge of energy coursed through him, making his body tremble. The seed felt alive, its faint pulse syncing with his own heartbeat. The mysterious aura emanating from it seeped into him, carrying a mixture of life and death energies. It wasn't oppressive like the gray flames had been. It was balanced, harmonious, yet undeniably powerful. That it slowly seemed to enter his soul and seep deep into him. That it first. He was a bit afraid, as he didn't want anything unknown deeply connected to his soul, but it didn't seem to harm him anyway. In fact, it slowly started to release a mysterious power that made his soul feel warmth. his soul also started to show signs of strengthening and growth. Apollo closed his eyes, focusing inward as the changes unfolded. The seed's energy wasn't just passive, it actively nourished his soul, strengthening its foundation and expanding its capacity. He could feel his soul growing denser, more refined, as if being tempered in an invisible forge. Every fragment of its essence seemed to resonate with the seed's dual nature, integrating seamlessly. "This," he murmured, his voice filled with a mix of wonder and disbelief. He had always known that for his soul to be strong, he needed to go through countless trials, but this sensation was unlike anything he had experienced before. The seed's energy was not only strengthening his soul, it was awakening something within him, unlocking a deeper understanding of the mysterious balance between life and death. His primal cosmos meditation technique activated instinctively, guiding and steadying the influx of energy. The seed's mysterious aura intertwined with the cosmic spirit energies he cultivated, creating a unique resonance that rippled through his body and mind. For a brief moment, Apollo felt as though he were standing at the edge of an infinite abyss, staring into the profound mysteries of existence. As the transformation continued, he began to notice subtle changes. His perception of the surrounding space sharpened, as if every particle of energy, every whisper of life and death, was laid bare before him. His connection to the Book of Death deepened, and he could sense its dormant powers stirring in response to the seed's integration. The Book of Death seemed to evolve as he felt its strength many times, and with it, his law of death also seemed to be improving rapidly. 80%, 81%, 84%. It didn't stop until it reached 89%, reaching the peak level world realm of Laud. If he can go just one level, he will reach the controller level, which is also the requirement for warriors to break through the void god level to transcend the mortal level completely. Sometime later, everything calmed down as the seed seemed to be firmly fused with his soul. He opened his eyes, but just as he did that, the space around him slowly started to shatter. The barren land and sky seemed to crack like glass and disappear right in front of him, leaving him in utter darkness or emptiness. Apollo stood still, his breathing steady, yet his mind turbulent. The profound changes coursing through him left a lingering intensity in his senses. The barren wasteland and cracked skies were no more, replaced by a vast void of endless darkness, and oh stars, no light. Just an all-consuming emptiness that seemed to stretch forever. He instinctively tried to probe the space with his spirit sense, but it was like trying to grasp at the water in a clenched fist. The void resisted definition, evading even his strengthened perception. However, amidst the emptiness, he felt an eerie calm, as if the void was not a threat but a waiting presence. Suddenly, the void began to stir. Faint lights appeared one by one, forming mysterious patterns that combined themselves into existence. These lights converged at a single point in front of him, condensing into a swirling sphere of brilliant, colorful light. It hovered silently, radiating a mix of divinity and infiniteness, its presence commanding yet gentle. Apollo stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "What the FCK now?" he whispered as the orb pulsed gently in response, its light illuminating his sharp features. A deep, resonant voice echoed within the void, neither male nor female, carrying a weight of timelessness. Interesting why you had an aura of time that doesn't belong to the current flow of time." His eyes narrowed slightly at the voice's cryptic words. "Aura of time," he murmured, his thoughts racing. He was shocked, as he absolutely knew what it meant. As he had guessed, he wasn't from this timeline. He was millions or billions of years from his original time. But the shocking thing was that something or someone was actually able to feel that was too shocking for him. All of this made him feel anxious, as he didn't know what mighty being the ball of light orb was that Apollo's sharp gaze fixed on a radiant orbit in his mind. A storm of thoughts appeared. The orb pulsed faintly, its swirling colors shifting as though reflecting his inner turmoil. "Ah, so you understand?" the voice said, carrying a subtle hint of amusement. "You are a remnant of a time of distant future, cast adrift into a flow that is not your own. Fascinating." He clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to remain calm. But he felt anxious and afraid, but he suppressed it. Although whatever the entity was exuded an aura that felt different he ever felt, it was ancient and boundless. Yet he couldn't afford to show weakness. "Who or what are you?" he demanded, his voice steady despite the tension in his chest. "And how do you know about me?" "About the aura of time." The orb's light dimmed for a moment, as though contemplating his question. "Who I am is of little importance. What I am, perhaps less so. Consider me an observer, one who dwells outside the flow of most comprehension today. As for how I know you, the orb shone brighter, its colors becoming a blinding cascade. Time leaves its mark, mortal, and you carry the imprint of an age so distant that even I must strain just to perceive it. Such an anomaly cannot go unnoticed. Apollo's heart pounded in his chest. He forced himself to steady his breathing, keeping his emotions in check. If you're just an observer, why bring this up? Why tell me any of this? The voice chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Because your existence intrigues me, a thread so out of place, yet tightly bounded into the fabric of this era. What is your purpose, I wonder? And who has such power to send you here? You had to know time is one of the supreme rules that is already most difficult to control. Even sending someone into the future or past for a day or two is already difficult, not to mention sending you into such a long, distant past from the future. Even the mightiest being, one who understands the rules of time to a very high degree, must still face the consequences of altering it. The more someone affects the past or the future, the heavier the price they must bear. There may be a few who can withstand the consequences of shifting 10 or 20 years into the past or future, but your case is beyond belief. The effects of tampering with such vast stretches of time and space are unimaginable. Your actions could alter the course of billions of years, and such a burden is not something anyone could endure. That I can hardly believe that anyone could achieve such a feat. How could something so incomprehensibly powerful even exist? Apollo's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the orb's words. His mind raced, trying to piece together the truth within its explanation. But he knew that it was the system that brought him here, and it wanted him to save the Black Lotus flame, changing the course of the future. Not to mention that you are also quite a peculiar mortal. Although you haven't even reached the basic level of transcension, you still seem to understand quite a mysterious power. Although that power seems weak, it still has unimaginable potential if you can walk ahead in that path. That he didn't think about that. As a mysterious should be talking about his eternal sword aura. It had a very mysterious and unknown power and potential he felt the moment he understood it. So it wasn't such a surprise. For him, if the entity right in front of him felt the same. Okay, I get it, senior observer. You understand most of this, but I don't know who sent me here. And truthfully, there's no way in hell I want to come here. That I had no choice. That I need to meet the Black Flame Sovereign. That it's really important. Apollo paused, his tone sharpening with urgency. You can guess how high the stakes must be. The mysterious orb-like entity shimmered faintly at Apollo's words, its radiance shifting as though it were considering his statement. When it spoke again, its voice carried a note of curiosity. Oh, I see you came for him. It makes sense, as he is really important. But since you came for him, could something have happened in the future? It murmured and seemed to talk to himself. But every word of his surprised Apollo. He, although didn't know what reason the system sent him here and what importance the Black Sovereign had, this observer seemed to understand quite a lot just from his broken information. So, can I meet Sovereign? I came to this archive for that reason, he said, looking at the orb, hoping he could meet and alert him of upcoming danger. The orb pulsed softly, its light dimming and brightening in rhythmic waves, as though considering Apollo's request. When it spoke, its voice was calm. Usually he is sleeping in the core depth of the Black Sovereign realm and awakens once in a million years. However, there are still hundreds of thousands of years before the million-year mark, but it's a bit troublesome. So, what he just needed to awaken earlier, what is troublesome about it? Apollo couldn't help but quickly say the words of the mysterious entity. You misunderstand, mortal, the entity said, its voice calm, yet carrying a weight of untold knowledge. The Black Flame Sovereign does not simply sleep. His slumber is an intricate balance, a cycle that ensures his powers remain stable and unyielding. To awaken him prematurely is to disrupt that cycle, and the consequences could ripple and destroy most of the Black Sovereign realm, as his power is linked to the realm he himself created, and millions or billions of lives that were born here will die. His expression changed as he heard the reason, but he could not wait 100,000 years, and he didn't believe that this realm had that much time. Whatever danger is going to happen will happen quickly, maybe in a month, or 2, or even weeks. Is it even possible that it might happen in a few hours? Seeing the fed-up expression of Apollo, the mysterious entity again said something. Do not despair, mortal. While the task is perilous, it is not impossible. The Black Flame Sovereign left means and safeguards woven into the fabric of his creation. Among them are his 3 sons, each one imbued with a part of his essence. The 3 sons, or the Flame Lords, are the fragments of the Black Sovereign's essence, each of them carrying a piece of his power, His will awaken the sovereign prematurely without destroying the realm. You will need their help. Apollo's gaze snapped to the orb. 3 sons. Are they the 3 great flame lords talked about outside? Yes, they're the ones. You just needed the help of these 3. And since it seems whoever sent you here with such cost, it seems the situation is bad, I will help you to contact them. His brows lifted slightly. You'll help me contact them? Indeed, the orb replied. I can act as a conduit to establish communication with the Flame Lords, but you still need to tell them. He nodded, his expression hardening with determination. I'm ready, Senior, if you can connect me to them, I'll handle the rest. The orb dimmed for a moment, then flared brilliantly as it began to chant in a language that resonated with power. As the mysterious orb's chant reached a crescendo, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy surrounding him. The void that had been covering him moments ago shattered like fragile glass, and a brilliant light consumed his vision. His feet landed firmly on the ground, though it took a moment for him to steady himself. When his eyes adjusted, he found himself standing at the base of a grand, imposing structure, the Flame Palace at the center of the realm. The palace radiated an almost divine presence. Its towering walls were formed of what seemed to be molten lava, solidified into unyielding stone. Veins of glowing fire ran through the architecture, pulsating like the lifeblood of the realm itself. Some distance away from the majestic Flame Palace, and closer to him, were 3 flame towers with different kinds of flames and auras. Apollo glanced around, taking in the sheer magnificence of the surrounding area. The heat in the air was stifling, even for someone like him who had developed considerable resistance to fire elemental forces. Rivers of molten fire flowed like streams around the palace, their glow illuminating the blackened earth. This tower is where the 3 little fellows live. The senior orb also appeared right beside him and said calmly, I could see the orb's words. Apollo raised an eyebrow, momentarily breaking his stoic expression. Little fellows. You mean the Flame Lords? The orb shimmered faintly, a sound like faint laughter emanating from it. Indeed, TOU, they are titans of flame and power, embodiments of the Black Sovereign's will, but to him, the orb's light flickered toward the palace. They are merely his children, fledglings created to govern in his stead. His gaze shifted from the awe-inspiring palace to the 3 flame towers in the distance. Each tower exuded a distinct aura, the flames atop them flickering in hues that mirrored their power: crimson, azure, and gold. The sheer energy radiating from the structures was palpable, making the air around him feel heavier, denser, and filled with the mystery of fire law. The Crimson Tower seemed to radiate uncontrollable fury, its flames roaring and crackling with barely restrained aggression. The Azure Tower, in contrast, shimmered with an almost hypnotic calmness, its ethereal fires swirling like water. The Golden Tower stood as an immovable sentinel, its flames steady and unwavering, exuding an aura of unyielding protection. Yes, he was looking at the 3 towers filled with mysterious and ethereal power. The towers also felt something and seemed to awaken some terrifying beings who noticed his presence in this sacred land. The ground beneath him trembled, and the flames atop the palace spires flared brighter. A deafening voice boomed from within the palace, reverberating through the entire realm. Who dares step foot in the sacred grounds of the Flame Palace without permission? The sheer force of the voice caused the world to tremble and Apollo's heart to skip a beat. But he steadied himself, refusing to show weakness, that he also exploded with all his strength, whether it was soul, spirit, or body. He didn't hold back to face the oppressive world-destroying auras that appeared. The air around him crackled with energy, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to stabilize under his sheer will. Stop it. I brought the mortal kid here. The mysterious senior orb released his aura to stop. Boom. Hearing his voice, the trembling aura seemed to calm down a bit, and slowly from the 3 towers, 3 figures came out. The aura of destruction slowly receded as the senior orb's voice carried a weight that even the oppressive energy dared not challenge. The trembling earth stilled, and the crackling air around Apollo became less volatile. The overwhelming pressure began to ease, though the remnants of its intensity lingered like a storm. Just barely held back, from the Crimson Tower, a fiery figure emerged, his steps igniting the ground beneath him with every movement. The Crimson Flame Lord stood tall and menacing, his form engulfed in roaring flames that seemed barely contained by his humanoid shape. His eyes blazed like molten lava, radiating an aura of unbridled aggression. From the Azure Tower, a fluid and graceful figure appeared. The Azure Flame Lord exuded an ethereal serenity, their form shimmering as if made of liquid. Fire, their presence was calming, yet carried an undercurrent of immense, unrelenting power. The blue flames that surrounded them moved like waves, ever shifting but never chaotic. Finally, from the golden tower, a radiant figure stepped forth. The golden flame lord's body glowed with a steady and unyielding brilliance, their flames golden and pure, exuding an aura of protection and steadfast resolve. Apollo calmly looked at the three great flame lords, all imposing, powerful, and mysterious. But what caught his eye was the flame lord with the golden flame. He felt weird looking at the golden flames that were quite similar to the golden sun flames that he got in the archive. But at the same time, it was different. The three stood together, their combined presence enough to suffocate most beings. But Apollo stood firm, his own energy still surging, unwilling to yield despite the overwhelming power before him. The Crimson Lord was the first to speak, his voice a low growl that rumbled like a volcano about to erupt. So, this is a mortal human who dares to step foot in our sacred grounds uninvited. Why has he been brought here, Senior Orb? The Azure Lord's voice followed, calm yet piercing, like a tranquil stream that could cut through stone. Indeed, it is rare for outsiders to stand in this place. What purpose does he serve that he has been allowed to disturb us? The Golden Lord's steady, cold gaze fixed on Apollo, as he was also waiting to hear what was so special about this human. You three are really impatient. First, try to feel the difference about this mortal human, then let's talk about it. The orb's senior voice echoed, calming the three to think carefully. Hearing this, the three of them first felt a bit confused, but quickly looked at Apollo with their intense gaze, trying to see through him and find everything on the other hand. Apollo felt terrified as the gaze of three great flame lords fell on him. The space around him seemed to freeze, and he couldn't move as he felt unexplainable pressure that felt like his soul was being pulled out from his body. Demon. Three flame lords were the strongest beings he had ever seen, except his fifth senior brother. But his senior brother didn't have any bad intentions and had controlled his strength, which didn't let him feel pressure. But the current situation was completely different. IT was like he was being stared at by a terrifying being that would annihilate him in a single breath. He felt so weak as his life and death were not in his control anymore. Weird, very weird. This human is really weird. Crimson Lord said first, looking at Apollo. Indeed, although he is still immortal, without stepping into the god realm of humans, yet his strength, physique, soul, or spirit surpassed that level by a huge margin. He can be called an unparalleled, monstrous genius anywhere in the universe. Azure Lord said with her calm voice. That's not it. Why does he have the aura of time on him? How can a mortal have such a strong time distortion and still survive? Lastly, the Golden Lord said, feeling surprised, looking at Apollo. His breaths were shallow as he fought against the instinctual fear gnawing at him. Summoning his willpower, he steadied his trembling body and raised his head to meet their gazes. Despite his fear, his determination burned brighter than ever. I am not here to waste your time, Apollo said, his voice hoarse but resolute. I may be immortal, but I'm carrying the weight of something unimaginable. And now, I'm here because your great father's life and realm are on the brink of danger. If he falls, so will this land and all the lives within it. You all have to awaken your father. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The Crimson Lord's flames flared violently as he scoffed. Bold words for one so insignificant. How dare you say such words? How can he be in danger of any kind? Father is a supreme being. Nothing can even hurt, let alone kill him. You insignificant human. Where do you get the courage to lie in front of all of us? Azure Lord also could help, but say, and do you even understand the magnitude of what you're asking? Awakening our father is no trivial task, and the cost is beyond what you could imagine. Golden Flame Lord also roared. Why are we listening to such a stupid thing? Even if this human has some extraordinary power and mysteries for its strength, it is still nothing. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white as he endured their fiery disdain. The oppressive heat from the Crimson Lord's flames and the biting chill from the Azure Lord's calm, yet piercing words pressed against him. Despite the suffocating presence, his gaze remained steady, his resolve unshaken. I understand your anger, Apollo began, his voice steady despite the weight bearing down on him. I understand your skepticism, but I am not lying, nor would I dare to fabricate something about the Black Sovereign. The Orb Senior intervened, its voice calm but commanding. Enough posturing. This mortal was sent here under extraordinary circumstances, likely at great cost. Instead of doubting, focus on the situation at hand that if you don't act soon, there may be no realm left to save. No matter who sent him here, He truly came from the distant future, and I can tell whoever sent him here is definitely stronger than your father, so it would be better to take his words seriously." The Flame Lords froze momentarily, their mighty flames flickering as they processed the orb's declaration. The atmosphere shifted, the oppressive aura around Apollo easing slightly, though the weight of their gazes remained heavy. They were shocked, as they had an understanding of Senior Orb, and that's why they believed that his words might be true. He is a person even their father respects, and they understand he isn't a normal entity. But it was still hard to believe, as their father is there. Belief, their strength, and now they heard that their father was in danger of falling. All of this was too unbelievable. Crimson Lord's flames dimmed briefly, his voice still brimming with doubts, but now tinged with unease. Stronger than father? There exists no being in this realm or beyond who could claim such supremacy. Are you certain of what you speak, Senior Orb? The orb shimmered, its light intensifying as it responded. I do not speak lightly, Crimson. The one who sent this mortal here wields a power that transcends the confines of this timeline. You may find it hard to believe, but his actions ripple across the very fabric of existence. The Azure Lord's expression softened, her flames flowing with a gentler rhythm as she regarded Apollo anew. If what you say is true, then this mortal may be the bearer of a dire warning. But even so, her voice turned colder. It does not mean we can act blindly. The consequences of awakening Father prematurely could devastate this realm. The Golden Lord crossed his arms, his steady golden flames unwavering. If Father truly faces a threat, we must first determine its nature. Mortal, if you indeed come from the future, you must know something about it, right? All of them looked towards him, as they, although not fully believing that their father could be in any danger, still needed to hear it. He nodded. He felt a bit uncomfortable as they all looked at him. But he calmed down. In fact, he also didn't know exactly what happened here. However, he could still guess things that he thought might have happened for what he had seen and known. In the future from where I came, the Black Flame Sovereign Realm is fully destroyed and became a horrible land without sufficient aura or life except for corrupted infernal lords. Not to mention the Black Flame Sovereign Realm, which was not only swallowed by the abyss, but also became a famous forbidden realm for every adventure. As for Black Sovereign, his name seemed to be erased from history, and many do not even know who he is. The Flame Lord's expressions shifted dramatically at Apollo's words. Crimson Lord's flames flared angrily, his voice erupting like a violent volcano. Destroyed, swallowed by the abyss. How dare you utter such blasphemy? Our Father is eternal. His realm is imperishable. Azure Lord's flames, usually calm, rippled with an icy fury, her piercing gaze locking onto Apollo. The abyss consuming our Father's domain. Do you understand the magnitude of what you're claiming, mortal? Even the Golden Lord's ever-steady flames faltered for a moment, his golden eyes narrowing. Erased from history? Impossible. The Black Sovereign's name is etched into the fabric of this universe. In O force, not even the abyss could erase him so thoroughly. Apollo swallowed hard, but his resolve didn't waver as he clenched his fists, steadying his breath as he responded. I understand your disbelief. I can hardly comprehend it myself. But what I'm telling you isn't a fabrication. It's the reality of the future I've seen. Your father's domain wasn't just destroyed. It became a twisted wasteland, devoid of life and overrun by corrupted infernal lords filled with the mysterious power of destruction. And his name, it vanished as if his existence was erased from the annals of time. The Crimson Lord growled, his flames surging violently once more. This is preposterous. You dare suggest that something could consume Father and his realm without leaving a trace. Such a thing is impossible. Apollo met his fiery gaze, unyielding. I know it sounds impossible, but whatever force or group of force did this wasn't ordinary. The Orb Senior's voice broke the tense silence. From what I have seen, this mortal speaks with conviction, and his words carry the weight of truth. You may not fully trust him, but ignoring his warning could lead to unimaginable consequences. The three Flame Lords exchanged glances, their flames flickering with uncertainty and restrained fury. Although they didn't want to believe Apollo's words, there was definitely some truth in Senior Orb's words, as they also understood Apollo's presence was already the best proof. In the end, they can only calm down and think about what to do now. Seeing the tense situation, Senior Orb decided to fix the situation. How about I give you a better solution to all your problems? He said calmly, looking at four of them. What way, Senior? Apollo quickly asked, as he didn't know how to make these stubborn Flame Lords. Other three Flame Lords also looked towards him as they also wanted to know. I have a way through which I can show all of you what he saw in the future without trying to harm him or searching his soul directly." Hearing this, all of them felt surprised and good. All three flame lords believed in him. Although Apollo didn't fully trust the senior ORB.IT was still the best way to do it without hurting himself, if he didn't agree. The three flame lords might suggest a direct soul search of his memories, not caring even if they knew someone very powerful behind him. The Crimson Lord's flames flared briefly, a sign of his curiosity before he crossed his arms again. "Show us the future, this human scene. If you truly possess such a method, Senior Orb, then let us see the truth for ourselves." The Azure Lord's flames shimmered with a soft glow, her voice calm, but laced with curiosity. "Indeed, if this method is as you claim, it will settle this matter once and for all that we can judge the mortal's claims based on the truth we witness." The Golden Lord, his golden flames steady and resolute, added, "Then do it, Senior Orb. Let us see the future that this mortal has described, and we will decide how to proceed." Apollo, still tense but feeling a glimmer of hope, looked at the Orb Senior. "Senior, if this truly works and reveals the truth, then I'm ready." The Orb Senior chuckled softly, a strange echo resonating in the chamber. "Relax, mortal, that I am not so reckless as to expose your memories directly to their scrutiny. The method I speak of will project your memories into a shared illusion. You will remain unharmed, and the Flame Lords will experience your vision of the future as if it were their own." The three Flame Lords nodded. "Then let us begin without delay." The Orb Senior floated closer to Apollo, its presence calm and reassuring. "This may feel strange, but do not resist. Allow your memories to surface, and I will do the rest." He nodded and quickly followed the Orb Senior words as a mysterious aura covered him entirely. He took a deep breath, his heart racing that he closed his eyes, focusing on the harrowing images of the future he had witnessed. The destruction, the corrupted infernal lords, the void left behind. As the Orb Senior's power enveloped him, he felt his mind being gently guided, his memories surfacing like a stream flowing into a vast ocean. The forbidden infernal destruction realm of the abyss seemed to start to appear, and with a bright glow, the surroundings around them changed as they seemed to appear in entirely different space and time. The scenery changed. They also even felt the aura of destruction enveloping them and couldn't believe what they were seeing. The three Flame Lords found themselves standing in the middle of a nightmarish landscape. What they saw was only ruins, with its skies darkened and its ground cracked and lifeless. The oppressive aura of the abyss permeated everything, and the corrupted flame life forms were like harbingers of despair. The ground beneath them was cracked and lifeless, with streams of dark, viscous liquid flowing through the fissures. Gigantic skeletal remains of creatures long dead protruded from the ground, some still smoldering with an eerie black fire. The aura of destruction was so potent that even the powerful Flame Lords felt its weight in the illusion. Cries of anguish echoed through the land, but no living beings could be seen, only the corrupted, monstrous amalgamations of flame and darkness, patrolling the barren realm like mindless drones. The Crimson Lord's flames roared wildly as his fists clenched. This can't be real. How could our realm, our father's domain, be reduced to this?" The Azure Lord's usually calm and soothing aura faltered. Her azure flames flickered unevenly, reflecting her inner turmoil. Such devastation, this level of destruction, even Father's power couldn't prevent it. Impossible. The Golden Lord's golden flames dimmed, the usual radiance replaced by a muted, almost somber glow. His voice, usually confident and commanding, now carried a tremor of disbelief. "The abyss has swallowed everything. The corruption. How did it come to this? How could we let this happen?" None of them doubted this time, as even in a destroyed state, in billions of years' time, they could clearly tell it was their black sovereign realm. As they were a bit terrified, the illusion shattered, and everything returned to normal. The Orb Senior's voice echoed through the desolation, calm yet urgent. "What you see now is not mere illusion. This is the reality of the future that this mortal has witnessed. This is what awaits if no action is taken." Apollo stood among them. His breathing was unstable due to the fierce aura released by the three Flame Lords. "This is what I came to warn you about. This is the fate that awaits your realm, your people, and your father. If you still believe my words hold no weight, then perhaps you should face this reality on your own." The three Flame Lords exchanged glances, their burning eyes flickering with unease. For the first time, they were in shock and dread, The weight of the vision they saw forcing them to confront the gravity of the situation. The Crimson Lord growled, his fiery arrogance tempered by the overwhelming evidence before him. If this is the truth, then we have no time to waste. The other two Flame Lords also nodded, as they had to take steps forward to stop this calamity, and looking at the sense of danger, they needed to awaken their father quickly. We have to awaken father as quickly as possible, and maybe then we can know what can endanger him. Azure Flame Lord quickly said her thoughts, as there was no time for wasting. But it's not going to be easy. We need to prepare millions of Fire Source Law crystals and other flame formations to activate and awaken father. At least a few million years of resources collected are needed to use directly. The Golden Lord furrowed his brow, his golden flames shimmering with a sense of urgency, yet caution. Not to mention, if we awaken father without proper safeguards, the realm itself might crumble under the pressure. But we have to do it. All three of them said at the same time and nodded their heads, agreeing on the next step. Let us begin and notify everyone in the realm. No matter what they were doing, quickly stop that and gather the resources and call the other brothers and runic formation masters to be ready to activate the formations. Senior Orb nodded and looked at Apollo. Let's go leave them and do their jobs. With that said, Apollo and Senior Orb disappeared, leaving the area. But his disappearance didn't stop the chaos in the Black Flame's sovereign realm, as the sudden order from the three Great Flame Lords created shock and surprise as they all were confused about what just happened. Across the realm, the fiery skies flickered with vibrant flames of red, gold, and azure, signaling the urgency of their command. Ancient clans, flame beasts, and elemental entities all halted their activities there. Expressions etched with confusion and unease that in grand halls and secluded chambers. Powerful elders and realm masters convened in haste. The whispers of impending doom began to circulate. Many scoffed, refusing to believe that anything could endanger their supreme ruler, the Black Sovereign. Yet the urgency of the Flame Lord's decree left no room for doubt. Something very important was unfolding. The Crimson Lord stood atop the highest peak of the realm, his blazing aura casting a scarlet hue across the horizon. His voice boomed across the land, commanding absolute obedience. Gather every Fire Source Law crystal, every essence of flames. No delay will be tolerated. In the azure seas of endless flames, the Azure Lord orchestrated the assembly of the runic formation masters, her calm, yet commanding presence, ensuring precision in their work. Every rune must be flawless, she instructed, her voice laced with both authority and worry. One mistake, and the consequences will be catastrophic. Meanwhile, the Golden Lord moved swiftly through the heart of the Black Flame sovereign realm, overseeing the extraction of ancient resources locked away for millennia. His golden flames flickered as he barked orders. Release every seal, every resource we've gathered. It's time to use it all. This is no time for hesitation. Far from the turmoil, Apollo and the Senior Orb appeared in a secluded pocket of space, its boundaries shimmering with faint traces of primordial energy. He let out a breath as he finally did something, and hopefully, it wouldn't turn like before. "Why did you bring me here, Senior Orb?" he then asked, his voice calm but tinged with curiosity. "This is a separate space that I created when I was at my peak and is filled with ancient primordial energy, that a perfect place to let go of distraction and cultivate their strength." Senior Orb said with a bit of melancholy. He caught something from the senior words like peak strength. Maybe he isn't in good condition or isn't in peak condition for some reason, but he didn't ask anything and let him continue. "I didn't expect to meet someone like you. A life without fate," the voice said, its tone a mix of awe and curiosity. "I know of only one or two such existences across the countless dimensions and universes, but those beings have surpassed everything. They exist beyond even supreme entities like the Black Flame Sovereign or myself." The voice paused before continuing, softer this time. "Yet, your appearance gives me hope." Apollo's body tensed, his instincts bracing for danger as he heard the Senior Orb's words. But the next sentence calmed the storm inside him. "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you, that I in fact. I will give you a chance, and will bet on you, as there is no better gamble in this universe than betting on someone like you. Bet on me." His voice was steady, but the curiosity burned in his eyes. "What do you mean by that, Senior?" The orb pulsed faintly, its light dimming as though lost in thought. "I am but a fragment of what I once was," he admitted, the melancholy in his voice unmistakable. "To regain all my strength, I needed my core soul fragment that is lost in the land of chaos space during a devastating battle, and only someone who is strong enough to master the perfect rule manifestation of space can travel in chaos space. And finding such a strong person is very difficult. Even Black Flame didn't fully master the space rule manifestation. His strength might not be weak as Father of Flames, but there are few among Supreme Master who reach space rule manifestation level, even in the countless dimensions. He then stopped and looked at him. Apollo felt surprised and couldn't help but ask, "What does it have to do with me?" He is nowhere near such a level, as he only understands space law, not a space rule. There is an unimaginable difference. After achieving 100% mastery of the law, one must then move on to understanding the rules. Each rule is divided into 9 layers, with a vast, almost immeasurable difference between each layer. Even grasping the first layer of a rule would grant someone the ability to defeat an ordinary true being, using nothing but the power of the rules. The state of rule manifestation, however, refers specifically to mastery of the 7th layer and beyond. This shows just how far he is now from reaching that pinnacle. "It has everything to do with you," Senior Orb said, firm yet almost reverent, "with your talent. And as one of the rare legendary beings unbound by fate, there isn't a single doubt in my mind that you will reach such heights and master the space rule to manifestation level. You are destined to become a supreme being. Why helping you now? I hope to establish a karmic bond between us." The Senior Orb's voice softened, almost pleading. "All I ask is that, when your strength reaches a sufficient level, you find the core soul fragment in the Chaz space.so. What do you say? Do you agree?" Apollo remained silent, his thoughts a tempest of doubt and intrigue. He knew the Senior Orb was right. His journey thus far had been nothing short of extraordinary. But this was a step into the unknown, a commitment to a future he could barely comprehend. The orb continued, its tone softening. "I'm not asking you to achieve this tomorrow, Apollo. I am merely planting a seed. You have time, decades, centuries if needed. All I ask is your word, a promise that when you do reach those heights, you will help me reclaim what I've lost. In return, I will guide you and give you something to ensure that your journey is one of unparalleled growth and will be much faster." He stared at the senior floating right in front of him. The offer was tempting, and he didn't have anything to lose. Finally, he nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Find out. I'll do it. I'll try to find your core soul fragment when the time comes." The orb pulsed brightly, its aura radiating a sense of relief and approval. "Good, good," the Senior Orb repeated, its tone carrying a mixture of gratitude and purpose. "Then our pact is sealed." Apollo remained calm, though inwardly, he couldn't ignore the gravity of what he'd just agreed to. "So what now? Where do we begin?" "The opportunity I wanted to give is also related to the space rule that I got it through very difficult when I was at my peak, but sadly wasn't able to use ITAS if it was never meant for me," the Senior Orb said while sighing, and then took out a mysterious item. The Senior Orb pulsed softly, and from its core emerged a radiant, crystalline object. IT floated delicately in the air, surrounded by a mysterious web of shimmering light patterns. The item seemed alive, pulsating faintly, as if resonating with the very layers of space itself. That Apollo's eyes narrowed as he studied it, his instincts screaming that this was no ordinary artifact. The object exuded a presence both ancient and unfathomable, as though it held the essence of countless spaces within its fragile frame. "This," the Senior Orb said, its voice laden with a mixture of reverence and regret, "is the infinite void world stone. A stone born naturally in an infinite void." His eyes widened slightly as the Senior Orb spoke, the name alone sending a ripple of intrigue through his mind. "The infinite void world stone," he repeated softly, his gaze locked on the artifact. The stone appeared paradoxical in nature, both solid and ethereal, as if it existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. It shimmered faintly, its surface rippling like liquid one moment and crystallized in perfect stillness the next. The Senior Orb continued, its tone heavy with significance. "This stone is a natural treasure, birthed in the infinite void where the boundaries of space collapse and reform endlessly." Apollo tilted his head slightly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "And what exactly does it do?" The orb pulsed faintly, as though weighing its words. "The infinite void world stone is not a tool or a weapon, but a conduit. A key to understanding the deepest mysteries of the space rule. IT contains an entire miniature world within it, a realm where space folds upon itself infinitely. By entering it, you will be exposed to the purest manifestations of space rules. The miniature world contains 108,000 layers of space, with every space representing the deep essence of space rules. Within it, you can only use space law and rules to cross these layers of space that represent the rules of space. The higher you go, the deeper your understanding of space rules will become. When you can cross all 108,000 layers, you will reach the 7th layer of space rule. He nodded in understanding, but couldn't help voicing his lingering doubt. Why only the 7th layer? What about the 8th or 9th layers? Senior Orb chuckled softly, as if amused by the question. Ah, in truth, nothing definitive is known about the 8th or 9th layers of the space rule, even to beings like us. They're more like myths, yet the vast majority believe they exist, not just for the space rule, but for all other rules as well. However, for reasons beyond comprehension, no one has been able to grasp them, as though something is deliberately preventing it. Okay, that's it. You didn't need to know about it, as it is too far away. You should just concentrate on understanding space rules first. That IT will take some time to prepare to awaken Black Sovereign. You can train to become stronger while not wasting any time. Apollo nodded, his sharp gaze fixed on the shimmering infinite void world stone in front of him. The mention of the 8th and 9th layers intrigued him deeply. Though he understood the senior orb's caution, IT wasn't the time to dwell on unattainable myths. His current path was already daunting enough. 108,000 layers of space, he murmured as if testing the weight of those words. Each layer represents a deeper essence of the space rule. Do you want to try now? Senior Orb asked, to which he quickly agreed. Yes, please. The senior orb pulsed in approval, its glow intensifying as it prepared to activate the infinite void world stone. Good, it said. Then let us begin. As soon as Apollo placed his hand on the stone, a surge of pure, unfiltered space rule engulfed him. His vision blurred, and an overwhelming force pulled at his very existence. The IT was as if he were being unraveled and rebuilt at the same time, drawn into a world beyond ordinary comprehension. Then, everything changed around him. He immediately found himself standing on an isolated floating platform, surrounded by an endless void. The air, if it could even be called that, was thick with the mysteries of space, bending and twisting unpredictably. Ahead of him, a shimmering barrier of translucent layers stretched into infinity, each one filled with a unique resonance. This is the first layer. The senior orb's voice echoed distantly, though Apollo could feel no physical presence beside him. It is the simplest distortion of space, meant to test your basic foundation. Cross it using only the laws and rules of space. He exhaled slowly, centering himself. His strength was already strong enough to clear the first layer easily through brute force. But here, no other forces could aid him. He had to comprehend, manipulate, and step through space itself to progress. Focusing, he extended his senses, feeling the subtle ripples in the layer before him. That IT wasn't just a wall. It was a fold in space like the surface of water reflecting an unseen depth. That he reached out, adjusting his space laws to match IT. IT took him a second. And instantly, he seemed to merge with the first layer as he quickly understood its structure and resonated with it. And then, with a single step, seemed to cross the barrier like it was there. The moment he crossed, he felt various space law fragments around him and were absorbed by him, increasing his understanding of space. "I'm a bit weak," he murmured, but he understood that it was the first layer and even be cleared by people who understood 10% space, not to mention who were nearly 90% reaching the perfection of space law. Apollo didn't linger. His eyes locked onto the second layer ahead, a distortion far more refined than the first. The subtle ripples in space were more intricate, shifting unpredictably as though trying to evade his perception. That he exhaled again, trying to understand every detail and adapting to if. The first layer had been like stepping into a still pond. This one was akin to walking on a flowing river, constantly changing, resisting his movement. He needed more than just brute understanding. He had to synchronize with the shifting currents of space itself. Closing his eyes, he allowed his spatial perception to expand, feeling and finding the rhythm of the distortions. That a moment later, he took a step, not forward, but through. Like an illusion dissolving, the second layer vanished. The sensation of absorbing space law fragments returned, but Apollo frowned. The increase was noticeable, but nothing significant to him. Still too weak, AT that time, the voice of Senior Orb came to his mind. It is just the beginning. The first 108 layers are the foundation for the space law. You will find it difficult after reaching the 80th layer in your current understanding. Only crossing the first major barrier at the 108th layer could you understand the space rule. Apollo nodded slightly, his expression unreadable, but he had expected as much. true challenges never came so easily. His steps quickened. The third, fourth, and fifth layers fell before him like fragile glass shattering under his will. With each step, he felt his understanding of space becoming more fluid, more natural, like a second instinct rather than an active effort. His understanding deepened, and he could clearly feel the improvement in his strength that if he now faced an enemy who had the same level of understanding of space as him, he could be sure to win it easily. Even if they are at the same level of understanding, there are still subtle differences in how they use it and how deep their foundation is. These early layers were increasing his understanding of space foundations at a very deep level, making it easier to reach a higher level that he already started to feel he might break through 90% after clearing a few more layers and reaching the perfection level of space laws that it was. No longer about just seeing distortions and countering them. The way he moved, breathed, and even thought was subtly shifting. The 20th layer passed. The 50th soon followed. Each layer became less of an obstacle and more of a lesson, a refinement process. But as he approached the 70th, he felt it, and without any trouble, naturally broke through 90% of the space law, reaching the perfection level of space law. The moment his understanding improved, the process of his crossing different layers also increased a bit, and he quickly crossed the 90th layer. But the moment he arrived at the 91st layer, the difficulty increased, and the spatial structure of the layer became more difficult and mysterious. Apollo's footsteps came to a halt as he observed the 91st layer. Unlike before, where the layers had been mere barriers to overcome, this one exuded an almost living presence, as though space itself was resisting him. His sharp gaze studied the intricate, interwoven folds of space before him. The structure was far more complex, layered in ways that defied simple perception. It was no longer a matter of just merging with space or manipulating its flow. This layer demanded deeper comprehension. So, this is where the real challenge begins. He extended his senses, probing the structure carefully. Each fold in space was not just a single distortion, but a network of interlinked paths, twisting and warping together like an endless maze. Stepping forward recklessly would result in being trapped within the very fabric of space itself. But Apollo didn't hesitate. His perfection-level comprehension of space law allowed him to swiftly recognize patterns and to see the fundamental principles governing this structure. He adjusted his resonance, attuning himself to the deeper mysteries of space, not just the surface-level distortions. He feels every simple, subtle difference of space and tries to understand everything deeply and seems to be lost in it. He remained like this for 10 minutes and finally took a step, feeling he understood what this 91st layer had to offer. A shift, a step. And just like that, the 91st layer crumbled before him, giving him a deeper understanding of space. Yet, the moment he crossed, his pupils contracted. The 92nd layer was even more complex. The distortions didn't just exist in one plane. They overlapped, stacked upon each other in multiple dimensions, creating an illusion of infinite space. But he didn't hesitate and quickly started to understand the deep mysteries of this layer and improve his understanding. It took him almost 20 minutes before he finally figured out everything and was able to cross this layer. Although the difficulty and time taken have increased exponentially, the improvement also is worth it. His just newly breakthrough space law already showed improvement and was rising towards 91% of space law. He forgot everything and only focused on continuing to move forward without caring about time, and steadily he crossed the 93rd, 94th, 95th, 96th, to 107th layer. With the space law, it also continued to improve 91%, 92%, 93%, and continued to increase and reached 99%, just 1% away from reaching 100% and fully transforming into a space rule that even veterans' true gods didn't understand. Apollo stood before the 108th layer, his breath steady, his mind sharper than ever. His comprehension of space law had surged to 99%. It had already been 3 days since he started to break and understand this layer within the infinite void world stone. Yet as he faced the final layer of the foundational trial, he knew this was different from the previous layer, as this was the first major checkpoint and the first major transformation of space law into space rule. The space before him was absolutely chaotic. Unlike the structured distortions of previous layers, this was pure, unrestricted space, twisting in paradoxical ways that defied even his sharpened senses. There was no logic. No pattern. It was raw, primordial space, the very essence of the infinite void itself. So this is the true first step toward understanding the space rule. His blue eyes flickered with deep contemplation. This was not a barrier he could force his way through. That it was a test of fundamental understanding, the difference between a law and a rule. That a law was something that existed and could be followed. That a rule was something that governed existence itself. That if he wanted to cross, he had to become one with space itself, and made himself the existence that governs the rules that don't just simply follow the nature, but enforce brand new things in it. Slowly, Apollo closed his eyes, his body, his mind, his very soul dissolved into the chaotic void, no longer separate, no longer resisting. For the first time, he ceased to exist as an individual. He forgot the time and was in a trance for 2 days, not caring about anything. He was in the deep sea of vast, infinite space rules, slowly understanding and discovering brand new things. He saw dimensions folding upon themselves, birthing and collapsing in endless cycles. He felt space breathing, expanding, and contracting like a living entity. He sensed invisible threads, unseen by most, connecting all dimensions and existence together. So, this is what lies beyond the law of space. Slowly, he grasped what separated space law from space rule. That Apollo's very being trembled. He could feel it. The final step, 99.9%. Just a sliver away from crossing into the realm of space rule, a power that even ancient true gods failed to comprehend. Then, he saw it, that single thread of absolute space, suspended beyond his reach, unlike anything else in existence. It was not part of the infinite void, nor bound by any dimensions. That it was pure space itself. The origin, the first and final truth, in Apollo understood. This was the essence of the true space rule, the final threshold. His soul trembled, and his golden eyes flickered open. One step more. Boom, the final invisible wall shattered, and the space law reached 100% and started its transformation from space law to space rule. Countless knowledge and different understandings of space started to fill his mind with a storm. His aura also surged, becoming stronger and more mysterious, like he was in an entirely different space. The void trembled. The very concept of space warped as Apollo broke through. That he seemed to absorb mysterious space power through the void with every second. As his aura continued to climb up, the infinite void world stone trembled, as if in reverence. The senior orb fell silent, witnessing an event that should have been impossible. That a true god would have spent eons attempting to reach this point. Yet Apollo had stepped into the domain of the space rule in mere days. Even with the infinite void world stone's help, it was too fast. He originally thought it would take a year or two, considering Apollo should be extremely talented. But it seems he underestimated the talented person who isn't bound by fate. A.S. Apollo didn't seem to lose or stop in any layer. He understood everything with the fastest speed and broke through like it was nothing. A being unbound by fate. Is this the reason? The senior orb mused, watching the young man whose mere presence now distorted space itself. Apollo did not hesitate. He did not struggle. He simply understood. Each layer of the infinite void world stone had been a trial, an ordeal meant to refine understanding over time. Years, decades, centuries. But Apollo moved as if those barriers were mere stepping stones beneath his feet. His aura finally stabilized as he opened his feelings. The change took place after he understood the space rule. The moment he understood space rules, not only did his understanding of space reach unprecedented heights, but he also seemed to break through in divine body, soul, and spirit at the same time, reaching the fifth turn of it, respectively. The massive rewards he received from his transformation of law from rule were immense as he absorbed large amounts of power through the void. Now, in just 3 days, his strength increased hundreds of times. Maybe he is a bit weaker than true gods in body or spirit, but with understanding rules, not a simple elemental rule, but a supreme space rule, he was sure to defeat early or even middle stage true gods. But with this massive breakthrough, he didn't immediately come out of the infinite void world stone, but continued to understand more layers as he didn't have much time from the dangers that were coming this way. Outside in the Black Flame sovereign realm, everyone was busy, and massive anxiety covered the entire realm as they tried to do everything quickly to awaken the great sovereign. Inside the Black Flame sovereign realm, a suffocating tension gripped the air. Shadows flickered across the colossal obsidian spires that loomed over the land. Countless elders, priests, and warriors worked tirelessly in the heart of the sovereign's domain. Ancient formations shimmered with power, vast reservoirs of divine energy being drained to rouse their sleeping ruler before it was too late. Time passed, and quickly 2 weeks passed, and everything was ready. Countless people worked nonstop for these 2 weeks to finally prepare everything that needed to awaken their sovereign from the slumber. Apollo also stopped understanding space rules and came out to watch the grand event that was going to happen and meet the person on whom his entire mission depended. The air in the black flame sovereign realm crackled with anticipation. The sky above the grand altar, once a swirling abyss of black fire, now pulsed with an eerie crimson glow, a sign that the preparations were complete. Apollo gazed calmly yet sharply as he observed the grand ritual unfold before him. A towering obsidian monolith, carved with countless divine inscriptions, stood at the center of the altar right in the middle of the city. Rivers of molten energy coursed through the engraved patterns, pulsating in sync with the beating heart of the realm itself. He could feel it, the sheer weight of divine authority about to awaken. Begin! The voice of 3 great flame lords echoed throughout the realm, and the awakening ceremony began. The moment their voice reverberated, thousands of runic formation experts activated various formations all across the realm. Not only the Emberheart city, but also the various and different formations scattered around the realm seemed to be activated, changing the entire black flame sovereign realm. Across the vast realm, thousands of runic masters channeled their essence into intricate sigils, activating formations hidden in every volcanic peak, scorched plain, and burning river. The sky cracked open, revealing an endless vortex of dark flames and divine power, spiraling toward the monolith like a cosmic whirlpool. Apollo stood at the edge of the grand ceremony, his golden eyes gleaming with intrigue. He could feel it, the awakening of something far beyond mortal comprehension. Massive earthquakes with world-destroying tremors appeared with the aura of flames, filling fire rules and stirring the world. What is happening? Why is the entire world trembling? What are the great leaders and elders doing? Various people in the entire realm felt the change and couldn't help but ask, as not many people know what was truly happening here. Across the vast realm, countless citizens, warriors, and even lower-ranked flame life forms as strong as void gods felt their knees buckle under the suffocating pressure. Some collapsed outright, their bodies instinctively bowing in reverence to the sheer force that had begun to stir. The very layer of space of the black flame sovereign realm quaked under the pressure of an awakening ancient power. Molten rivers surged violently, sky-splitting fissures tore through the heavens. Blazing storms of fire and destruction danced in the skies. The very laws of fire and destruction seemed to twist and reform themselves, responding to the will of something unfathomably ancient. Yet, amidst the chaos, Apollo remained still. His blue eyes gleamed, sharp as blades, as he observed the phenomenon unfolding before him, that he wasn't afraid he was anticipating it, the true awakening of the black flame sovereign. Boom. A world-ending explosion erupted from the heart of the Flame Palace, shaking the entire black flame sovereign realm to its core. For a single terrifying moment, all living beings felt a primal, absolute fear. The end had come. An all-consuming inferno surged outward, ready to incinerate everything in its path. But then, the vast runic formations covering the realm activated in full force, intertwining like an unbreakable web. Ancient divine inscriptions pulsed with golden and crimson light, stopping the devastating flames just before they could consume the land. The suffocating pressure lifted, though the flames still crackled ominously in the air. Then, a voice full of reverence and emotion echoed across the realm. Father, the 3 great flame lords, the most powerful rulers beneath the sovereign himself, knelt toward the palace, their voices trembling with devotion. All eyes turned toward the Flame Palace, its obsidian walls glowing brighter than a dying star, and within its depths, something had finally awakened, that a primal, ancient, and unseen power awakened between the heavens and earth that even the fire rule in the nearby dimension seems to tremble with excitement. The moment the aura appeared, every life form in the black flame sovereign realm from the depth of their soul and blood felt deep reverence and fell to their knees, even without knowing who or what had finally awakened. Among the countless beings present, only one figure remained standing, Apollo. For some reason, he felt nothing, unaffected by the chaos around him. Beside him, the floating orb senior also seemed indifferent, as if the events unfolding ahead were of no concern. The door of the Flame Palace opened with a burst of energy that seemed to stop space and time, and a figure slowly emerged from it. And then, a figure stepped forward, slowly, unstoppable. With each step, the surrounding flames bowed, twisting into spirals of reverence. The molten rivers that once raged with chaotic energy calmed into steady, rhythmic waves, as though welcoming their sovereign home. The air was thick with power, an ancient, unrelenting might that did not belong to mere mortals, nor even to gods. This was something else, something far greater. The black flame sovereign had awakened. Only Apollo, along with the senior orb, looked at the figure that came out. Especially Apollo looked at the figure with interest, as the person wasn't anybody, but was Black Flame Sovereign. The Black Flame Sovereign, a being who had once ruled over this world with absolute authority. The moment he appeared, space itself warped around him, the laws of reality bending under his mere presence. Waves of black fire flickered along his form, yet they did not consume him. Instead, they clung to him, as if desperately trying to become a part of his existence. He was tall, his body perfectly sculpted, yet not like a mortal's, more like an entity born directly from the flames of creation. His hair was long and flowing, shifting between black and crimson, like a roaring inferno in the night. His eyes, burning with unfathomable wisdom and power, seemed to pierce through existence itself. Apollo's gaze did not waver. He had seen many powerful beings before, but this was different. Beside him, Senior Orb remained silent, a rare moment of solemn acknowledgement. So this is the Black Flame Sovereign. His voice was calm, unshaken by the sheer pressure that would have crushed lesser beings into dust. For the first time, the Black Flame Sovereign's fiery gaze shifted, directly onto Apollo. The air between them ignited. He instinctively used the space rule, but it seemed the very rule of space could not endure their confrontation. He felt he was instantly burned and turned to just in that single moment. But thankfully, that was just an illusion, and everything returned to normal quickly, slowly. The Sovereign walked out, and with 3 great flame lords, all the living beings in the entire realm seemed to welcome him. We congratulate Sovereign for awakening. The voices of countless beings echoed across the Black Flame Sovereign realm, a chorus of reverence that shook the heavens. The Black Flame Sovereign was a being who truly stood beyond the limitations of laws and rules, a living force of destruction and creation. Slowly, the Sovereign stepped forward, the fabric of reality itself trembling beneath his every movement. The 3 great flame lords followed closely behind, their faces filled with solemn devotion. His gaze swept across the world, his presence binding every soul in the realm to acknowledge his return. But sovereign interest was on that. Instead, he slowly walked towards Apollo. For a brief moment, the air between them seemed to boil, as though unseen flames threatened to consume everything. Then, he finally spoke, his voice deep, ancient, and absolute. Interesting, looks like something unimaginable is happening. As he said that, Apollo, the Orb Senior, and the 3 flame lords disappeared along with him, leaving millions of lives kneeling in their place. But not a single one dared to stop kneeling and stand up on the other side. Apollo and others appeared within the flame castle in the Great Hall, with the Black Flame Sovereign sitting on a grand throne right in front of them. The Grand Hall of the Flame Castle was vast beyond imagination. Molten rivers of fire flowed through carved channels in the obsidian floor, radiating an eerie glow. The very walls pulsed with ancient, living flames, as if the castle itself was a breathing entity. The air was thick with power, a domain where the fire rule mixed with destruction reigned supreme. The Black Flame Sovereign sat upon his throne, an ancient construct of blackened stone and eternal fire. The mere sight of it made Apollo's instinct scream, warning him of its sheer destructive power. Yet Apollo stood calm, but within his mind, he was a bit anxious as his biggest boss was sitting right in front of him. The 3 great flame lords knelt without hesitation, heads bowed low, while the senior orb remains floating beside. All of them were silent, awaiting the Sovereign's judgment. I shouldn't be awakened this early. There is still time, but you still awaken me. Sovereign seemed to say that, and think about a moment and say again, but it seems it cannot be stopped, right, Keeper? He said and looked at the floating Orb Senior, and both of them seemed to think something and sighed. Don't worry. I already felt it, and indeed the enemy is coming and I already can feel it. You didn't do anything wrong. He looked at his 3 knelt flame lords. The Sovereign raised a hand, his voice neither angry nor soft, but carrying an unshakable weight of authority. You acted out of duty, and I do not blame you. To go prepare. War is coming. He said calmly, like it was nothing, even knowing that this wasn't ordinary trouble, and he could also fall. Yet he maintained a calm expression. The expression of the 3 great flame lords changed, as even the father believed this was big, and they could not be careless at all. All 3 quickly left, as they needed to be ready for whatever would come. Apollo, still standing calmly, observed everything with sharp eyes. And you? His burning eyes held a strange glint. You are not from here, are you? Apollo didn't flinch. He had expected such a question. No, I'm not. A deep hum rumbled from the sovereign's throat. He leaned forward on his throne, the flames around him surging slightly. Didn't expect someone to reach such a level in space-time manipulation. What is the name of the esteemed being who reached such a level? But he cannot answer that, as he himself doesn't know it. He was sent here by the system. And what kind of esteemed master would he know? Maybe he could answer if he knew more about the system and who created it. But sadly, he didn't know a essay about it. Apollo's gaze remained steady as he answered truthfully, I don't know. As he can't lie in front of the black flame, sovereign who surpassed eternal gods. The sovereign's fiery eyes narrowed slightly, the flames around his throne flickering with subtle shifts. You don't know. He seemed to contemplate something before letting it go, feeling not much surprised. So, what exactly do you want? His voice echoed. Even if you didn't know who sent you here, you should know what you had to do here, right? Sovereign's calm voice echoed in the hall. Apollo remained silent for a second, and then said his mission. I came here to save Black Lotus Flame. He told the truth, although it was ridiculous, as how could he save it as it was Black Sovereign's true form and natal flame? This task is FK'd up. He already had what can be done by alerting the Sovereign, as if even with his strength he cannot save himself, then nothing can be done in front of an absolute strength difference. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The Black Flame's Sovereign didn't immediately react, but the flames in his eyes darkened, like the embers of a dying star collapsing into itself. Save my Black Lotus Flame? His voice didn't carry any hint of anger or any emotion, but was still calm, with a hint of relief. I see. So that's what was going on. If they're coming for that, their plan is really big. It looks like it's going to be really troublesome. As he said, finally a bit of a grim expression appeared in his eyes. What comes will come. But you have to wait for a few days, as I also have something to give to you, human. Sovereign said after thinking for some time. With that said, Apollo disappeared, leaving only the senior orb and Sovereign leaving in the massive hall. It seems those guys have really found the way. Since they're going to attack, you should know that even if you wake up early, you still most likely die. Senior Orb's voice echoed in the hall. Black Flame, Sovereign eyes glowed with a burning flame, but he didn't say anything. Apollo on the other side seemed to appear in the palace within the city, but he didn't wait. He needed to be stronger for the incoming danger and hence could not waste any time. He continued to understand the space rules, as it was the quickest way for him to improve his strength. Space rule is very versatile without any weakness, whether attacking, defending, or running away. It was best in all. The entire Black Flame Sovereign realm was thrown into a whirlwind of motion. There was no time for celebration, no moment spared for revelry. The return of the Sovereign was not for a celebration, but a warning. War was coming. From the highest peaks of the infernal obsidian mountains to the deepest sanctuaries of the molten sanctum, formations blazed to life. Ancient runes pulsing with primordial power. The realm itself groaned under the strain of its awakening defenses, a symphony of fire and destruction ready to be unleashed upon those who dared to threaten its ruler. The three great flame lords, their expressions steeled with purpose, moved like the hands of fate, orchestrating the final preparations. Elite warriors clad in flame-wrought armor assembled in legions, their weapons infused with the essence of eternal fire. Blacksmiths worked tirelessly, forging weapons so hot they distorted the very air around them. Alchemists brewed potions of resilience and restoration, while rune masters engraved layers upon layers of reinforcement onto the protective barriers of the realm. Even the common folk, sensing the ominous shift in the world's balance, offered fervent prayers to their only god and sovereign Black Flames, their voices merging into a single plea: to stand, to survive, to burn brighter than the darkness approaching. Above it all, the sky itself was changing. Crimson embers drifted in the air like falling stars, the very laws of fire reacting to the threat on the horizon. The Black Flame Sovereign's early awakening had shaken the original time-space, and this time it would be different. And now, the unknown enemy that sought his destruction would soon make their move point. 10 more days passed, and most of the preparation was done, and billions of warriors and soldiers in the Black Flame Sovereign realm were ready for the battle for their sovereign. The Black Flame Sovereign realm stood on the precipice of war. From the towering sky-burning towers to the smoldering valleys of the ashen abyss, every corner of the realm had been fortified. The skies roared with the presence of aerial legions, flame dragons, and scorching phoenixes soaring in disciplined formations. their fiery wings leaving trails of molten embers on the ground. Vast legions of flame-touched warriors stood like an unbreakable wall, their weapons glowing with runic enchantments, their eyes burning with unyielding resolve. The heart of it all. The flame palace pulsed with an overwhelming, divine energy. The three great flame lords stood at the forefront, their power rippling through the very layer of the world, ready to unleash hell upon any invader. Every rune inscribed across the realm, every enchanted barrier and hidden formation had been reinforced to its limits. The sovereign's presence alone had elevated the realm's strength to unprecedented heights. Yet, despite their preparations, an eerie silence loomed over the land, a storm of fire waiting to be unleashed. But today, something different happened. The eerie silence of the entire Black Flame sovereign realm was broken by a sudden attack. Boom. The entire realm seemed to tremble as suddenly darkness seemed to cover the whole Black Flame sovereign realm. A dark tide surged across the heavens, consuming the blazing skies in an instant. The radiant flames that had bathed the realm in eternal light flickered violently, some extinguished outright, swallowed by an abyssal force that defied the natural order. A deep, spine-chilling hum echoed through the void as darkness coiled and slithered across the land like a living entity, twisting through the sky in a storm of corruption. Then, the very outer layer of the realm shuddered, as if some ancient, otherworldly force had sunk its claws into its core. The barriers, formations, and runic defenses painstakingly prepared over the last 10 days flared to life, clashing against the invading darkness in a chaotic storm of energy. The three great flame lords snapped their heads toward the sky, their expressions grim. "They're here," one of them whispered. That moment. Countless eyes across the realm widened in shock and fear. For the first time in history, the Black Flame sovereign realm was under siege. Apollo quickly stopped his cultivation and came out and watched the dark sky filled with an eerie aura. Black Flame's sovereign and senior orb, sitting in the hall, silently watched everything as they could see everything clearly and what was hidden behind this darkness. "It is here," Apollo murmured as finally the time had come. He didn't know what to hope for, as what he could do was try his hardest to survive here, because he knew the battle wasn't going to be the most horrifying war he had ever seen. Crack, crack. A soul-rending sound echoed across the vast skies, a noise so unnatural that it seemed to reverberate through existence itself. Boom. The heavens shattered like a fragile mirror, massive cracks forming across the once absolute barrier of the Black Flame sovereign realm. The sacred runic formations that had safeguarded the realm for millions of years flared violently, unleashing waves of power in a desperate attempt to hold back the intruder. Yet, it was futile. Through the broken veil, an abyssal darkness surged forth, creeping like a primordial tide, consuming the light of the burning world below. A monstrous, unseen presence began to descend. The very laws of the world trembled, space itself groaning under the sheer pressure of its existence. From within the shattered sky, something moved, something ancient, unfathomable, that a presence that did not belong in this world. It was here. Apollo and the others all watched with anxious expressions, as from the crack a being made of entire darkness, and looking like a knight walked out, that a being of pure darkness, clad in twisted armor that seemed to be forged from the void itself, emerged from the breach. Its towering form pulsed with an ominous energy, as if it were a living embodiment of the abyss. No eyes, no face, just a hollow void beneath a horned helmet. Each of its steps sent shockwaves rippling across the sky, distorting space around it. The very laws of fire in the realm recoiled, as if terrified of its presence. But this wasn't the end, as he wasn't alone. Another 4 figures just like this appeared beside them, standing in the sky with a terrifying presence, followed by a slowly emerging army of darkness-filled creatures of various sizes and shapes. Apollo's gaze sharpened as the oppressive darkness deepened. Point 1 was already terrifying, but 5. The sky trembled under the sheer weight of their combined presence. Each of these dark void knights stood like an apocalypse-given form, their armor pulsing with an eerie, living darkness that seemed to consume even the light, and a monstrous army of darkness-filled creatures poured through the breach, their grotesque forms shifting between solid and shadow, as if reality itself struggled to contain them. A suffocating aura of despair spread across the entire Black Flame sovereign realm. Boom! 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 With a loud noise, the countless army of darkness filled with unimaginable creatures started to land in the Black Flame sovereign realm. The sky itself howled as the first wave of the abyssal army descended like a meteor storm, crashing into the Black Flame's sovereign realm with a force that shattered mountains and sundered the earth. The warriors of the Black Flame sovereign realm stood resolute, their bodies wreathed in the very flames of their ruler's might. Fear was an illusion. Faith was their weapon. Their sovereign had returned, and for him, they would burn the heavens themselves if necessary. Then, the abyssal tide surged forward. Shrieks of the damned filled the air as creatures of unfathomable horror emerged from the wreckage of their landing. Some slithered, their segmented bodies gleaming like obsidian. Others stood tall, their twisted limbs pulsing with black energy, while grotesque winged horrors filled the skies, blotting out what little light remained. And then, the five knights moved. They stepped forward, their sheer presence forcing reality itself to recoil. Dark flames coiled around their abyss-forged armor. One of them, a being of absolute void, raised its greatsword and pointed toward the Black Flame warriors. Cleanse them. With that single command, the abyss erupted. Darkness clashed against fire. The warriors of the Black Flame's sovereign realm surged forward, their weapons igniting with divine infernos, crashing into the monstrous army like an unstoppable wildfire. Blades met claws. Spears of flame pierced through nightmarish flesh, incinerating creatures upon impact. Warlocks and mages conjured vast tidal waves of burning magma, swallowing entire swarms in a hellish blaze. Yet the darkness did not falter. The battle started, but the five dark Void Knights, standing in the void, didn't make it. Nor did the Sovereign and other Flame Lords. This was just the early stage of the battle, and only cannon fodder was fighting, but still it was countless void gods-level beings fighting, and even a few true gods-level battles were ongoing throughout the realm. Multiple cracks appeared in the sky, and battle from all over the Black Flame Sovereign Realm began with full throttle. The once majestic lands of the Black Flame Sovereign Realm had turned into a wasteland of burning fire and corrupting darkness. The heavens trembled, the ground wept. The cosmos watched. Apollo's sharp eyes flickered as he scanned the battlefield from above. He had never witnessed a war on such a scale. Even in his most brutal fights, even in his most desperate battles, he had never seen a war where the first wave of warriors were already god-level beings in the distance. He saw a towering dark beast, a massive creature with 100 writhing limbs, each covered in abyssal runes that a single swipe of its claw tore through hundreds of warriors, sending flaming corpses spiraling into the abyss. But the warriors from the Black Flame Sovereign lands were tenacious and fought more vigorously for their home, for their sovereign. But the number of enemies seemed endless as they poured into the battlefield from the abyss. With no intention of decreasing at all, it was clear the number of enemies was too much, and without an overwhelming power difference, it would become troublesome. Though the Black Flame warriors fought with unyielding resolve, though their flames scorched the heavens and their blades cut through the abyss, the tide of darkness did not wane. For every abomination slain, a dozen more took its place. It was as if the abyss itself was limitless, pouring forth an endless horde with no intention of stopping. Various commanders of different armies joined the battle. And the moment they joined, the situation changed instantly, as every commander was many times stronger, and numbers didn't matter in front of their power. Like meteors descending from the heavens, the commanders of the Black Flame Sovereign Realm joined the fray. Each was a titan of war, their strength akin to that of the eternal gods, and their auras igniting the battlefield with divine fire. One commander, clad in scarlet war armor, soared across the sky like a comet, his great sword leaving an infernal trail as he bisected a void behemoth in a single stroke, while destroying stars and suns. Another, a woman wreathed in phantasmal blue flames, danced between enemies, each movement and execution as abyssal creatures withered in cinders, burning countless layers of space before they could even scream. A third, with twin burning gauntlets, struck the earth with a devastating punch. Boom! A crater formed, hundreds of miles wide, destroying the void and swallowing thousands of darkness-born creatures in a sea of flames. The battlefield changed as similar scenes took place in various battlefields throughout the realm. Where once the abyss had surged forward unchecked, now they began to fall back, to hesitate. Numbers meant nothing before true power. Apollo exhaled slowly, his heart pounding. This is what it meant to fight at the pinnacle. He watched the battle of the various commander levels with the strength of eternal gods and couldn't help but be shocked by their strength. The aftermath of their battle can kill him. Not to mention facing them directly, he just became somewhat confident as he understood space rules and could defeat true gods. But he calmed down, as it wasn't the original universe where void gods could be bosses and true gods could be great lord covering one direction, but a supreme dimension filled with countless, many times more powerful people than even eternal gods. Although he didn't know the full extent of the Black Flame Sovereign Realm strength. The eternal god's level of strength can be considered a middle-level powerhouse here. Not to mention, there are still the three great Flame Lords and the Sovereign himself. The battle was just beginning, and currently, it was child's play, as neither side was really strong enough to make their move. Everything happening now. The world-shaking clashes, the legions of abyssal horrors, the cataclysmic destruction tearing the realm apart. It was just a prelude. The real war would start when those above, eternal gods, the true transcendence, finally took the stage. Boom. The skies raged as the battlefield descended into utter chaos. Flames clashed with darkness. Gods fell like dying stars, and the world itself trembled under the weight of war. Seeing the abyssal side losing momentum, a burst of powerful, eerie darkness comes out from the void behind the cracks. And with that, terrifying auras from the abyss started to come out. Boom. Abyssal energy surged forth like a black tsunami, swallowing light and devouring space. And with it, they arrived. Like phantoms rising from the depths of oblivion, ancient abyssal warlords stepped into the battlefield. Each one radiated an aura that could shatter worlds. Their presence alone cracked the sky. Their very existence corrupted reality. They were the eternal gods of the abyss. These were not mindless beasts, not cannon fodder. These were true predators, rulers of darkness. Forged in the abyss for eons. One of them, a towering behemoth with 6 abyssal horns, and a body that oozed liquid shadow, let out a deep, resonant growl. With a single swipe of his claw, he split an entire battlefield in two. Thousands of warriors, obliterated. Another, a warlock-looking figure draped in robes woven from the whispers of the dead, raised a single finger at a cursed black star formed above him. A miniature apocalypse, pulsing with the power to erase entire legions. The war had reached a new level. The eternal gods of both sides clashed. Boom. One of the Black Flame realms. Commanders, a warrior wreathed in golden black flames, shot forward like a divine meteor. His spear of molten light pierced through an abyssal beast the size of a mountain, turning it to ash in an instant. But before he could celebrate, a shadow moved, and an abyssal warlord appeared behind him, its claw already reaching for his soul. Slash. A wall of black flames erupted between them, forcing the abyssal warlord back. A similar thing happened as different eternal god-level beings collided all over the realm, creating space storms and small black holes, annihilating everything in their way. Apollo at the Emberheart City looked outside where the battle was the most intense with a shocking feeling, and he, with space rules, could only run away in such a terrifying playing field. There were almost more than 300 eternal gods from the Black Flame Sovereign Realm who were fighting against the similar level abyssal warlords. It was a truly horrifying scene, but because of the runic formation, or because of Sovereign's protection, even after such a world-ending battle and such power, the city remained standing tall without a single brick damaged in the ongoing war. As Apollo stood frozen in awe, watching the war of eternal gods unfold. High above in the Grand Flame Palace, the Black Flame Sovereign observed everything in perfect clarity. Seated on his throne of eternal black fire, his posture was calm, almost indifferent, yet his eyes burned with unfathomable might. Through a single thought, he saw it all. Every clash, every fallen god, every crack in the very fabric of reality. He had not moved a single step, yet his presence loomed over every battlefield like an unshakable force. It wasn't arrogance, it was absolute power. The war raged across countless battlefronts, but not a single detail escaped his perception. Sovereign eyes seemed to pierce the void, crack deep in the darkness of the abyss, and see everything within it. But as he looked, someone from the abyss also seemed to look back. And an invisible battle took place in that instant. Boom. At that instant, the very fabric of multiple dimensions shook as an invisible battle of wills erupted between them. Silence. Then, a shockwave. Reality itself withered under the sheer force of their clashing minds. Planets cracked, space twisted. The light of distant stars flickered as if cowering from the sheer dominion of their existence. The abyss growled. A soundless whisper reverberated across creation. You see too much. Sovereign. The Black Flame Sovereign's flames roared in response, devouring the void that tried to swallow him. And you dared to look back. Neither moved. Neither spoke. Yet the entire battlefield felt that something terrifying had just happened. But nobody stopped their battle. They all fought fiercely as they knew their job was to face the enemy in front of them. Apollo, who was watching the battle, felt something, but it was too high level for him to understand. Just now, there was an indirect confrontation between two supreme beings. But suddenly he felt the void around him collapse as he was forcefully transported and appeared. Again in the Flame Palace, right in front of Sovereign, he was confused, but he quickly saluted Sovereign and asked, "Greeting, Sovereign. Why have seniors brought me here?" "I needed to give you something." Sovereign's deep and profound voice can be heard. And then a seed appeared floating right in front of him. This, his brows furrowed as he looked up at the Sovereign, hoping for an explanation. But the Sovereign's response was simple. "Take it." For the briefest moment, Apollo thought he saw a flicker of melancholy in the Sovereign's gaze, but it was gone in an instant, leaving only the weight of his command. There was no explanation and no reasoning, just an order. Apollo hesitated, but only for a second. If the Sovereign himself was giving him something, there was no reason to refuse. Reaching out, he took the seed. The very moment his fingers touched it, whoosh! The world shifted again in a single instant. He was pulled back through space and returned to where he had been before. The battlefield raged. Eternal gods clashed against abyssal warlords, tearing the sky apart. The battle outside was raging wildly as the battle became more intense with every second. A large number of people started to join. Even the weaker races, who were safer within the city's defense formation, started to come out for the battle as the number of abyss monsters continued to increase even after slaughtering millions in numbers. There was no other choice that if they did not fight, they would perish. Apollo tightened his grip around the strange seed the Sovereign had given him. He still did not understand what it was or why it had been entrusted to him, but he had no time to dwell on it now. His sharp eyes swept over the battlefield. He also decided he was going to join the battle. As many warriors from the city also joined the battle with the increasing number of enemies, that he knew he could not stand by and watch any longer. He had to fight, even if he was insignificant compared to the titanic powers clashing above. Even if he couldn't turn the tide of war, he needed to test his strength. He wanted to see how far he had come. How much had he improved? What could he accomplish with his mastery of space rules? His confidence had grown in recent years, but today was different. This was a battlefield where eternal gods clashed, where true transcendence had yet to even descend. Here, he was nothing more than a flickering ember in the midst of a raging inferno. But Apollo wasn't afraid. He was no reckless fool. He knew his limits. But with space rules, he was certain he could evade danger, navigate the battlefield, and strike where he was most effective. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, and in the next moment, he vanished. Stepping into the war that would shake the heavens themselves, he quickly appeared on the battlefield filled with countless abyssal creatures. He had clear targets. Abyssal monsters whose strength reached the true god realm, beasts of pure malice, their bodies covered in abyssal runes that pulsed with corruptive energy. Some had multiple heads, others had grotesque wings, and some slithered like shadows, consuming everything in their wake. Their mere presence distorted reality. The weaker warriors who dared to approach them were instantly crushed and turned to dust before they could even scream. But Apollo wasn't afraid. That he used space rules, his body flickering as he teleported across the battlefield, dodging collapsing space and the stray attacks of different gods. In an instant, he was right in front of a monstrous three-headed abyssal beast. Noticed him point 3 sets of glowing abyssal eyes locked onto his form, their dark light carrying an unfathomable hunger. That he smirked. "Let's see how strong I really am." And with that thought, he attacked. First, he tried to attack with his eternal sword aura he didn't hold, and activated his sword world realm sword aura and slashed towards the monstrous three-headed abyssal beast. The sword's energy slash of hundreds of meters slicing through space collided with the beast covered in abyssal darkness. Boom! The large shock waves appeared with a loud noise. But the abyssal didn't seem to care, as its ferocious aura didn't decrease at all. Instead, it seemed to piss him more. A deep, guttural growl resonated from its cores, and the abyssal runes across its grotesque body shone with eerie brilliance. Releasing waves of suffocating darkness, one of its heads reared back. Abyssal energy condensing into a single, terrifying black sphere the size of a mountain. The next moment, it fired a beam of pure annihilation, capable of devouring anything in its path. Rushed toward him with unstoppable force, Apollo's pupils shrank. This attack was far beyond ordinary true god-level strikes, but he wasn't scared. He teleported, flickering out of sight just as the beam obliterated everything in its path, carving a deep trench into the battlefield that swallowed thousands of abyssal creatures and warriors alike. Reappearing above the beast, his eyes turned sharp. My sword didn't work. But he wasn't surprised much, as his swordsmanship was quite left behind. Even though his eternal sword aura is very mysterious and extraordinary, he was still just at sword world level. If it reached sword rule level, then he was sure one sword would be enough to end this monster. Knowing that his sword aura was ineffective, he quickly changed his attacking style and was ready to see how strong the space rules were. The air around him distorted, space itself shuddering as his space rules flared to life. The very essence of space bent to his will, responding with an eerie hum. Apollo flicked his wrist, and in that instant the battlefield changed. The three-headed abyssal beast, mid-roar, suddenly froze in place. Not out of fear, but because space itself had locked it down. The suppression of space was completely different from the usual spatial lock. It was a completely different level that even a true, god-level abyssal monster froze in space instantly, its massive limbs strained muscles, bulging as it tried to break free. But his spatial binding had already completely sealed its movements. Apollo vanished, reappearing directly in front of its middle head. Slash! A small space blade appeared and slashed the abyssal monster swiftly. The space blade was almost invisible, just a thin, shimmering ripple in the air. Yet, the moment it touched the abyssal monster's middle head, schlick, the entire head was bisected cleanly. No resistance. No struggled. A deep silence followed, as if even the battlefield held its breath. Then, boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted as abyssal blood sprayed in every direction. The remaining two heads let out ear-splitting roars, their abyssal power surging to its peak as they tried to break free from his spatial binding. But he remained calm. He lifted his hand again, and the very air shattered. This time, hundreds of dimensions cleaving space blades materialized around him. Each one hummed with lethal precision, bending the very fabric of space. The two remaining heads of the beast snapped toward him, their abyssal eyes burning with fury, but they never got the chance to retaliate. Apollo simply lowered his hand. The blades rained down, slicing the monstrous body into countless tiny pieces. The three-headed abyssal beast, a creature that could level entire void stations and small worlds, was now nothing more than shredded abyssal flesh. Dissolving in a black mist, he exhaled. My spatial rules are terrifying. The power difference between his space law and space rule was too large that, if the space law was paper, then his current space rule was stainless steel. But he was a bit excited as he killed a true god-level monster quite easily, meaning his strength truly had reached a terrifying level this quickly. But he had no time to admire his strength, as it wasn't an ordinary battlefield but the battle of the strongest. His strength still didn't attract attention. More abyssal monsters were already charging toward him, their howls filled with murderous rage. His lips curled into a smirk. Good out, let's see how much further I can push myself. And with that, he vanished once more. Stepping deeper into the battlefield, he started slaughtering everything that came in his path. Due to space rules, his speed was unparalleled, and even the chaos of battlefields, he still moved freely to destroy countless abyssal monsters. Slash! A monstrous abyssal fiend, 10 meters tall, was bisected from the waist before it could even react. Boom. A gigantic abyssal serpent lunged at him, its fangs dripping with corrosive poison. But Apollo simply vanished, reappearing above it. Crack. A casual flick of his fingers, and space itself shattered around the serpent, tearing it into pieces before it even realized what had happened. The more he fought, the stronger he felt. His space rules allowed him to dominate the battlefield, moving freely where others struggled, striking with terrifying precision and disintegrating enemies before they could even perceive death approaching. His spatial bindings locked down enemies like chains of reality itself. His spatial blades cut through abyssal flesh like a divine executioner's scythe. But as time passed, the battlefield around him began to change. Other stronger creatures slowly started to notice him as he crushed countless abyssal monsters in his path. And then, RORR, a monstrous abyssal behemoth was 50 meters tall, clad in abyss-forged armor, and holding a massive war halberd wreathed in devouring shadows, descended upon him. Its abyssal eyes locked onto Apollo, filled with murderous rage. This monstrous being was among the closest to the abyssal warlord, who rivaled the strength of eternal gods. It was not a mindless monster that had lost itself to the terrifying darkness of the abyss, but a predator, one that stood closest to the abyssal warlord of the eternal god realm. Its strength easily surpassed most true gods and could even be said to rival that of peak true gods, that Apollo's expression didn't waver. The air around him trembled as the abyssal behemoth descended like a falling star. This was no mere abyssal creature. It was a true predator, one step away from the eternal god realm. The battlefield stilled for a moment. Even other abyssal monsters nearby instinctively pulled back, unwilling to be caught in the devastating clash that was about to unfold. The behemoth raised its war halberd high, the abyssal energy around it surging like a tidal wave. The sheer force of its aura sent cracks through the void, distorting space itself. I didn't expect to meet a human here. Not to mention you are a puny human jumping too much as, oh now, I quietly become my food, as I haven't tasted human flesh for quite a long time. Apollo's smirk widened, his blue eyes gleaming with sharpness. You talk too much. Before the abyssal behemoth could react, he vanished. A sharp hum filled the air. Space blade, slash, a thin, near-invisible spatial tear carved through the battlefield, aimed directly at the behemoth's neck. Yet, clang! The abyss-forged armor barely cracked, the monstrous creature standing firm at a low, mocking chuckle rumbled from its massive chest. Pathetic. With unimaginable speed, the behemoth swung its war halberd. A black crescent of abyssal destruction howled through the air, distorting space itself. His instinct screamed. He twisted, shifting through space just as the halberd obliterated his afterimage. The sheer force of the attack created a space rupture, swallowing everything within miles. Even Apollo's teleportation was affected. He staggered slightly as he reappeared high above the battlefield, his heart pounding. Strong. For the first time since he entered the war, he felt it, danger. But instead of fear, his blood burned with excitement. The behemoth grinned, abyssal flames rising from its armor. You're fast, but that won't save you. Apollo took a deep breath. Then, the space around him shattered. And in the next instant, he was everywhere. Hundreds of spatial mirror images of him appeared around the abyssal behemoth, surrounding him in multiple layers of space, stopping him from leaving. Thousands of spatial slashes rained down as every spatial mirror image attacked together, slicing through the battlefield like a storm of blades. The abyssal behemoth's eyes widened as the storm of spatial slashes rained down from every direction. Each attack carried a terrifying cutting force, distorting the very fabric of space around it. Maybe 10 or 20 couldn't do any damage to the abyssal behemoth, who himself had a strong body and was wearing armor, but the numbers were in the thousands or even 10,000s. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield trembled as countless slashes landed, and this time they carved deep wounds into the behemoth's abyss-forged armor. Black blood sprayed into the air, sizzling as it burned through the ground like molten lava. Yet, despite the devastating assault, the behemoth did not fall. Instead, it unleashed a deafening roar, and a black shockwave exploded from its body, distorting space itself. Crack! The countless spatial mirror images shattered, their remnants flickering out of existence, that Apollo's real body barely managed to phase through space and time, reappearing above the behemoth. His golden eyes gleamed with interest. Not bad. You really have tough and thick skin. You didn't die. The behemoth roared, abyssal energy coiling around its halberd, forming a swirling black vortex. Its murderous aura intensified, filling the battlefield with suffocating pressure. With a single swing, the halberd tore through space, its abyssal energy creating an unstoppable black crescent wave that devoured everything in its path. That Apollo's pupils shrank. This one's dangerous. He didn't hesitate. Space twisted, and he disappeared. But, boom! The abyssal wave detonated, creating a massive explosion that obliterated everything within a 100-mile radius. The battlefield was swallowed in darkness as the space was shattered by the sheer destruction. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, high above the battlefield, Apollo reappeared. Unscathed, he glanced at his sleeve. A faint tear. The raw attacking power of the abyssal behemoth was terrifying. Even though his body had reached the fifth turn divine body, it would still be destroyed instantly if any attack from it landed, and then it would be game over for him. But it doesn't mean his fifth turn divine body is weak. It just means his level is still at the stage of half-god. If he completed all the 9 turns and broke through to void god to truly transform into a god body, only then would he be qualified to face these terrifying attacks. He wasn't planning to get hit. His space rules pulsed around him, intertwining with his primal battle instincts and peak concentration. The abyssal behemoth, sensing his defiance, snarled and raised its war halberd once more. The air trembled as the weapon pulsed with pure destruction. abyssal energy condensing into a singularity at its edge. Destroy. With an earth-shattering roar, the behemoth swung its halberd downward, unleashing a massive abyssal crescent wave, one that could cleave an entire small world in half. That Apollo's blue eyes gleamed. The attack was too strong, but it wasn't enough. Too slow. Shatter. The moment the abyssal wave descended, Apollo vanished. But not just his body. The entire battlefield space fractured for an instant, and suddenly, Apollo appeared behind the behemoth. I told you that. Let's see if you can handle this. A chilling spatial distortion coiled around his hand as he pointed a single finger forward. Then, snap. With that tiny motion, space collapsed into a singularity dot, and the abyssal behemoth froze. Its abyssal energy, its movements, everything stopped. The power of the absolute space rule. Apollo smirked. Checkmate, as he gathered all his strength. Then, BOM! A massive explosion erupted, and the surrounding space around the behemoth's body exploded and shattered. The abyssal behemoth's armor cracked, abyssal energy convulsed, and its colossal form began to shatter like broken glass as the shattered space swallowed it into nothingness, making it disappear from heaven and earth. Apollo floated in the air, his eyes reflecting the aftermath of his attack. The battlefield had fallen into a momentary silence in his vicinity. The sheer force of the spatial collapse had erased not just the abyssal behemoth, but everything within its radius. Nothing remained in corpse, in lingering energy. Just emptiness. The surrounding abyssal creatures instinctively took a step back, their predatory instincts screaming at them. This human was a monster in his own right. He exhaled slowly, his body still thrumming with the overwhelming power of his space rules. Even though the fight had been brief, the sheer pressure from battling a peak true god-level entity had pushed him to his limits that he clenched his fists. Still not enough. His current power allowed him to erase beings like the abyssal behemoth, but against an abyssal warlord, against the true horrors of the abyss, he wasn't there yet. But he would be. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he turned his attention back to the battlefield. The war wasn't over. Far from it. The abyssal tide continued to pour in, endless like a nightmare-given form. But this was already his best, and already many eyes now had noticed him. From now on, it was going to become more difficult, as he was about to slaughter a group of abyssal monsters. 3 powerful abyssal monsters with a strength of true god peak, not much weaker than the previous behemoths surrounded him. Now that he had shown his strength, he wasn't going to be left alone, and a strong monster would stop him. The 3 abyssal monsters with ferocity attacked him together without giving him a chance to breathe. But Apollo's pupils shrank slightly as the 3 peak true god-level abyssal monsters lunged at him simultaneously. Their attacks, tearing through space itself. One wielded a jagged black spear, its tip dripping with abyssal venom that corroded even the space. Another was a hulking, 4-armed brute, its fists the size of mountains, each strike carrying the force to shatter divine realms. The last was a shadowy entity that shifted between shadow and darkness. Its eerie eyes locked onto Apollo like a predator savoring its prey. Boom! Their combined assault descended upon him like the wrath of the abyss itself. But he vanished, leaving behind countless space mirror images, confusing the enemy and counterattacking. With that, they started to confront the chaos without giving each other any time to grasp anything else. But this time the battle wasn't going to end quickly. He may be individually stronger than each of the 3, but combined it was difficult for him to defeat the 3 together. With that, the war continued to go on. The aura of the black flame, sovereign realm, also changed as the darkness from the abyss started to corrode the world. The battle continued for 3 days and nights. The battlefield had long turned into a land of destruction, where space itself fractured under the sheer intensity of the war. The stench of blood, divine energy, and abyssal corruption saturated the air, forming a chaotic storm that refused to dissipate. The skies darkened unnaturally. The abyssal taint, once merely a creeping presence, was now engulfing the heavens themselves. The corrupted aura spread like wildfire, staining the divine lands and twisting the very essence of the world. And it seems the various leaders and big shots also feel the same, as it cannot go on. The abyss comes with full power with no intention to stop, as they seem to be ready to pay any price. The strongest were ready to make their move. Far away, standing atop the battlefield like gods of war, the leaders of the various forces of the Black Flame. Sovereign realms gazed at the abyssal tide with solemn expressions. The strongest beings in existence, those who had yet to interfere, could no longer remain still. The Flame General, Flame Lords, and the various divine Flame Clan rulers, the pillars of their world, had all reached the same conclusion. This war could not go on. The Abyss had come with full force, bringing an unprecedented army, one that cared nothing for casualties, willing to pay any price to drag the world into eternal darkness. Now, it was time for the strongest beings in existence to personally take action. Various generals, supreme elders, and leaders from different clans in the Black Sovereign Realm made their move with thunderous strength and even attacked the other side's void to crack the Abyss. Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! A void crack, the very rift through which the abyssal army had poured into the world, suddenly became the target of an all-out assault. Supreme elders and clan leaders struck without mercy, channeling divine arts and laws beyond comprehension. The attack was a bit of a surprise and even caught 1/3 of the entire army from the abyss that infiltrated the realm. In an instant, millions of abyssal monsters or peculiar beasts were annihilated by the terrifying power of the strongest leaders. Millions of monstrous entities vanished in a blinding storm of divine destruction. Screeches of agony echoed across the battlefield. The abyssal creatures, twisted by endless malice, now writhed in unimaginable pain as they were torn apart by the retaliation. From the distant void, 5 dark void knights maintained a cool, indifferent attitude as they didn't make a move when the various leaders of different clans made their moves. From the beginning, their eyes seemed to be only on Flame Palace, where Black Sovereign was sitting calmly. But even as their numbers fell, the Abyss did not waver. A terrifying presence began to rise from within the depths of the void crack, the power that made even the supreme leaders and eternal gods-level commanders and other beings narrow their eyes. A true catastrophe was about to descend, and another group seems to slowly walk out of the Abyss. Although they were small in number, every single one of them seemed to have a world-destroying aura surpassing that of even eternal gods. The battlefield fell silent, even in the midst of the carnage. Even as divine flames burned the abyssal legions to ash, every warrior, every god, every supreme leader turned their gaze toward the abyssal void crack, and from within it, they emerged a small group, and more than 50, but the very fabric of reality shuddered at their presence. Each step they took sent ripples through existence itself. The air trembled, the ground quaked, and the very laws of the world warped under the sheer weight of their existence. Their aura eclipsed even the eternal gods. The abyss itself seemed to bow before them. The shadows twisting unnaturally at their feet point one of them, a being clad in abyssal silver armor, its face obscured by an eerie, swirling void, lifted its head, point 2 eyes, deep as the abyss itself, locked onto the battlefield. Apollo, hovering high above, felt a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time. The pressure of true dominance. He clenched his fists. His half-god body trembled slightly, but his expression remained cold. The battle seemed to stop, and the 3 powerful abyssal monsters that were attacking him stopped midway. For 3 days and nights, he fought, without rest. Even when facing 3 opponents at once, he maintained his overwhelming strength. He even managed to kill one of the 3 peak true god-level abyssal creatures that attacked him together. But the number of such enemies was far from small here in the war. Soon, another peak true god-level monster joined the battle, restoring the fight to its previous balance. And now it seems the battle has reached the final phase, as even such mighty beings from both sides have made their appearance. The silver-armored abyssal entity stood tall, abyssal energy surging around it like a living storm. Its words echoed across the ruined battlefield, its voice carrying a weight that made even eternal gods clench their fists. The group that appeared were the abyssal monarchs that rule various realms within the abyss. Enough playing. Come out, you 3. I want to see how strong the legendary flame lords of the Black Flame Sovereign Realm truly are. The abyssal monarchs' abyssal eyes locked onto the heart of Emberheart City, where 3 figures stood in silence. For 3 days and nights, these 3 great flame lords had remained within the city, watching, observing, waiting. They were the pillars of this world, their power the very foundation upon which the Black Flame Sovereign Realm stood, and yet they had yet to make a move. A sharp gust of wind swept across the battlefield. The air grew heavy. The embers from the ongoing war flickered violently as if reacting to an unseen force. Then, boom, the very flames that had been raging across the battlefield froze, then flared upward, becoming pillars of fire that reached into the heavens. 3 terrifying auras erupted at once. It was as if the world itself had been set ablaze. The city trembled, space twisted. Even the abyssal void crack shuddered from within the depths of the city. 3 figures finally stepped forward, 3 beings whose very existence made the air itself ignite. The 3 great flame lords, Their gazes were calm, yet their presence commanded all flames in existence. Their very steps left molten footprints in the air, and the sky itself burned in their presence. They had to come out, as now the supreme powerhouse from both sides has appeared. The silver abyssal monarch grinned beneath his swirling void helm. Ah, finally. It exhaled, its abyssal powers surging. Let's see if your flames can stand against the darkness of the abyss. The silver abyssal monarch let out a deep, reverberating laugh, its voice like the whisper of the abyss itself, cold, boundless, and all-consuming. The very air twisted under its rising power. The abyssal energy around it boiled, expanding like an endless tide of darkness, devouring light, devouring space, devouring existence itself. Its aura climbed, higher, higher, with no end in sight. The battlefield trembled. The heavens darkened. The earth quaked. A suffocating pressure descended, heavier than anything before. Even the mindless abyssal creatures froze, their instincts screaming at them to flee. The warriors of the Black Flame sovereign realm clenched their weapons tighter, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even the eternal gods present felt an uncontrollable shiver in their souls. It was fear. The three great flame lords looked at one another, and finally, the Golden Flame Lord, who was covered in golden flames that seemed to destroy everything, took a step and directly appeared in the sky right ahead of the silver armor abyssal monarch. The Golden Flame Lord stepped forward, his golden flames roaring to life like an eternal sun. The sheer heat distorted the very fabric of space around him, making the void itself tremble. His eyes burnt with unwavering resolve as he stood before the silver abyssal monarch. Unshaken by the abyssal pressure suffocating the battlefield, he didn't talk or say anything, as it was a waste of time, and immediately made his move. With a single step, the sky ignited to bio-lamb. Golden flames exploded outward in an endless inferno, turning the darkness above into a sea of fire. Each flickering ember held enough heat to melt mountains and incinerate realms. The very rules of fire seemed to bend to the Golden Flame Lord's will. The silver abyssal monarch merely grinned. The swirling abyss within its helm deepened, an unfathomable void staring back at the flames. Interesting, it mused, its abyssal energy rising to meet the golden flames that let's see how long your light can last against eternal darkness. The battle between flame and abyss had begun. Both of their aura were so strong that the battlefield of the entire stopped and only looked above in the void. Even if they cannot see it, they can feel the unimaginable pressure that makes it difficult to breathe, not to mention battle. The entire battlefield stood still. The clash of these two supreme beings had eclipsed everything else. Even the most bloodthirsty abyssal creatures and the mightiest warriors of the flame, sovereign realm dared not move. The sheer pressure radiating from the two titans made the void tremble, space itself groaning under the weight of their existence. The abyss quivered. The flames howled. Then, a blinding golden radiance clashed with an abyssal darkness so deep that it seemed to swallow existence itself. The shockwave was instant, tearing through space and reality. Countless abyssal monsters and divine warriors alike were flung away like mere dust before a storm. The skies burnt black, twisted by the collision of two absolute forces. The Golden Flame Lord remained unmoving, his golden flames condensing into a blazing sphere above his palm, burning with the intensity of a dying star. The silver abyssal monarch, on the other hand, let out a low chuckle, raising one abyssal-clad hand that a black hole-like vortex formed at his fingertips, devouring all light that dared to approach. Flames, the monarch sneered. Let's see if they can burn through eternity. With that, they vanished. Only afterimages remained as the sky itself shattered. In the next instant, flames and abyssal destruction raged in all directions. A battle that would decide the fate of the world. Numerous void cracks started to appear in the sky, and it even seemed their strength was so great that they broke the void and forced their way into different dimensions. The battle was so beyond the level that even the eternal god-level strength warrior also couldn't see anything. Only the few strongest from the abyss and flame sovereign realms barely understood what heaven-defying battle was going on. The very laws of reality trembled. Each clash between the Golden Flame Lord and the silver abyssal monarch ripped through the void, tearing apart space itself and forcing open rifts into countless dimensions. Flames that could burn worlds and darkness that could consume existence warred in an endless struggle. Boom. A massive tear in the void opened, swallowing entire portions of the battlefield. The distant small world on the other side of the dimensional rift was instantly reduced to ashes, caught in the shockwave of the battle. The Golden Flame Lord's voice echoed across the broken sky, his golden flames condensing into a divine sigil that radiated supreme judgment. Abyssal scum, you dare defile the sovereign flames? The silver abyssal monarch merely laughed, his abyssal energy spiraling like an eternal black vortex, warping space and time itself, that he scoffed. What about it? Even your sovereign is nothing in the face of the great creator abyss. Just like the flame sovereign realm, the abyss also has a master, a creator, and a very mysterious one that seems to be older than the beginning of the universe. They even believed he didn't belong to their verse, but was something beyond that, coming from another high dimension. The Golden Flame Lord narrowed his eyes, his golden flames flickering for the first time, not in weakness but in caution. Empty words. His voice boomed, yet even he couldn't ignore the implications. Your so-called creator has never dared to step outside the abyss. If it is truly that powerful, why send minions to fight its battles? The silver abyssal monarch grinned, his abyssal energy swirling with eerie, cosmic malevolence. Who said it needs to? As he spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the abyss. Countless worlds trembled, their very foundations quaking. Even the black flame sovereign, seated upon his throne with his usual calm, narrowed his eyes, a rare shift in expression. Then, from the void of countless light years, a colossal black hand emerged, bigger than the entire flame sovereign realm. It tore through space itself, appearing in the sky and engulfing the world beneath its endless shadow. The cosmos itself shuddered. The sheer presence of that colossal black hand was enough to distort reality. Time fractured, space twisted, and even the laws of existence groaned under its arrival. It was not just large, it was beyond scale. The entire flame sovereign realm, vast beyond comprehension, was but a mere beneath its unfathomable size. Even the great masters and leaders of the strongest clans, beings who had transcended mortality and ruled for countless eras, felt their souls tremble. This was not something they could fight, not something they could comprehend. Even the Black Flame Sovereign, who had remained unshaken through countless calamities, now stood from his throne. His black flames surged, but for the first time in all of existence, they flickered. The hand descended, slow and inevitable, as though the very fabric of creation was being rewritten by its mere presence. The abyssal monarch laughed, his voice echoing like a divine decree. Kneel and die for the great Lord of Abyss. And the universe obeyed. The Golden Flame Lord and other beings within the sovereign realm felt the horror, and even weaker ones with weak wills seemed to go mad. The terrifying hand of darkness slowly seemed to descend. FCK. Could this be the end? Did my presence not change this world's fate? Apollo, among the many, was also terrified. Although he didn't lose his mind, he was on the verge of madness. The aura was so terrifying that he could not even guess or gauge the difference. Yes, almost all of them seemed to lose their will. The Black Sovereign, who from the beginning didn't make a move, came out in the sky, calmly standing in front of the descending black hand. The moment the Black Flame Sovereign stepped forward, the collapsing will of the world seemed to halt, as if reality itself had been given a brief reprieve from the inevitable. His black flames roared to life, burning with an intensity that defied the abyssal darkness. They did not flicker in fear, nor waver under the suffocating pressure of the colossal hand. Instead, they swallowed the despair, replacing it with a force, just as absolute. His voice, calm and resolute, cut through the madness. So this is the so-called Great Lord. You finally make a move. He chuckled, his golden eyes glinting like dying embers in the dark. How disappointing. The abyss trembled in response. And then, boom, he also raised his hand, and a black sun with a size bigger than that of the sovereign realm appeared and collided with the colossal black hand of Abyss Lord. The moment the black sun collided with the colossal abyssal hand, reality itself seemed to collapse. The sky, no, the entire cosmos, shuddered violently. An explosion beyond mortal comprehension erupted at the point of impact, sending waves of annihilation rippling across dimensions. The flames of the black sun roared like an all-consuming inferno, devouring even the abyssal darkness. Yet the abyssal hand was no ordinary force that refused to be erased. The clash between flame and abyss created a terrifying equilibrium. Two supreme forces pushing against each other, neither willing to yield. The battlefield was deathly silent. The war itself paused as every being, eternal gods, abyssal monarchs, and even Apollo himself, watched in awe. Even time seemed to slow as the Black Sovereign's gaze remained locked onto the abyssal void, his expression calm, his power unyielding. And then, crack, a fissure formed on the abyssal hand. The abyssal monarch's grin faltered. The so-called unstoppable power of the great abyssal lord was not absolute. For the first time, the darkness wavered. Boom! The colossal black sun and the abyssal hand exploded and shattered, creating an unimaginable black hole that sent shock waves across countless worlds in different multiverses of the universe before slowly disappearing into the nothingness of the void. This shocked everyone, whether it was from Abyss or Flame's sovereign realm themselves. There was only absolute silence remaining on the battlefield. They all believe in the great sovereign, but seeing the black hand that covered the world and feeling the infinite terror of such power, they hesitated for a moment. But now, as the sovereign made his move and stopped the realm annihilation, the Flame's sovereign realm warriors once again gained confidence and immediately burst into excited roars that echoed throughout the realm. The battlefield erupted into chaos once more, but across the battlefield, the abyssal forces were frozen in place. Even the abyssal monarch in the silver abyssal armor, who had radiated absolute confidence moments ago, now clenched his fists, his eerie, abyssal gaze remained locked on the black sovereign, a flicker of disbelief flashing within his swirling, void-like eyes. Impossible, he muttered. The Great Lord power was stopped. The other abyssal lords who had stepped out of the void crack, their auras surpassing eternal gods, exchanged glances. Some narrowed their abyssal eyes, while others, for the first time, felt an unfamiliar sensation, hesitation. And then, a deep, ancient voice resonated from the endless abyss. The entire universe quaked. You reached the peak of the seventh layer, law manifestation realm. Everyone in the sovereign's realm felt pain like their head was exploding. Countless lives in the world seemed to be unable to take it and lost their senses and even died unknowingly. The voice seemed to stop for a moment as it seemed to feel surprised by Black Flame sovereign strength. It seemed the universe gave birth to quite an extraordinary flame. But since you reached the final stage, it's time to end things. The voice was emotionless, but this emotionless voice seemed to contain unimaginable power, yet made all of the powerful entities lose their strength for a moment. Apollo also felt the terrifying power in the simple words and could stand like a statue quietly. Those words were spoken from countless light years far away from here. And yet they still contained such power. As everyone trembled in fear, the abyssal void crack, which had already stretched across the skies like a festering wound, began to expand once more. But this time, it was not just a gate. It was a consuming force, a rupture that sought to erase everything unfathomably vast and deeper than the abyss itself began to open within the void crack. Its mere existence devoured light, hope, and reality itself. Even the Black Flame sovereign, who had remained unfazed until now, narrowed his gaze. And then, boom, a second colossal black hand, far larger, far more terrifying than before, descended upon the world. This time, it was no longer an attack that it was the end. The power was so terrifying that every runic formation or space barrier surrounding the Black Flame sovereign instantly shattered, and the sky instantly became. The aura of the abyss was so strong that even Sovereign could not dissipate its aura, and countless lives in the realm started to lose their minds and were corroded by the incoming attack. Sovereign's aura flared, and he transformed into a black flame, and then an equally bigger black lotus of flame appeared to cancel the incoming terrifying power of darkness. The black lotus of flame bloomed in the void, its petals unfurling like the dawn of a new era, yet carrying the weight of endless destruction. Each petal burned with the essence of eternal annihilation, a fire that could reduce all things, matter, energy, even concepts, themselves, to absolute nothingness. Boom. The second colossal black hand collided with the black lotus of flame, and the very fabric of reality convulsed. Space shattered. Time fractured. Laws screamed in agony. The mere clash of these two opposing forces sent shockwaves rippling across countless worlds, annihilating celestial bodies like fragile glass. The skies of the flame, sovereign realm, cracked open, revealing the infinite void beyond. Ha ha ha! Deep laughter echoed as the abyssal monarch laughed, seeing as their abyss lord is truly the strongest. A mere sovereign dares to defy the abyss itself. The voice of silver armor, abyssal monarch, echoed as he mocked with amusement. How long do you think your sovereign can hold on? The golden flame lord didn't answer this question. Instead, he looked above with grave expression, as it seemed the words they heard from Apollo might be true. The other two great flame lords also have the same thoughts as they look at the devastating world that is already bringing destruction because of the two attacks. The black lotus of flame expanded from the size of a realm. It grew. No, it devoured. The petals spread, consuming the abyssal aura, the darkness, and even the very concept of corruption. But the darkness seemed to be endless, and the mysterious aura of the abyss didn't seem to be stopped. Crack, crack. Slowly, as their attack collided, the entire sovereign realm seemed to start to crack from different parts, like a glass. It seems to have started to break down. Everyone in the world felt that, and their expression changed as if this continued. Not only the sovereign realm would be destroyed, but even most of the lives in it would be destroyed as well, as the leaders of different clans looked at the three great flame lords for their instruction. The three great flame lords themselves were also lost in thoughts as to what to do, as this was the world they were born in, and they didn't want to leave it. But just as they were thinking, voice, the sovereign, echoed in their mind. Do it. Leave, as I said, it's time to leave. The three great flame lords clenched their fists, their expressions twisted with unwillingness. This was their home, the land where they were born. How could they abandon it so easily? But the sovereign had spoken, and the command was absolute. The golden flame lord took a deep breath, his golden flames dimming slightly as he turned to the countless warriors, the heads of clans, the pillars of the flame sovereign realm. Evacuate now. His voice carried both rage and sorrow. The leaders of the great clans hesitated for only a moment before gritting their teeth and beginning to organize the retreat. Massive, ancient teleportation arrays, sealed for millennia, flared to life. Rivers of fire and light began flowing toward the gateways as entire cities prepared for the exodus. Senior Orb, who didn't appear from the beginning, also appeared right in front of Apollo. Kid, you have to leave before it's too late. He didn't say anything and nodded as the situation was too dangerous. But he also couldn't help but feel anxious, as if Sovereign would die. Wouldn't his mission also fail, and he would also be lost in this timeline? But what he had to do was run, as first he had to save his life. The Abyssal Monarch also noticed, and naturally, they could not let them leave this place, and hence they also quickly attacked and tried to stop them, leaving them no time to flee, and even tried to destroy the teleportation portals. The moment the Abyssal Monarchs moved, the air itself shattered. Boom! Abyssal rifts cracked open, and hordes of corrupted creatures surged forth, nightmarish abominations born from the depths of the abyss. Their very presence corrupted space, warping reality as they jumped toward the retreating forces. Block them! The Golden Flame Lord roared, his golden flames erupting like a sun, burning through entire legions of abyssal beasts. A similar thing happened as other leaders took action. But before they could do that, they were stopped by Abyssal Monarchs. They weren't going to let them leave easily. They wanted to let them leave their body here for eternity. That time Apollo was also running away. But as he used space law to leave the battlefield quickly, he seemed to be noticed by something terrifying. A chill ran down Apollo's spine. Something had locked onto him. From the depths of the abyss, beyond the battlefield, beyond even the limits of this realm, a pair of silver eyes open cold, indifferent, absolutely. Then, boom, reality collapsed. The appearance of such a person even shocked the abyssal side, as they didn't seem to know this entity. Also, the person, just like the Abyssal Lord, hadn't fully descended. His aura wasn't at all weak compared to the Lord of Abyss. You! The voice echoed and shattered the void, and instantly he felt everything collapse. His soul seemed to be about to collapse, but a mysterious aura was quickly released by the Senior Orb to help him, and he calmed down. Run away, Senior Orb, he quickly urged. The sovereign expression also changed. Even the Abyss Lord felt surprised as to why he would suddenly appear when even for eons he didn't move at all. He felt weird and looked at running Apollo in the distance and felt shocked, feeling the mysterious aura of space-time around. That he tried to figure out everything, but when he tried to see through his past and future, he felt something terrifying that he had to stop looking. What is this? How could there be something like this? He felt shocked. The Sovereign felt that both of them seemed to have noticed Apollo, and he had to stop two of them, as otherwise he wouldn't be able to leave. Boom. The black lotus of flames bloomed once more, its petals unfurling like a celestial calamity, consuming the very concept of darkness itself. At the same time, he unleashed an earth-shattering flame barrier, cutting off Apollo from the sight of these terrifying entities. The black flames covered the half-world, protecting the lives of inhabitants of the Flame Sovereign's realm, as no abyssal monsters or entities were able to pierce through it. The Black Flame Sovereign stood at the center of it all, his presence like an unshakable pillar amid the chaos. The black lotus of flames had fully bloomed, its petals exuding an overwhelming heat that devoured even the essence of the abyss. The sky burned black. The land quivered beneath an unimaginable pressure. Even the abyssal monarchs hesitated as flames seemed to burn there. Indestructible bodies. Even those from the abyss, mindless beings who thrived in corruption and destruction and were afraid of death, could not push forward. The barrier of black flames was not merely a defense. It was a separation of realms, a rejection of all abyssal existence. And yet, boom, a hand, vast beyond comprehension, once again reached forth. Unlike before, it did not tear through space. It ignored space but a silver, ethereal appendage. Unlike the abyssal monstrosities, emerged from the nothingness beyond time, and it did not belong to the abyssal lord. And then, Apollo, still running for his life, felt everything freeze. What? His soul was being pulled at a force unlike any he had ever known. Not darkness, not fire, not time, nor space, but something far beyond comprehension reached for him. But Black Flame Sovereign placed the most importance on Apollo's life, and instantly the most land of the Flame Sovereign realm exploded and burst out with terrifying flames and shattering the void around, even disrupting the space-time, making it difficult for the vast hand of the mysterious entity to reach Apollo. The hand was finally stopped as the flames created by sacrificing half of the sovereign realm barely halted the mysterious entity's attack. Run! He heard the voice. Apollo ran with every ounce of his strength and even dared to look back towards the space portal that was still working. No, you cannot run. Stop him. He is the key. Use your all strength. The other silver-eyed entity seemed to roar as it seemed to be telling the Abyss Lord. Hearing this, Abyss Lord was shocked and instantly exploded with stronger strength without holding back anything. And even the mysterious entity also seemed to use his terrifying strength. Boom! The combined strength of both of them seemed to reach unimaginable heights, and even almost all of the Abyss army seemed to be destroyed by just the oppressive world-ending aura. The half-destroyed world itself screamed. The Flame's sovereign realm, already on the brink of collapse, began to shatter at a terrifying rate. The remaining skies cracked like fragile glass. The land crumbled into the void. Rivers of magma twisted into vortexes, spiraling toward destruction. Even the invincible Black Lotus of flames flickered under the combined might of the Abyssal Lord and the unknown silver entity. You both are not going to succeed. Sovereign roared as his aura seemed to climb to unimaginable heights, as if he alone seemed to shoulder the aura of two terrifying powers from the abyss. Both of them noticed this felt surprising, as his strength shouldn't be this strong, but they understood as they noticed the fluctuating aura. Crazy, you are burning your source power, Lord of Abyss said as he felt surprised. If you didn't stop, you would die permanently. Even your immortal flame would perish with you. The Flame's sovereign did not answer, he simply burned. His once boundless, eternal flames, his very essence, were now devouring themselves, fueling a power beyond his limits. The abyss trembled. Even the Abyssal Lord, a being that devoured worlds, took an instinctive step back. The silver-eyed entity narrowed its gaze, sensing something truly irreversible. This was no mere battle. This was a self-imposed annihilation. Flame Sovereign, you are mad. The Lord of the Abyss roared, and for the first time, the Flame's sovereign laughed. It was a hoarse, burning sound, one that seared itself into the very fabric of existence. If it means that you fail, the Black Lotus of Flames bloomed once more. But this time, it was not just a shield that it was a pyre. Run away. From now on, you'll be the leader. Sovereign's voice echoed as he looked at the Golden Flame Lord, who was now safe behind the black flame walls. The Black Lotus burned for the final time, a flame that would never be extinguished, because it would consume even itself to nothingness. Apollo, using his space rule after receiving the protection of Sovereign, reached the portal along with countless others who also looked at the Sovereign for the final time. The Flame's Sovereign stood alone. Behind him, the world he created and swore to protect. The countless beings who had called this place home were already retreating, vanishing into the ancient portals, their figures swallowed by the golden light of escape. The Golden Flame Lord, now safe beyond the black flame wall, trembled. His fists clenched, his heart burned, but he understood. This was an order to burden at a final will. And then, the Black Lotus of Flames bloomed one last time. Boom. Flames that burned beyond eternity. A fire that consumed even itself, that a pyre of absolute destruction. The sovereign realm could not withstand it. Cracks spread like veins across the sky, through space itself, as if reality wept and shattered beneath the weight of the sacrifice. But Apollo did not turn back. He pushed forward, faster, farther, escaping through the portal just as it began to collapse behind him. Countless others followed along with 3 flame lords and numerous leaders of clans, their gazes lingering on the sovereign's final stand, their souls burned with grief, awe, and helplessness. "No! Stop it!" Abyssal Lord roared as he kneaded the black lotus flame. But if the source was burned, it would fully disappear from the universe, and then the portal shattered, and the flame sovereign realm was no more. On the other side of the portal, the surviving group landed in an unknown land, far removed from the world they once called home. The air here was different, colder, heavier, and unfamiliar. Towering mountains loomed in the distance, shrouded in mist, while a vast, dark ocean stretched endlessly beyond the horizon. The sky was painted in hues they had never seen before, as if even the heavens mourned the destruction they had just witnessed. But none of them paid attention to their surroundings. They stood in silence, eyes still locked onto the place where the portal had once been, where their world had just ceased to exist. Their home was gone. Their sovereign was gone, and unbearable emptiness settled into their hearts. Some fell to their knees, fists clenched against the ground. Others simply stood frozen, their eyes hollow, their minds struggling to process the reality of their loss. The Golden Flame Lord closed his eyes, his hands trembling as he felt the weight of the sovereign's final words settle fully upon him. He was their leader now. But how could he lead a people who had just lost everything? Apollo stood there calmly with Senior Orb, and he didn't know what to do, as it seemed Sovereign didn't survive, which meant he might have failed to clear the task. Could he really be stuck here forever and never return to his timeline? He was lost in such thoughts, but as he was feeling unsure of what to do from now on, he felt a familiar aura. Apollo quickly noticed the source of energy to it was the unknown seed given by the Black Flame Sovereign that started to release mysterious and yet familiar energy. He felt surprised and quickly took out the unknown seed, which started to tremble at a mysterious energy, familiar yet foreign, ancient yet boundless, pulsed from it, intertwining with his very soul. The aura was unmistakable, sovereign. Or rather, what remained of him. Apollo's breath hitched. His hands instinctively reached for the seed, but the moment his fingers brushed against it, boom! A surge of black and gold flames erupted around him, spiraling into the sky like an unrestrained inferno. The entire area trembled as the energy within the seed expanded, forcing time itself to hesitate. Gasps echoed from the survivors, the Golden Flame Lord and the 2 other Great Flame Lords, who had been standing still in grief, turned sharply, their eyes wide with shock. This energy, could it be? Apollo barely heard him. His entire being was engulfed in the torrent of flames, yet it didn't harm him. Instead, it resonated with him, like a familiar warmth embracing his very existence. The 3 great flames and other leaders quickly arrived as they felt the mysterious flames around him and became excited as they could not be wrong. It was definitely the power of their sovereign. They were excited but didn't understand what was going on. Why did the human Apollo have a sovereign aura on him? However, they waited patiently. T, on the other hand, was feeling a shocking aura within him as the seed seemed to merge within him and transform his body from inside out. The fire law within the 5 elements law he understood seemed to break free as it started to increase rapidly and quickly break through the 90% mark and reach the perfection of the fire law. But even then, it still didn't stop. But that wasn't all. Another mysterious law bloomed within him, one he instinctively understood. It was none other than the law of destruction. The Black Flame Sovereign was not only a master of the highest degree of fire laws, but as an innate being born with the power of destruction. He had mastered it to a significant level. Unfortunately, destruction, like the laws of space, was incredibly difficult to comprehend. Not to mention, it was the strongest of all rules, one that followed the purest path of attack, capable of annihilating everything, space, time, and existence itself. Once it reached its highest state, he who didn't understand the law of destruction suddenly started to feel and understand it at a rapid rate. Within a few seconds, he understood 30% of the law of destruction and continued to rise along with the understanding of fire law. Both laws, due to the surge of the mysterious seed, continued to be strengthened, with the seed also showing transformation as it merged with him. Even the golden sun flames within him, which were weak, seemed to transform into something more mysterious and seemed to fuse with the seed that released the mysterious black flames. Apollo clenched his fists as waves of power surged through his body, flames of pure black and gold danced around him. No longer just an external force, but something ingrained into his very existence. His bones, muscles, and soul trembled as they underwent a terrifying transformation along with his comprehension of two laws. His body and soul cracked and healed numerous times and became stronger every second. Boom! Both his body and soul broke through the sixth turn at the same time. Not only that, his spirit also compressed multiple times, and until it could not be compressed, it also followed the body and soul also reached the sixth layer of the mind palace. But it was over as the seed transformation reached its peak, and it finally fully transformed into black flames. Boom! But it was a bit different from the black flame of Sovereign, as it had a bit of golden flames mixed in it, as it seemed the golden sun flames evolved and fused with it. The three great flame lords and others also noticed this, but they still clearly felt the black and golden flames had their sovereign aura, so they silently waited. With the seed finally blooming, that explosion of mysterious power reached its peak, and the improvement of fire and destruction law, which slowed down somewhat, seemed to burst with even more terrifying speed. And the fire law that was already reached 99% quickly took the final step and reached 100% to begin, transforming into the first layer of fire rules. Boom. The heavens trembled as a pillar of black and gold flames erupted from Apollo's body, piercing through the sky like a divine decree. Fire law, 100% comprehension, beginning the transformation into fire rules. At this moment, Apollo was no longer bound by the constraints of mere elemental laws. The flames he commanded were no longer just fire laws. They were evolving into a rule, a higher-tier concept that dictated reality itself. And yet, that was not the end. His law of destruction, which had already surged to 40% comprehension, suddenly ignited with newfound intensity, 0.45%, 50%, 60%. The rate of growth was unprecedented. Unlike fire, which had some foundation through years of experience, the law of destruction was forcefully embedding itself into him, fusing with his very essence. As the fire law reached the rule level, another burst of energy came, which once again increased his body, soul, and spirit, just like when he reached the first layer of space rule level. 3 of them simultaneously reached the peak of the sixth turn, respectively, just after reaching the sixth turn. But it wasn't the end for his improvements, as the law of destruction, which increased rapidly, also reached 90% and was closing toward the rule of destruction. The Flame Lords and the remaining survivors stood in wordless astonishment, witnessing a phenomenon beyond their comprehension. They were already astonished when they discovered he had mastered the fire rule, knowing he was already a genius for comprehending the supreme space rule. But now, not only had he begun to grasp a third rule, but he also seemed on the verge of mastering a third, and it was none other than the supreme rule of destruction. The air itself trembled, but a silence, more oppressive than any storm, fell upon the survivors as they watched Apollo ascend toward an unprecedented realm of power. No Master One rule was to stand among legends. T.O. Wield 2 was the mark of a supreme being. T.O. Reach 3, with one of them being the rule of destruction, was beyond comprehension. The Flame Lords and other ancient leaders, beings who had reigned over the flame sovereign realm for countless years, found themselves speechless. 95%, 96%. The law of destruction quickly reached 99%, and with an explosion, it took the final steps and finally evolved into the rules of destruction. Boom. The rule of destruction fully awakened. A terrifying, unseen force spread outward, consuming everything. The land cracked and vanished. The air disintegrated into nothingness. Even space itself trembled. Lines of black nothingness spreading like cracks in a fragile mirror. The end had arrived. Even those who wielded the highest flames felt that if they got too close, they would be erased, completely, irreversibly. Apollo stood at the center of it all, eyes burning with golden black fire. He could feel it. The rule of destruction was unlike anything else. That it was not a mere element, not something that could be bent or shaped like fire or space. That it was the will of collapse. It did not create. It did not allow. It simply destroys. But before he could do everything, the final surge of energy came from his breakthrough in the destruction rule, and the body, soul, and spirit that reached the peak of the sixth turn were pushed forward for the last time and crossed another barrier to break through the seventh turn. And this turn seemed to have brought the most change, as he felt the increase in his strength was many times larger than his previous breakthrough. Unlike his previous breakthroughs, this one was truly earth. Shattering, a golden black storm of flames and destruction erupted around him, consuming everything in its path. The land itself collapsed, and space trembled in front of his aura. Apollo could feel it. His flesh was no longer just flesh. That it had been reforged by both destruction and fire, granting him an unprecedented level of strength and regeneration. His bones, once indestructible, now carried a strange, void-like quality, as if they weren't human bones but divine treasures. His soul was no longer just refined. It had become countless times stronger and even seemed to touch another level of mysterious power. His spirit, once bound by normal constraints, was now filled with the power of black and golden flames filled with destruction. His aura surged uncontrollably, pressing down on the remaining survivors around him. Even the strong warriors at the level of eternal gods felt their flames flicker under the sheer domination of his presence. How was this possible? They all exclaimed as they felt Apollo hadn't even reached the void god realm of humans. Yet they were feeling such oppressive pressure was too unbelievable. Apollo stood in absolute silence. The power surging within him was beyond anything he had ever imagined before. He had already been a monstrous genius. But now, with 3 supreme rules at his command, he had stepped into an entirely new realm of power, space, fire, destruction. Any one of these rules alone could make someone a legendary existence. But together, even he himself wasn't sure of his limits anymore. Could he fight against eternal gods? The very thought was madness. Yet, he had a feeling that weak ones might already be within his reach. And yet, despite this overwhelming transformation, he was still just a half-god. His journey wasn't over. The 7th turn was only another step. With 2 more breakthroughs, he would finally step into the realm of a void god, the threshold of true divinity. But he knew one thing for certain: he wouldn't just be a void god, he would be the strongest void god in existence. After this, he quickly wanted to check the flames that the unknown seed had bloomed into. Apollo controlled the flames within him, and instantly, a small ball of black with a hint of golden flames appeared on his hand. This clearly Sovereign's flame. It cannot go wrong. Golden Flame Lord appeared right beside Apollo and said excitedly, as he looked at the black golden flames in his hand. The other 2 great Flame Lords and other high-ranking surviving members of the Black Flame Sovereign Realm also came and surrounded him. All of them showed excited expressions when they saw the flames, which means that at least the legacy of Sovereign still remains, and maybe he can be resurrected from these flames. But he looked at the excited expression of the Golden Flame Lord and others, but remained calm and looked at the flames in his hand. He felt the 3 great Flame Lords should not make a mistake, as they were the Sovereign's own child. And then he suddenly thought of something and became excited. Could it really be the Black Lotus Flame? Then wouldn't it mean he fulfilled the mission of saving the Black Flame Lotus? Apollo's mind raced. The Black Lotus Flame. Could it really be? If what the Golden Flame Lord and the others said was true, if the flame in his hands was truly the Sovereign's own, then didn't that mean he had fulfilled his mission? He might not have saved the original Black Flame Sovereign, but if he had inherited the Black Lotus Flame itself, wouldn't that be enough? His return should be possible. His heartbeat quickened. For the first time since his arrival in this unknown past, he felt a real sense of hope. But he forced himself to remain calm. However, he cannot control his emotions, and just as he is about to see if there are any new updates on his mission in his system, he hears the cold system's voice. Chapter 3, Black Lotus Flame. Objective: save the Black Lotus Flame. Apollo's breath caught in his throat. Status: completed. He had done it. A rush of emotions surged through him. Relief, excitement, disbelief. After everything, after facing annihilation, witnessing the fall of an entire realm, and nearly being trapped here forever, he was going back. But before he could fully process it, the cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Space-time jump is being issued in 10 seconds. And the mysterious power of space-time started to fluctuate around him, which was first noticed by the Senior Orb, who understood what was going on. Looks like it's your time to leave. Senior Orb's world echoed, and he didn't try to hide it, which was clearly heard by everyone present. The Flame Lords and the remaining survivors noticed the sudden shift in his aura. The air around him shimmered unnaturally, as if the very fabric of reality was about to pull him away. What? The Golden Flame Lord's voice trembled slightly, eyes widening in realization. The other 2 great Flame Lords stiffened. Stop it. He, from the beginning, didn't belong here, and be glad that at least his flame survived. Senior Orb said to calm them. They were powerful beings, yet at this moment, they were helpless, watching as the only remaining trace of their sovereign was about to vanish before their eyes. Wait! The Golden Flame Lord reached out as if trying to grasp on a fate itself. But it was no use. Apollo looked at the three flame lords and senior orb finally for the last time. Thank you for everything, and goodbye. Maybe in the future, we will meet again. With those words, he disappeared from the time-space. The moment Apollo vanished, an eerie silence settled over the ruined battlefield. The black golden flames he had left behind still flickered, a lingering testament to his presence. Yet he was gone. He didn't belong here, he muttered, echoing Senior Orb's words. But that didn't make it any easier to accept. Senior Orb, with his ever-composed voice, let out a soft sigh. At the very least, the Black Lotus Flame has been reborn. That is enough. The surviving members of the Black Flame Sovereign Realm bowed their heads in quiet reverence. They had witnessed a miracle, the rekindling of their sovereign's legacy. Then, the Golden Flame Lord turned toward the place from where he disappeared. His eyes burned with determination. He said we might meet again. His voice was steady, filled with conviction. The other two Flame Lords exchanged glances before nodding. Then we will wait. The Golden Flame Lord declared it on the other side. Apollo felt as if he were drifting through an endless river of time, the currents pulling him through the vast and unknowable depths of space-time. He had no sense of direction, no sense of how long he had been traveling. Only an infinite, unyielding void surrounding him. Then, boom, a powerful force slammed into him, and his vision twisted violently. Reality shattered and reformed in an instant. When the dizziness faded, he found himself standing amidst a familiar ruin. The forbidden infernal destruction realm. Or, more precisely, the remains of the Black Flame Sovereign Realm. He had finally returned. His eyes narrowed as he took in his surroundings. The infernal destruction realm was exactly as he had left it before being pulled into the past. Crumbling black stone, scorched earth, and the lingering echoes of annihilation and aura of destruction filled the air. He didn't find the small shrine from which he found the system's fragment, as it seemed to have disappeared. Ding. Chapter 3. Black Lotus Flame is being closed. Chapter of Lost World, 3% completion. Reward is being issued. Reward Seed of Destruction is being issued. The moment the system's voice faded, Apollo felt a surge of unimaginable power erupts within him. Within his soul, a mysterious seed containing the rule of destruction appeared and burst with a powerful aura that instantly merged with his understanding of the rule of destruction. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded outward, the very air trembling under the overwhelming force of destruction. The broken land beneath him cracked further, unable to withstand the sheer weight of the destructive energy. Understanding of the rule of destruction deepened at a monstrous pace, and the uncontrollable wild power of destruction slowly started to become steady. The surge of aura was so terrifying that even the land filled with destruction and the aura of the abyss. His power still traveled far, and numerous corrupted beasts and other explorers from the outside also felt that. Most of them were afraid and tried to move far from this place. But some brave ones started to move towards this direction, thinking some powerful treasure was born. But Apollo didn't care as he was busy with the surge of power that lasted only a few moments. But when it settled, his aura had undergone once again a profound transformation. His golden black flames flickered wildly before stabilizing, their glow more profound, more absolute. And his understanding of the rule of destruction seemed to leave his other two rules and reach the peak of the first layer before stabilizing completely. The seed of destruction had not just merged with his understanding of the rule of destruction, it had reforged it, making his control over destruction even more terrifying. His breath came out slow, measured, too much power, too fast. But Apollo's mind was sharp. He swiftly adjusted, compressing his aura so it wouldn't recklessly spill outward. Even so, the land beneath his feet continued to crumble. The very laws of the world were being destroyed under his presence. The seed of destruction within his soul didn't crumble or disappear, but remained sturdy, anchoring and maintaining the balanced power of his destruction. Apollo finally opened his eyes. The cold, detached gaze swept across the horizon as he felt quite a few auras coming this way. Idiots! His voice was indifferent, but the space around him shuddered. The mere weight of his will seemed to shatter lands. After all of this, his strength reached a terrifying level. Before entering the infernal realm, he might feel troubled seeing so many coming towards him, but now it doesn't matter as they didn't belong to the same level at all. He didn't leave. He calmly moved forward in the direction from which he felt quite a large number of auras coming in his direction. And after a minute, the group of people became visible to a group of 20. No, at least 30 people. Stood there, their eyes filled with a mixture of greed, curiosity, and caution. They were clearly explorers from the corners of the universe that came after the realm's opening. judging by their varying attires and weapons. They weren't weak, as the entire group was made up of void gods, and 3 among them seemed to have reached the peak void god realm that it can be considered to be an elite group in any part of the universe, but sadly, it was now nothing to him. Even without using his rules, he could still defeat them. Their leader, a middle-aged man with silver hair and piercing violet eyes, stepped forward. His aura was steady, a peak void god. But when his gaze landed on Apollo, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face that he couldn't see through Apollo's strength. And that was enough to make him worried. He knew that anybody who dared to enter this dangerous realm alone wasn't an ordinary person. The silence stretched, heavy with unspoken tension. The few among the group of explorers exchanged glances, their initial greed and curiosity slowly giving way to unease. The oppressive air around Apollo wasn't just due to his aura. It was the way he stood. The way he looked at them as if they weren't even worth his attention. The red-haired leader's gaze sharpened, that he wasn't reckless. He had seen countless prodigies in his long life. But this young man before him? He felt wrong. Too calm. Too indifferent. It was the kind of confidence that came not from arrogance, but from absolute power. Before he could speak, one of his subordinates, a younger void god with a spear strapped to his back, stepped forward that a sneer curled his lips. "Oi, kid!" Crack. Before he could finish his words, the ground beneath Apollo's foot shattered, spiderweb fractures racing outward like a beast waking from slumber. The void gods felt it, a shift in the air, a suffocating force pressed down on them. Not from any overt attack, not from a surge of power, but simply from Apollo existing in their presence. The young void god, under the most pressure, acted on him as he seemed to be crushed by unimaginable power. He choked on his words, as the pressure was too much, making it even more difficult to stand. The expression of everyone changed, and they felt horror as how could this young boy be this strong? Just his presence alone made it difficult to breathe. All of them quickly forgot about their greed for treasure as they understood the grave situation they were in. The only good thing right now was that they hadn't done anything, so there was still a chance for them to survive. And the middle-aged leader knew what he needed to do. "We are very sorry, young lord. Please forgive us." He instantly stopped trying to overcome the overwhelming pressure and fell onto his knees and begged for their life. This sudden change caught Apollo off guard, as it was the first time seeing someone this quickly understand the situation and not hesitate to beg directly. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Smart. Most would try to fight back, struggle, or at least feign bravado. This man, however, instantly abandoned all pride to preserve his life. Not to mention he was a peak void god and certainly a high-ranking person anywhere in the universe. Yet he didn't hesitate to do this. It wasn't cowardice. It was survival instinct at its finest. The rest of the group followed their leader's example, dropping to their knees without hesitation. Even the spear-wielding void god, who had been the most arrogant just moments ago, was now trembling, unable to meet Apollo's gaze. Interesting. His voice was calm, but in the dead silence, it rang out like a divine decree. The kneeling void gods flinched. He stepped forward, each movement sending an unseen ripple through space. The closer he got, the more suffocating his presence became, as if an unseen abyss was yawning open beneath them. "You are lucky and smart that I am in a good mood, so you can save your lives. Leave within 3 breaths. Otherwise, I might change my mind," he said as he calmly glanced at the kneeling peak void god leader, and the terrifying pressure on them disappeared. "Yes, thank you. Thank you for not killing us." The red-haired leader quickly thanked them, and then immediately the group ran in the opposite direction for where they came with all their might. None of them wanted to stay here for any second, as they didn't know when Apollo might change his mind. He also didn't wait, but moved the entrance, as he didn't think there was anything else in there that could help him. There might be some treasure and inheritance remaining because of the last-minute evacuation of the realm that still remained after the destruction, but they weren't important to him. But he still is in doubt as to why he finds the system's fragment here, as from what he seems to understand, the system's abilities are beyond Black Flame Sovereign or even the Abyss Lord and the other entity. He didn't get the connection here. Could it be placed after the realm was destroyed by the Abyssal Lord and the mysterious entity? And why go to such trouble to bring the Black Lotus Flame? All of this is still a mystery to him. Sigh. He could only sigh as countless thoughts came to his mind as he casually strolled through the realm filled with destruction. But just as he moved some distance, he met with a second group of people who were attracted by his aura during his fusion process with the Seed of Destruction. And they were from different forces and were quite a lot in numbers that Apollo's gaze swept over the newcomers, at least 60 people. Unlike the last group, these were divided into factions, each wearing distinct robes and insignias. Some carried the emblems of renowned sects. Others bore the markings of elite mercenary groups that a few individuals stood apart from any organization, lone wanderers who had come seeking their fortune. But no matter their origins, they all had the same look in their eyes: greed. They had clearly sensed the terrifying surge of power from earlier and rushed over, hoping to find a treasure left behind. And this time, among the people, there were quite a few idiots who seemed to not understand the situation. His gaze remained indifferent as the chaotic voices filled the air. These people didn't understand their place. Different factions bickered amongst themselves, too consumed by greed to realize that the true danger wasn't each other. It was in point one particularly arrogant void god, clad in golden robes embroidered with a dragon motif, stepped forward. His aura was powerful, a peak void god. But in Apollo's eyes, he was no different from an ant. Brat, I don't know who you are, but since you came from that direction, you must have found something. Hand it over, and I might let you live. Apollo exhaled softly. Another fool. Before he could reply, another group leader, a burly man wielding a massive halberd, scoffed. Who do you think you are? If there's a treasure, it belongs to the strongest. Boy, just tell us where it is, and we might spare you some scraps. A third voice, belonging to a veiled woman radiating a sinister aura, chuckled coldly. Or we could just rip the answer from him. No need to waste time. The bickering continued. Apollo shook his head, a slight smile tugging at his lips. How amusing. Did they truly believe they could dictate terms to him? A sigh left his lips. The next moment, the space around all of them froze. Squash. Bang. Boom. The three who had been the most provocative suddenly felt a terrifying force, space itself collapsing upon them. Before they had a chance to react, they were completely crushed into oblivion. What just happened? How is this possible? Others were shocked and horrified as they didn't even feel a hint of aura. Yet they saw the three of the strongest people die instantly. Like some insect, the silence was deafening. Blood, flesh, and shattered remnants of divine artifacts splattered onto the cracked ground. The once proud void gods, reduced to nothingness in an instant. The survivors staggered back, their faces drained of all color. The weight of fear pressed against their souls, suffocating them. How? One of them stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. What kind of power is this? Apollo stood, unmoved, his expression calm, almost indifferent. He had not lifted a finger. Reality itself had obeyed his will. That realization sent a shiver down their spines. One of the older void gods, a seasoned warrior who had seen countless battles, suddenly fell to his knees. We were blind. We did not know we were standing before a supreme being. His voice trembled, drenched in terror. Please show mercy. His pleas snapped the others out of their frozen state. One by one, they collapsed to their knees, bowing their heads in submission. Please, mighty one, we meant no disrespect. Forgive our ignorance. Spare us. But will he let them leave? The answer was no. As for the first one, he let them go. It was because he was in a good mood, and their leader from the beginning didn't show any killing intent, and also was smart. However, these guys were filled with killing intent, and he would not give them a chance. Boom! Instantly, the sky cracked open and swallowed them in a terrifying space storm that shredded every single one of them. Only the dead silence remained, with more than 60 warriors of void god level disappearing without leaving any trace. It was even hard to believe that anything happened here, as there was no sign of struggle or anything. It was utter annihilation from heaven and earth, in blood, in corpses, in lingering auras. It was as if those 60 void gods had never existed. Apollo calmly looked at all of these without showing any emotion and then calmly walked away. After fighting in the war between the sovereign realm and the abyss and becoming so strong, these kinds of battles had become child's play for him. The so-called powerful void gods were nothing more than insects before him. He continued forward, his stride steady, unfaltering. After he left the area, there were still some who arrived there, but they found nothing and could only leave with a feeling of loss. But what they didn't know was they were very lucky, as they just survived their death. What remained of the infernal destruction realm was nothing more than a shattered fragment left behind from the war. Yet, even in ruin, it stretched vast and endless, a graveyard of fallen titans and forgotten legacies. Apollo moved through the broken land at a steady pace, not in any rush, yet his speed still surpassed most void gods. The key in his possession meant he could leave whenever he wished, but he didn't. Instead, he wandered, his gaze swept over the scorched ruins, the crumbling remains of once mighty citadels, and the blackened bones of celestial beasts that had perished in the Ward at a war he had now seen with his own eyes, that a strange feeling welled up within him, that a quiet, lingering melancholy. Had it really happened? Had he truly traveled back in time and witnessed the fall of this realm? The battle between sovereigns, the abyssal lord, and that unknown entity. It felt too vast, too unreal to believe what he just experienced as he walked through the vast, desolate lands for some time. He felt an unexpected aura, an aura he was familiar with. Selena. Unexpectedly, he felt her aura, and she wasn't alone, as he also felt another terrifying aura that seemed to reach the peak of the true god realm around her. At a confrontation, he could feel the residual shockwaves of energy rippling through space, subtle but undeniable, that a silent clash of pressure, a battle that had not yet erupted in full force. But one wrong move could ignite it instantly. They were quite far, but due to his sharp senses and space rule, he could be sure it was her aura. Without hesitation, Apollo's form flickered, and space cracks opened around him as he vanished on the other side. Selena was standing in the sky, and below her was a ferocious and terrifying creature filled with destruction and darkness, corrupted by the aura of the abyss. Its aura was terrifying, as it seemed to have changed after being corrupted here for millions of years, and although it was still at peak true god level, it was still many times stronger than most peak true gods. She was calmly standing as their auras were colliding with one another, shaking the land and sky with it. Her silver aura shimmered like a celestial tide, clashing violently against the abyssal darkness of the corrupted beast before her. The very fabric of space twisted and groaned beneath their power, the land beneath them fracturing under the weight of their colliding auras. Her silver hair fluttered in the turbulent winds, her expression impassive, but her narrowed eyes glowed with an icy light. "Annoying monster. Let me go. I don't have time or interest in playing with you." Her voice rang out, crisp and cold as the moon's glow. Yet, the monstrous being before her did not falter. It did not react to her words. It had no mind to reason with, and no intelligence to fear her strength. That It was simply a beast of pure destruction, an entity driven by instinct alone. Selena sighed, irritation flickering in her silver eyes. So stubborn. She took out her sword, and her grip tightened around the hilt of it as silver energy with moonlight condensed around her in a blinding surge. The next instant, boom! The air exploded as the corrupted creature lunged forward, its corrupted energy surging like a tidal wave, intent on devouring everything in its path. Boom! Her attack collided with the monster and created a space-shattering explosion covering hundreds of miles, destroying everything within the explosion range. And from the shockwaves, the two figures came out. Serena was still calm and uninjured, whereas the corrupted beast was forced backwards for miles with a small injury on its chest. Although it was clear she had the upper hand, she didn't feel great as the damage was negligible, which, as she thinks about it, already got healed. She now knew that it was going to be troublesome, as it might take her some time to fully destroy it. Selena's gaze remained cold and unreadable as she observed the abyssal beast regenerating before her eyes. The wound she had inflicted was already gone, erased as if it had never existed. Her silver aura flared again, illuminating the fractured battlefield beneath her feet. "Troublesome," she muttered to herself, her fingers tightening around her sword. The corrupted monster let out a deep, guttural growl, its abyssal energy surging even stronger than before. Its twisted form pulsed, the darkness around it writhing, as if it were alive. It had no emotions, and no hesitation, and no fear. Only the endless instinct to destroy. Selena exhaled, the air around her chilling as she considered her next move. She could overpower it, but it would take time, something she wasn't willing to waste. "Tisk, persistent thing," she murmured. But before she could make her next move, a ripple in space, a presence she instantly recognized. Her silver eyes flickered slightly, turning in the direction of the approaching aura. And then, stepping through the void, calm and unhurried, Apollo arrived. Both of them standing in the sky looked at each other. She looked at him with a shocked expression on her face, although she could feel he was still half god, but there was also a very mysterious aura around him. Apollo was always mysterious to her, but it wasn't like this before, as the moment he appeared she felt a terrifying threat from him. If the person standing in front of him wasn't Apollo, she would have run. The pressure he exuded wasn't something a half-god should possess. No, it wasn't even about raw strength. That It was something deeper, more profound. Like an abyss that could swallow everything. For the first time, she felt a true sense of danger from him. "Lord, what happened to you?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with curiosity. Apollo didn't answer immediately. His blue eyes, deep like the cosmos, regarded her calmly. Then he smiled at a small, almost imperceptible smile. Nothing, just a small improvement. Selena's heart skipped a beat. That answer, so simple, yet it carried weight. Before she could ask further, roar, the abyssal beast lunged, its monstrous form expanding, its corruption twisting the very air around it. It had no interest in their reunion. She frowned, preparing to strike again, but before she could move, Apollo simply raised his hand. In the next instant, the abyssal beast stopped, and oh, it wasn't just that it froze in place. Not a single movement. Not even a twitch. The very layers of space around it had collapsed into absolute stillness. Like he was surrounded by countless spaces, Selena's breath stopped for a moment. She couldn't believe what she was seeing was true. But unlike most, she wasn't an ordinary person and was a member of Sky Tower. So she quickly noticed that it was the power of rule, as she had already understood a hint of it, which made her surpass most true gods. But what Apollo understood was the rule of space, and he seemed to understand it more deeply than just a hint of it. She had always known Lord Apollo was extraordinary, but this, understanding a hint of a rule, was already an achievement that placed her above most true gods. Yet Apollo, who was still a half-god, her silver eyes flickered. Lord, you used the rule of space. She finally spoke, her voice unusually serious. Apollo tilted his head, amusement flickering in his golden eyes. You noticed? Noticed? Selena almost scoffed. How could she not? She looked at the restrained monster. Even if she tried her best, it wouldn't be that easy for her to defeat it. Not to mention restraining such a monster, would take time, effort, and continuous power. But Apollo, he did it effortlessly. The monster's form trembled violently, its abyssal energy unraveling, as if it couldn't even comprehend what was happening to it. Apollo tilted his head slightly, as if inspecting an insect beneath his foot. Then, with a flick of his fingers, boom, the space above shattered, and a devouring black hole, filled with pure destruction, emerged in an instant. It swallowed the monster whole. Within seconds, it ceased to exist in corpse and remnants. Only empty space, still crackling with the lingering power of destruction, an unstoppable force that seemed to hunger for the very world where it once stood. Serena didn't know what she saw or how to describe the feeling she felt. The transformation in Apollo was too fast. Lord, welcome back. She came to her senses after the shock and quickly greeted him. But she knew that from now on Apollo had truly reached the stage where he could be called the master of the lunar star. His gaze remained calm as he looked at Selena. He can clearly feel the change in her way of treating her. Before she respected him due to the command she received and some for his talent. But now she has fully accepted him as the Lord due to his strength. He also carefully looked at her strength, as now he could gauge. Her strength, which was surprisingly quite strong, as she was not only at the peak of the true god, but she also seemed to have understood lunar rule. She just barely understood, like just breaking through, and can be said to have just reached the early stage of the first layer of the moonlight rule. But his space rule has reached the middle stage of the first layer as he trained for a few days within the infinite void world. Not to mention his rule of destruction, which has now reached the peak of the first layer and can break through the second layer anytime. From her strength, he could guess the guardian's strength, and the strongest guardian should have reached the eternal god realm, which wasn't bad at all. He just, as a half-god, was able to command such powerful warriors, which showed his status. His expression remained unreadable, but inwardly, he found it amusing. Even among the heavens, strength dictated everything. Status, respect, and even destiny itself. I'm going to leave. So are you going to follow me, or remain here and try to find treasures, or anything else? He asked, as now he didn't need her protection, so it didn't matter if she wanted to find something good here. But Serena quickly replied without hesitation, as she came here following him and didn't care about the opportunity here. Not to mention, seeing his talent, she believed following him might be a better chance for her. Apollo nodded calmly, as if her decision was only natural. Then let's go, he said, turning away without further words. Selena followed closely, her silver aura restrained as she adjusted her pace to match his. Despite her power as a peak true god, she instinctively treated Apollo with the same respect she would give an eternal god. With a flick of his fingers, space bent around them. In the next moment, they vanished, traveling through the layers of space until at last they arrived before an ancient, gate-like structure, its surface worn and crumbling. With age, this was the exit portal that could only be activated with the key. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the realm closed on its own. But he couldn't afford to wait that long, so they had come here without delay. Apollo reached into his robes, and retrieved the key, a horn fragment of crystallized energy pulsing with an eerie glow. The moment it appeared, the ancient gate trembled, reacting to its presence. Selena watched silently. Her silver eyes looked at this calmly, without hesitation. Apollo pressed the key against the gate. Buzz, a deep hum resonated through the air as golden patterns lit up along the gate's surface. The decayed structure, which had seemed fragile and on the verge of collapse, now pulsed with renewed life. That a vertical tear in space appeared at the portal's center. It wasn't large, but it was infinitely deep, a tunnel between this realm and the outside world. Apollo stepped forward. "Let's go." Without hesitation, he vanished into the portal. Selena took one last glance at the shattered world behind her before following. The moment they entered, boom! The gate behind them crumbled into dust, sealing the realm once more. Outside the astral void station, the space portal, where many people gathered and were guarded by the people from Sky Tower, felt a fluctuation in the portal. They all quickly focused on the portal, wondering what happened, as it was just a few days that the realm was open. It could not be closed this quickly. Buzz! The portal's energy surged chaotically, sending ripples through the surrounding space. The gathered warriors, void travelers, sect envoys, and Sky Tower guards turned their attention towards the disturbance. The portal is collapsing, someone muttered in disbelief. Impossible. The Forbidden Realm should remain open for at least a few years. Another voice rang out, belonging to an elder of a mid-tier sect. His expression darkened. The Sky Tower members reacted quickly. Their leader, a woman with long purple hair and an authoritative gaze, stepped forward. "Stand back," she commanded. Before she could finish her words, boom! The portal suddenly stabilized for a brief moment, and from within the swirling energy, two figures emerged: Apollo, Selena. The moment Apollo stepped out, the surrounding space froze for an instant, as if the very fabric of reality acknowledged his presence. That a strange pressure filled the air, subtle yet suffocating. The portal behind them once again became calm. Many of those gathered instinctively staggered backwards. Even the Sky Tower guards who were maintaining order narrowed their eyes at him. Selena, however, remained calm, stepping beside Apollo without hesitation. The guard from the Sky Tower quickly reacted and greeted him, as they knew Apollo was the one who posted the task and was a high-ranking member of the Sky Tower. The purple-haired guard leader hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and offering a respectful nod. "Lord Apollo, welcome back," she said, her tone measured yet filled with deference. He nodded and was ready to leave, but many standing outside wanted to know what was inside the Forbidden Realm, as there were many who were still hesitating. Should they enter the Forbidden Realm or not? But most of them were afraid, as they could see he wasn't an ordinary person. Still, a young man whose aura was still in a middle state of void. God calmly stepped forward and asked. His tone was respectful and without any anxiousness. "Sir, can you please tell me what is within the realm, and what are the dangers in it?" Apollo stopped in his tracks, his gaze shifting toward the young man who had stepped forward. His expression remained unreadable, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. He was a bit surprised as someone dared to ask, but when he looked at the young void god, he felt a bit surprised, as he felt the young man wasn't ordinary. Although he seemed ordinary from the outside, but he felt a terrifying aura within him. That terrifying aura even made him feel dangerous. However, he didn't think much about it. For a moment, silence stretched between them. The surrounding warriors held their breath, watching intently. This was a rare chance to hear directly from someone who had ventured into the Forbidden Realm and returned. Apollo finally spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying a weight that made the air feel heavy. "For you, there might be some chance." After saying this, he didn't wait for the young void god's words and calmly left the place, followed by Serena. And quickly the crowd makes their way. Even though many powerful people appeared, they still didn't dare to mess here. The young void god stood still, his gaze lingering on Apollo's departing figure. His expression didn't change, but a faint gleam flickered in his eyes, something between contemplation and resolve. Those around him, however, were not so calm. What did he mean? For him, there might be a chance. Does that mean the realm is too dangerous for the rest of us? Or does he see something special in that young man? Whispers rippled through the crowd, but no one dared to step forward again. The young god felt a bit surprised and couldn't help but feel relieved. The moment Apollo came out of the realm, he felt he was extraordinary, and hence, he didn't dare disrespect him even though he had a very powerful trump card. But now his cryptic words shocked him more, making him feel he might be more mysterious than he thought. After some hesitation, he stepped forward and paid the required divine stones, and with a single breath, went in. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the young void god vanished into the portal, his decisive action leaving a heavy impression on those gathered. He actually went in. Is he insane? No, he's not reckless, but he's confident. The murmurs grew, but no one else dared to follow. The fear of the unknown, coupled with the pressure Apollo had left behind, was enough to make even seasoned warriors hesitate. Meanwhile, Apollo and Selena continued walking, unbothered by what had transpired behind them. They returned to their ship in the Void Astral Station and were ready to take the portal to leave this place. He needed to find a place where he could complete his remaining 2 transformations to break through the Void God realm that he was looking forward to what kind of strength he would achieve after becoming Void God. The young man who asked Apollo about the realm seemed to be transported into a mysterious temple the moment he appeared. The moment the young man's feet touched the ground, a strange resonance filled the air. Ancient symbols glowed faintly on the temple walls, pulsing with an unknown power, as if recognizing his presence. His sharp eyes scanned his surroundings. He wasn't the only one that had crossed the shattered sovereign's realm. Others had also been transported to similar ancient sanctuaries, each holding secrets lost to time that a deep voice echoed in his mind. You have been chosen. At that moment, countless runes surged into his body, disappearing between heaven and earth. And when they all return after accepting all, they will definitely shock the universe. The Void Astral Station. The spaceship of Apollo takes off. There's not much here left to do. The members from the Sky Tower would take care of the most, and the Realm Gate will be open for 5 years. And he wasn't going to waste all his time here. He decided to leave and travel the universe to find more interesting treasures or visit rare places to understand different rules. The space transfer portal in the Void Astral Station was activated. As the spaceship ascended and entered the space teleportation portal, the vastness of the cosmos stretched endlessly before the space tunnel. The cold, eternal void was silent, yet filled with infinite mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Standing near the observation deck, he gazed at the swirling space images and distant celestial bodies that crossed through the void. His mind was already set. He had gained much from the broken sovereign's realm, but it wasn't enough. There was still more to seek, more to comprehend. Sword rule. He especially wanted to focus on his swordsmanship to understand his eternal sword rule. Understanding the sword rule can be said to be more difficult than most rules, not to mention what he wanted to understand about the eternal sword rule according to his sword aura, which is countless times more mysterious and difficult to understand. That Apollo's gaze remained fixed on the void ahead. There are places where swordsmen have left behind their wills, where blades carve the laws of existence itself, that I need to find such a place, a true land of swords. Serena nodded. She didn't question him, and quickly searched through the places recorded and sorted out those places that are closer to them as the ship sped through the void tunnel. Serena swiftly navigated the ship's interface, pulling up various records of legendary sword-related locations. Her silver eyes flickered as she read through ancient texts, celestial maps, and restricted Sky Tower archives. Several places stood out, each one a land of myth, where the echoes of supreme swordsmen still lingered. There are 3 places worth considering, Serena spoke, glancing at Apollo. The first is the Sword Graveyard, a battlefield where countless sword masters perished. Their lingering will have turned into sword aura storms that roam the land. Those who enter must endure the power of countless sword laws and rules, but if they manage to survive, their understanding of the sword will deepen. The second is the Edge of Nihility, a floating realm where a special space gap is left behind with the rule of cutting sword, which is said to be absolute. It was once ruled by a supreme sword emperor who surpassed the eternal god realm and could see severed fate, space, and even time itself. However, no one has been able to seem to understand this sword rule for millions of years. The third is the Celestial Sword Monolith. Located in the Forgotten Star region, IT is said to be a relic left behind by an unknown being who had comprehended the sword rule to the peak. Those who meditate before it may gain enlightenment, or be lost in it and be erased by its unfathomable will. She finished her summary and looked at him. Which one do you choose? Apollo tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, deep in thought. All 3 places were dangerous, yet filled with opportunity. Then his lips curved into a faint smile. Let's start with the Celestial Sword Monolith. Among the 3, the closest one was the Celestial Sword Monolith. Just this is enough for him. The space portal through which they are moving leads them to Empyrean Void City in Mystic King Galaxy, and the Celestial Sword Monolith is also within this galaxy. Because of this, he didn't have to wait a long time traveling. And it is also a good place, as the monolith doesn't contain just a single sword rule and law, but but it is a gathering place for countless swordsmen who also left their sword aura and rules here for future generations. The ship traveled through the void tunnel for a week, and during that time, he continued to consolidate his strength as his strength again increased with the brand new understanding of the destruction rule. After more than a week of moving through the space tunnel, they finally saw the ENDS, their ship, emerge from the space portal. The vast expanse of Empyrean Void City stretched before them. A metropolis of floating islands bathed in a perpetual twilight glow, where towering spires pulsed with ethereal energy. It was the heart of the Mystic King Galaxy, a hub where ancient legacies and new legends intertwined. Apollo stood at the observation deck, gazing down at the city as Serena maneuvered their ship toward the docking station. That if they wanted to reach the Forgotten Star region, they needed to go through another short-distance space portal, but not everyone could go there. They first needed to go through a simple test to check if they were worthy swordsmen. Serena glanced at Apollo. The test won't be difficult for you, Lord, but it's mandatory. Only those recognized as true swordsmen can enter the celestial sword monolith in the Forgotten Star region. Apollo's gaze remained on the city below. Where's the testing ground? The Sword Ascension platform, Serena replied. It's located in the center of Empyrean Void City. The test isn't just about strength. It measures your sword aura and your comprehension of the sword's essence. If your will isn't strong enough, you won't even make it past the first step. Apollo's lips curled slightly. Interesting. The ship docked smoothly at the station, and as they stepped out, they were immediately met with the sight of various lives from across the galaxy. Some were young geniuses with bright eyes and sharp gazes, while others were seasoned warriors, radiating sturdy, heavy auras. He also noticed quite an exceptional number of swordsmen within the city, as it was a city that held the test for the celestial sword monolith. Countless swordsmen came here to get the chance to visit. Serena walked beside him, her expression calm as she took in the surroundings. It seems even more people have come than we expected, she remarked. The celestial sword monolith truly draws swordsmen from all over the universe. His gaze swept across the horizon, where at the city's core, a towering structure loomed. The Sword Ascension platform. He could feel its pull even from this distance, a silent yet overwhelming force that seemed to resonate with the sword laws. Let's not waste time, he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let's go straight to the test. Yes, Lord, she nodded, and then they went straight towards the Sword Ascension platform, where numerous swordsmen were going through tests. As they approached the Sword Ascension platform, Apollo could see hundreds of swordsmen gathered around, each radiating their own unique sword aura. The platform itself was an ancient construct, an enormous circular stage made of celestial stone, its surface etched with countless sword marks left behind by those who had come before. The very air shimmered with the residual energy of the past, making it feel as if the wills of long-departed sword masters still lingered. At the center of the platform stood three sword-shaped monoliths, each radiating different intensities of sword will. They were the test, measuring one's comprehension, willpower, and strength of the sword. Nearby, warriors stepped forward one by one, standing before the monoliths as their sword intent was tested. Some barely lasted a few moments before being repelled by an invisible force, while others managed to endure longer. The strongest caused slight ripples within the monoliths as they glowed with bright light, proving their worth. Serena observed the scene calmly. It seems even making the monolith glow once is already considered success, she murmured. He nodded, looking at the numerous swordsmen of all kinds of strength who were slowly taking the tests. The three monoliths seemed to judge the talent or potential of swordsmen and have nothing to do with their level of cultivation realm. Hence, it could be considered quite a fair level of test for all kinds of swordsmen. It was clear that the celestial sword monoliths didn't care for one's cultivation level. Only their comprehension and affinity with the way of the sword. At a low-ranked swordsman with deep understanding might achieve a higher reaction than a powerful cultivator who relied only on brute force. He didn't immediately go to the test, and instead waited and looked at various swordsmen and how they did in the test. Many swordsmen who had been confident in their abilities approached the monoliths, only to find themselves unable to even cause a flicker of light before being forced back, losing the chance to visit the celestial sword monolith. Some others managed to hold on longer, their sword aura creating visible ripples across the monolith's surface. The best among them made the inscriptions glow briefly, showing their powerful sword aura or even sword law, drawing murmurs of approval from the crowd. Point one. Particularly talented youth, a man clad in black robes with an intricate sword emblem on his chest, took his turn as he stood before the monoliths. His sword aura surged, calm yet unshakable, like a flowing river of swords that could carve worlds over time. His strength wasn't high, just the early stage of a void god, but his sword aura seemed to have reached perfection. It should be around 93% or 94%. He only needed to study for a few years to reach 99% of sword aura, just a step away from the realm of sword rule. The middle monolith reacted strongly, its glow pulsing outward in waves. The watching crowd nodded in approval. That's the successor of the Sword River sect, Xylos. His sword aura is among the best here. A steady foundation, unwavering will, he's destined to go far. Even Serena took a second glance at him. Reaching such a level of sword aura at the early stage of the Void God realm was no small feat. Most swordsmen, even those with great talent, struggled to push their sword aura beyond 80%. Yet Xylos stood at the peak, merely some steps away from comprehending the sword rule itself. Apollo, however, remained indifferent that if he wanted to understand simpler sword aura, he should have reached the perfection of sword aura long ago. So although the guy ahead of him was talented, it didn't surprise him. After the latest batch of swordsmen finished their test, finally his turn came. All eyes turned to him. Although he tried to maintain the aura of an ordinary half-god, it still cannot hide his extraordinariness. Not to mention, swordsmen were one of the best for their sharp senses and instincts. They didn't see flashy powers to understand his peculiarity. The black-robed overseer, who had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, looked at Apollo with subtle intrigue. Stepped forward. He did not hesitate. His steps were unhurried. Yet each one seemed to carry an invisible force, as if the very space around him subtly adjusted to his presence. As he reached the center, Apollo did not draw his sword. He simply stood there. Then, boom, an unseen force erupted. The very air trembled. The first sword-like monolith trembled, and a mysterious sword power enveloped him. The monolith was sky blue in color, and the one that tests the comprehension of swordsmen. The moment Apollo stepped into the test, his entire world shifted. The sky-blue monolith radiated a mysterious glow, and an endless storm of sword aura descended upon him. Each strand carried the aura of countless sword masters, some sharp and ruthless, others heavy and immovable, some swift like a tempest, and others serene like a flowing river. It was a test of comprehension. Apollo closed his eyes, that he did not resist, that he embraced. A lesser swordsman would struggle to even sense a fraction of these auras before being repelled. But for Apollo, it was different. His soul, his will, his very existence had seemed to already reach the pinnacle of sword perception. Whoosh! As he exhaled, the storm around him shifted. Instead of attacking, the sword aura flowed into him, resonating with his very being. The more sword auras he can feel, the higher his comprehension will be and the brighter the monolith will glow. A single step forward. Boom. The monolith's sky-blue surface erupted with countless sword marks, as if it had been carved by countless swords. Each line, each engraving, reflected the sword aura Apollo had just comprehended. Point 1 breath, point 10, point 30, time stretched endlessly. While others could only endure for a few moments, he continued standing amidst the storm, his perception reaching deeper and deeper into the heart of the sword itself. The talent is determined by the number of times the sword monolith glows. That a single time means barely passing and having some chance to understand sword rules. If it glowed a second time, it would mean a true sword genius who appeared once in thousands of years and would definitely understand sword law, even reaching a higher level in it. And lastly, the third time means a supreme genius that would definitely shock the universe and would absolutely reach the peak of swordsmanship, leaving eternal glory for generations. Apollo stood motionless before the monolith. The surrounding swordsmen watched with bated breath. Point 1 glow. The first eruption of light was expected. He had passed, proving he had a future in the path of the sword. A second glow. Gasps echoed through the crowd. This was rare, signifying a true sword genius destined to comprehend sword laws. Only a handful across the vast universe had achieved this in the last 10,000 years. Then, boom! The monolith trembled violently, and for the third time, it glowed. The sky-blue radiance surged, illuminating the entire testing ground like a celestial beacon. Sword aura roared in all directions, sweeping through the city like a storm. Silence. Then, uproar. Impossible. A third glow. A supreme genius. This hasn't happened in countless years. Even the sword elders overseeing the test had stood up, their gazes locked onto Apollo with disbelief. Meanwhile, Apollo remained unfazed. His fingers twitched slightly, and for the first time, he murmured to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, still not enough. The monolith's radiance slowly faded, Yet the lingering sword intent in the air refused to dissipate. Apollo exhaled lightly, his gaze steady, as if the earth-shaking phenomenon just now was nothing worth mentioning. He had comprehended thousands of sword auras in just a single breath, and his eternal sword aura had surged to 89%. Yet, it still wasn't enough. Perfection remained elusive, standing just beyond his reach like an untouchable horizon. This sword aura, he murmured to himself. Even with his monstrous comprehension, there was something about the eternal sword aura that resisted, or the universe itself resisting. It wasn't just an accumulation of strength or understanding. It felt like it carried a will of its own, something that even he couldn't easily tame. The surrounding swordsmen were still in shock, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. The elders who had been watching from afar now approached with solemn expressions, their gazes deep and evaluating. One of them, an old man with silver hair and a sword scar across his brow, finally spoke. "Young man, what is your name?" He didn't respond immediately. He simply turned his head slightly, his blue eyes flickering under the monolith's fading light. Apollo. The name echoed in the silent space, and in that moment, it was as if the entire city engraved it into memory. But it wasn't over, as this was just the first test, and two other tests were still left, the test of will and test of strength. Both were also equally important. The murmurs in the crowd had yet to settle when Apollo took another step forward. The second monolith stood before him, deep crimson in color, radiating a heavy, suffocating pressure. This was the test of will, a trial designed to measure a swordsman's mental fortitude. Many swordsmen could wield powerful techniques, but without an unshakable will, their path would crumble before reaching the true pinnacle. Apollo exhaled softly, his breath steady. His eyes held no hesitation as he stepped closer. Boom! A formless pressure descended, pressing against his very soul. It was as if an ancient sword had come alive, testing his resolve. The very air twisted, distorting under the sheer weight of the test. Boom! An invisible force surged into Apollo's mind, striking directly at his soul. Visions flickered before his eyes. Endless battlefields drowned in rivers of blood. Swords shattered. Wills broken. Countless corpses torn or shredded. Warriors kneeling in despair as everything seems meaningless. The weight of countless fallen swordsmen, their regrets and unfulfilled dreams, crashed down upon him. This was a test that laid one's heart bare. For an ordinary swordsman, doubts would creep in, fear would take root, and hesitation would sever their path forward. But Apollo, he did not move. His gaze remained calm, like an abyss that no storm could shake. He has unimaginable confidence. He can go to the end and even go beyond and surpass everything. He wouldn't waver now after seeing the world collapse. The crimson monolith trembled violently. A deep red light flared once, the mark of those who had passed. A second time, the entire city fell silent. Twice already, someone murmured in disbelief. And yet, boom! The monolith erupted with a third blinding light, illuminating the entire sword ascension platform. Gasps filled the air. The crowd couldn't, as they saw once again that he had made another monolith shine 3 consecutive times. The third light. An elder's voice trembled. This means he has an eternal, unbreakable sword will. Even the seasoned sword masters watching were shaken. Not only did he have unprecedented comprehension of swords, but his will was equally terrifying. Now they all wanted to know where the hell he came from. Did he have a master? Even some old leaders started to think about how to establish contact with him. Yes, even without the final test of sword aura strength, they knew he was a legendary genius. But the most terrifying reactions came from the shadows, the eternal gods. These were figures who stood at the peak of existence, ancient beings who had long ceased paying attention to the younger generations. Yet now, even they stirred. Hidden in the void, gazes descended upon Apollo, filled with curiosity and a rare sense of anticipation. A genius like this should not be left alone. Some of them immediately sent divine messages to their sections, others contemplated directly appearing to speak with him. And yet, Apollo himself remained indifferent to the storm he had caused. His focus was on only one thing. The final test. Before him, the third and final monolith stood tall, black as the abyss, veined with golden cracks, exuding a pressure so sharp it could cut reality itself. It seemed to be covered by 9 sword aura barriers. It was said that this monolith was carved by the true, transcendent swordsman who surpassed the eternal god realm and used some unknown item to make this. To prove one sword was strong enough, they had to break sword aura barriers around it. This was the test of strength. The barrier reacted to the level of the swordsman, adjusting accordingly. For example, if a swordsman had attained 60% comprehension of sword aura, the barrier would match that level. However, sword aura comprehension varied from person to person, and even those at the same level could display vastly different strengths. This test, above all, determined the true power of swordsman's aura. If a swordsman broke through the first two barriers, their sword aura was considered low level, the weakest kind. Breaking through 4 barriers meant possessing a middle-grade sword aura. If a swordsman shattered 6 barriers, their aura was deemed high-grade, a level so rare that only 1 in a million could attain it. Reaching the 8th barrier signified the birth of the supreme sword. Aura, an extraordinary genius that appeared only once in an era, that a swordsman who achieved this level would completely dominate their time. As for the 9th and final barrier, it remained at an unimaginable level, one that had never been reached. Even the transcendent swordsman who had carved the monolith had never witnessed such an aura. And yet, he believed that this was the true peak of swordsmanship. The air grew still. Countless eyes locked onto Apollo as he stood before the final monolith. The abyss-black monolith veined with golden cracks. The oppressive aura surrounding it was enough to make even strong old sword masters of the true god realm hesitate. Yet Apollo remained unmoved. His eternal sword aura surged, unseen yet omnipresent, bending reality itself. The crowd felt incredible as the sword aura around him was something they had never felt, although they felt it didn't reach perfection. The mysteries in it were something that made the eternal god realm master surprised. The eternal sword aura was so terrifying that countless swordsmen felt their sword aura trembling and their swords bowing in front of it. Boom! The first barrier shattered like glass. A wave of formless sword aura swept across the platform, leaving countless swordsmen breathless. Their swords, their very souls as swordsmen, instinctively lowered themselves before Apollo's aura. Crack! The second barrier collapsed, unable to resist. Boom! The third followed instantly. By now, the watching experts couldn't remain indifferent. He hasn't even drawn his sword. What kind of monster is this? Aura alone is breaking the barriers. What level of talent is this? Boom! The fourth barrier disintegrated. The fifth shattered a heartbeat later. Some swordsmen fell to their knees, their hands trembling. The sheer weight of Apollo's sword aura crushed their pride as sword cultivators. Crack! The sixth barrier collapsed. At a collective gasp rang out. He had reached a high-grade sword aura. Only 1 in a million swordsmen could ever reach this level. Yet, he wasn't done. Boom! The seventh barrier broke apart. The monolith itself began to tremble. The monolith itself began to tremble. Then, the eighth barrier disintegrated. Silence, a heavy, suffocating silence. Only 1 swordsman per era was said to possess supreme sword aura, and he had already reached that level. Countless sect leaders, clan elders, and divine swordsmen hidden throughout the city rose from their seats. Even the eternal god realm sword masters observing from the void couldn't sit still, but he still hadn't stopped. The 9th barrier stood before him, not a barrier that had never been broken. Not even the transcendent swordsman who created this trial had ever seen it fall to that moment. The world seemed to hold its breath. Would Apollo finally shatter the last barrier? The last barrier wasn't simple. He felt it was difficult as his eyes furrowed, and he burst with his strength that a sword quickly appeared in his hand, and the eternal sword aura exploded as he swung his sword. Boom! The instant Apollo's sword swung, the world seemed to freeze. A blinding radiance erupted from his sword, which was like an entire cosmos filled with everything, swallowing the entire platform in an ocean of sword light. The 9th barrier shook violently. It was different from the previous 8. This was an unknown land where no swordsman ever stepped. His eternal sword aura surged to its peak, intertwining with the profound mysteries embedded within his sword. His eyes, sharp as a divine god, focused entirely on the final barrier. Crack! A small fracture appeared. The watching swordsman sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible! An eternal god realm sword master muttered. No one has ever even shaken the 9th barrier. Yet he... Crack! Crack! The fissures expanded. The monolith trembled. Then, BOM! The 9th barrier shattered into countless fragments. Dissolving in a light, a blinding sword aura erupted, ripping through the heavens. That moment, every sword, not only within the vast city, but even in every corner of the universe, from legendary divine weapons to the simplest swords of ordinary warriors, resonated, humming in excitement. Something unbelievable happened. The true eternal sword aura had finally appeared. Even the monolith itself let out a deep, ancient sound, as if acknowledging Apollo's sword as something that had never before existed in the annals of history. He had done the impossible. He had broken the ninth barrier. For the first time in all existence, a swordsman had reached a level that even transcendent swordsmen had never seen. The entire world fell into a stunned silence. But the shocking thing wasn't over, as that moment the universe seemed to resonate, and the terrifying will of the universe itself manifested above him. Time froze. The cosmos stilled. From the sky, a brilliant light descended, falling upon him and merging seamlessly into his being. He was stunned. He didn't understand what was happening or what that light was. But before he could even process it, the universe returned to silence. As if nothing had ever changed, he didn't feel different or anything unusual. Everything felt the same. What just happened? What was that light? Time resumed its flow, and it was as though nothing had occurred. N01 reacted. N01 seemed to have seen or sensed what he had just experienced. Not even the eternal gods present. They had no idea that, just a moment ago, the entire universe had stopped. It felt like what he saw and felt was unreal, but he had a feeling that what he saw was true and the bright was something very important. FCK, how is this possible? It had to dream. Did it really happen? How can somebody break the ninth barrier? Isn't it just a made-up myth? The crowd burst into exclamations and couldn't believe it was impossible. Apollo cleared all 3 tests and broke the eternal myth. How could they believe what had just happened? All of this feels like a fantasy to all of them, like they were cast in an illusion. Serena, standing in the crowd, was also shocked, as it seemed the more she knew about him, the more terrifyingly unbelievable it became. Lord is really out of this world. He didn't care about the thoughts of others in the crowd, but instead he smiled as he knew what breaking the ninth barrier meant. He always believed his eternal sword aura had unimaginable potential and power, but this test just proved that his thoughts were true. I passed, didn't I? He asked the elder, who was the tester, calmly. Ah. The elder, who was horrified, quickly returned to his senses and couldn't help but think, if you aren't considered passed, then no one passed since the beginning of this place. The elder's voice cracked mid-sentence, his hands trembling as he stared at Apollo like he was looking at some ancient monster reborn. I'll take that as a yes, Apollo said softly. The elder nodded so fast it almost looked painful. Yes, passed with glory unseen in all of history. And then a sword token appeared on his hand. This moment. The monoliths quietly dimmed, as if even they needed time to process what had just happened. Apollo took a step back, hands resting lazily at his sides. His calm posture made the whole thing feel almost effortless, which only added to the sheer terror everyone felt toward him. The crowd parted instinctively as he walked down the platform. No one dared to block his way. Some of the older swordsmen, even at True God realm, bowed slightly as he passed, an unconscious show of respect born from pure instinct. He didn't say it aloud, but deep within he knew. His path of the sword had only truly begun. The shock was terrifying, and he knew he had to leave this place quickly, as the group of people would be too much. For this, he already had a plan. He had brought a divine mask for changing his face and aura. His result was too shocking and could not be hidden. Before anyone could react, space twisted around him like a liquid mirror. In an instant, Apollo grabbed Serena's hand, and the two disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a faint ripple of spatial energy. The crowd was stunned silent for a moment. Then, where did he go? Find him. He can't just vanish like that. He actually ran right after passing. That kid's no joke. The panic and madness erupted like a volcano, but by the time anyone tried to lock in his presence, it was already too late. Even some eternal god realm masters who specialized in tracking and divination found nothing. Apollo didn't care. He and Serena returned to the spaceship silently. The ship's engines roared to life, and the vessel silently shot toward the nearest space portal, cutting across an endless void at unimaginable speed. Their destination was the celestial sword monolith in the Forgotten Star region. Now that he had received the sword token, legend spoke of this monolith as something far beyond mortal comprehension, a sword left behind by a primordial sword deity. Its aura so ancient and vast that even eternal gods dared not linger near it for too long. The celestial sword monolith, according to legend, is not just a monument. It is a sword itself, larger than mountains, of a sword so vast, so ancient, that it had pierced directly into the heart of a dead star. Its blade stood taller than the tallest mountains, its hilt lost somewhere among swirling storm clouds, and its tip buried deep into the molten core of the land itself. The monolith constantly radiates sword rules, turning the entire land into a sacred ground for swordsmen. The closer one gets to the monolith, the stronger the pressure of the sword rules becomes. However, approaching is no simple task. If a swordsman cannot withstand the power of the sword rules, they risk severe injury, or, in some cases, death. The space crossing the portal appeared on the other side, from the moment Apollo's spaceship entered the outer region of the Forgotten Star region. He felt it. The hum of sword rules. They were everywhere. The space itself had been carved by sword rule, as if every atom carried the scar of a blade that once slashed through the heavens. Even the void they traveled through wasn't truly void. It was filled with faint, invisible sword marks. The ship's systems flickered momentarily, unable to fully stabilize under the constant sword rule radiation. Apollo stepped forward, standing at the front observation window, his gaze locked on a distant point, a thin silver line piercing through endless space. That was no light. That was the edge of the celestial sword monolith. The closer they flew, the heavier the pressure became. It wasn't merely physical. It was spiritual, directly oppressing the soul of every swordsman who dared to approach. Each breath he took felt like inhaling blades into his lungs. His eternal sword aura surged on its own, instinctively clashing against the external sword rules, trying to carve out a path for him. Even at 89%, his eternal sword aura resisted the pressure like a king standing tall amidst a hailstorm of swords. This place, Serena's voice trembled slightly. Even the space itself feels like it's been cut to ribbons. Apollo smiled faintly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Because it has. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the sheer weight of the sword pressing down on him. A pressure unlike anything he had faced before. This wasn't just the aura of a single sword. It was the accumulated will of countless swordsmen who had come before him, each leaving behind a trace of their sword rule, their victories, their regrets, their obsessions, and their madness. Every shred of their sword path imprinted into the very air, forming an invisible sea of blades. Their spaceship quickly arrived at the Sword Star, where the celestial sword monolith was. The Sword Star was directly ahead, a desolate, scar-riddled world where mountains were split into jagged edges, rivers ran like silver swords, and the sky itself shimmered with sword intent so thick it could almost cut skin just by breathing. The celestial sword monolith stood at the center, its presence like a divine pillar of swords, connecting heaven and earth. Even from orbit, Apollo could see its terrifying size, a sword piercing a star, its surface engraved with ancient sword marks that seemed to hum softly, resonating with sword L at W as the ship descended. The outer hull creaked slightly under the relentless pressure of sword rules, and the ship's protective formations flickered. Apollo didn't care. He stood at the airlock, his hand resting lazily on his sword hilt, his heart calm, like still water. The ship touched down on a vast docking place. He wore a mask that hid his aura, as he knew his performance should have attracted countless people. So it was better to be a bit low-key, as he was here to improve. He didn't have time or any interest to waste. The docking zone stretched endlessly before him, divided into multiple sectors, each hosting ships from different forces. Some bore the emblems of powerful sword sects, while others carried the flags of ancient clans. There were even independent swordsmen, their ships humble, but their auras terrifying. These were the true wanderers, swordsmen who walked alone, relying only on their swords. The area itself was vast, more like a colossal martial city than just a docking platform. Stone paths led to various districts, training fields, trading zones, meditation grounds, and of course, the path leading to the celestial sword monolith itself. Even though this wasn't as bustling as Empyrean Void City, the quality of people here was far superior. Every single swordsman here had at least a high understanding of sword aura. Many had already reached perfection and understood sword rule. Everyone here was strong and talented, the elite among the elites that Apollo's eyes swept across the scene without stopping. All talented, all dangerous, but none mattered to me. He had no interest in duels, no desire to make a name for himself here. His goal was simple: reach the celestial sword monolith, dive deep into its secrets, and forge his eternal sword aura to its true peak. As he walked, however, more than a few sharp gazes landed on him. Even with his aura hidden, something about the way he moved, the natural rhythm of his steps, triggered the instincts of seasoned swordsmen. Who's that? Strange, that can't sense his cultivation, but the aura around him is a bit mysterious. Just ignore him. Everyone here is a monster in their own right. Apollo paid them no mind, his pace steady and unhurried, cutting straight toward the distant sword path, the road that led directly to the celestial sword monolith itself. He calmly walked towards his goal, the celestial sword monolith, following the sword path that led them straight to it. The path itself wasn't simple, as it was like the sword severed the world and made this mysterious path that oozes sword power. Even walking here also has some effect on swordsman's understanding. Apollo calmly walked forward, his pace unhurried yet firm, each step landing lightly on the ancient sword path. Serena followed closely behind, her eyes flickering with curiosity as she sensed the unique sword aura that radiated from the very stones under their feet. Every stone, every crack, every breath of air along the path was filled with sword power. The rules of the sword flowed invisibly through the air, wrapping around the bodies and minds of all who dared to walk it. For some weaker swordsmen, just standing on the path for a few minutes was enough to cause their sword aura to tremble uncontrollably, as if kneeling before an ancient ancestor. But for him, the sensation was entirely different. The eternal sword aura within him resonated deeply. Each step he took was like pressing his feet against the heartbeat of countless ancient swordsmen, their wills buried in the stones themselves. Instead of being suppressed, his sword aura actually grew sharper, as if this was the home it had been waiting. For all along that he seemed to learn something from these countless sword auras coming out from everywhere. Instead of facing them, he seemed to merge them with his eternal sword aura, making it more complete and increasing his foundation. With the improvement it is showing in a day or two, he will perfectly build his sword foundation for his further breakthrough. In fact, he wanted to, but he could break through the perfection stage immediately. But he didn't do that. What he wanted was not a simple breakthrough. He wanted to forge the strongest sword foundation possible. A foundation so terrifying that the moment he broke through, his aura would skyrocket to an unimaginable level. He even speculated that with this level of preparation, his eternal sword aura might reach 99% completion instantly, perhaps even touching upon the natural comprehension of a sword rule directly upon breakthrough. Although the improvement was fast, he still didn't slow down as compared to the main area. This place was nothing. "Let's go," he said softly, his voice calm, yet carrying a sharpness that made Serena instinctively straighten her back. The two moved quickly, gliding down the sword path like phantoms. Their destination: the celestial sword monolith, the legendary place where the will of the ultimate sword slept, awaited them like an ancient king seated upon his throne. After some time, they finally arrived at their goal, the celestial sword monolith. They watched the massive, sky-touching sword monolith, which was, after millions of years, a holy land for swordsmen. They didn't dare to look directly as they felt a tingling sensation in their eyes. Even Apollo felt the same. There was something very mysterious about the power of sword rule here, which made him a bit excited. The surface of the monolith was covered in ancient sword marks, each one a story, some elegant and refined, others wild and savage. They weren't simple scratches. Each mark radiated a fragment of sword will, left behind by peerless sword masters who had once stood where he now stood. Together, these countless marks formed a symphony of swords, echoing across time, filling the land with a resonance that made every swordsman's soul tremble. But he smiled faintly, the sharpness in his gaze growing clearer. "Let's go closer. I want to see just how much this place can offer me." There were quite a lot of people at the foot of the monolith. What stood out most was the gigantic staircase carved into the earth itself, leading closer and closer to the celestial sword monolith. Tens of thousands of swordsmen were sitting there and were trying to understand the mysterious and powerful sword law from it. The higher the stairs they climb, the closer they come to it, and the intensity of sword rule also increases. The first few hundred steps were packed with younger swordsmen, some still at the level of swordsmen with understanding sword aura less than 60%. They struggled just to remain seated, sweat pouring down their faces as their bodies instinctively resisted the crushing pressure of sword rules. Further up, the crowd thinned out dramatically. Each step upward brought them closer to the true essence of the monolith's sword rule, and the pressure increased exponentially. It was said that only 3 people ever reached the very top, where the monolith itself seemed to pulse. Like a living heart, he took all this in silently. The atmosphere was solemn. No one spoke, and no one dared to disrupt the cultivation of others here. This was a sacred battlefield of comprehension, where swordsmen came not to fight each other, but to compete against themselves, against the limits of their own sword Tao. Serena stood beside him, her expression calm but slightly curious. "So, Lord, what's your plan? Are you going to start now?" "Naturally, why waste time? You can stay here. I am going." With that, he quickly walked towards the steps, but he took a step forward, directly placing his foot on the first stair. The moment his foot touched it, the surroundings around him trembled slightly, and the eternal sword aura within him naturally started to resonate with the stairs. Each step pulsed under his feet, as if recognizing him, not as a challenger, but as one of their own, that he didn't feel much pressure as it was just the beginning. But he didn't immediately start to climb up, but carefully felt and understood the sword power surrounding him, that he remained at the first step for half an hour, which naturally attracted the attention of countless swordsmen, but mostly not for good reason, as the first step is the easiest and almost everybody can cross it. Many started to mock Apollo, saying different things. Hey, who is this guy? From his face, he looked like some extraordinary person, but his performance is so low. How the hell did he come here with this kind of understanding? I thought he was some hidden genius, but it turns out he's just trash. The mocking voices grew louder, and soon, laughter followed. A few swordsmen even shook their heads in pity or disdain, already dismissing him as some overconfident fool who bit off more than he could chew. Yet Apollo didn't react. Not to the laughter, the insults, or even the occasional jeers thrown his way. He wasn't ignoring them out of arrogance. He simply couldn't hear them at all, because at that moment, his entire mind, body, and soul were fully immersed in the profound mysteries hidden within. That very first step. For most swordsmen, the first step was just an entry point, a symbolic threshold they crossed without thought. But to Apollo, whose eternal sword aura was born from countless fragments of sword powers, this step was far more than a simple stone. It was a convergence point, a place where the most basic, yet most fundamental, sword mysteries gathered. Sword aura, sword will, sword flow, sword stance. All these elemental truths lay quietly buried beneath the surface, ignored by those too impatient to notice. That Apollo's eyes were closed, but in his mind's eye, he saw layers upon layers of ancient sword marks carved into the stone beneath his feet, some soft and flowing like water, others fierce and sharp like lightning splitting the sky, and he was digesting them all. That he wasn't stuck. He was refining his foundation, stripping away imperfections in his sword aura, blending the insights of countless ancient swordsmen into his own eternal sword aura. Every second here sharpened him, like a sword being polished against the whetstone of history itself. The first step trembled beneath his feet, without a word. Apollo opened his eyes as he ascended to the next step, his gaze still calm, but now carrying a subtle weight that made those nearby instinctively hold their breath. And after climbing the next step, he once again closed his eyes and started to understand every inch of aura. The process continued 5 steps, 8 steps, 15 steps, 20 steps that he maintained his slow yet steady speed. And people slowly stopped talking as they seemed to lose interest, as he seemed to be caught with the weakest group. But they didn't know the terrifying change had happened within him. I cannot suppress anymore. Apollo opened his eyes on the 20th step. Boom, and instantly the eternal sword aura within him shattered some limit and burst out, 90%. But it wasn't over. The eternal sword aura continued to climb up 91%, 92%, 93%, 94%, 95%. The air grew thin as the pressure from Apollo's sword aura began to radiate outward. The mocking swordsmen, who had lost interest moments ago, suddenly felt their swords trembling uncontrollably in their sheaths. What the hell is happening? What kind of sword aura can affect others like this? Apollo's eternal sword aura continued to climb higher without showing any sign of slowing down. And just in a minute, it reached the peak of perfection, 99%. It was just a hint away from the mysterious level of sword rule. But it seemed it met with a difficulty, as something seems to be missing. The bridge between aura and rule, that final veil separating him from stepping into the mysterious level of sword rule, refused to break. However, unlike others who would grow frustrated or desperate, Apollo was different. Instead of trying to force his way through, he let go. He allowed his eternal sword aura to fully merge with the surrounding sword field, like a drop of water falling into a boundless ocean of swords. And then, something bizarre happened. All the sword auras lingering on the lower steps, the traces left behind by countless swordsmen over the ages, began trembling uncontrollably, as if summoned by a higher existence. The sword strapped to the backs and waists of other trialists shook violently, some even being forcibly unsheathed against their owner's will. Clang, clang, clang. The eternal sword aura still remained at 99%, yet it still continued to be strength every second. The trembling aura condensed even further, shrinking in size but gaining terrifying density. It felt as though Apollo's aura had become a sword-shaped black hole, capable of swallowing any sword aura that came too close. The air grew thin, Even breathing became difficult for those nearby. The swordsmen on the lower steps instinctively moved back, sensing something far beyond their understanding unfolding in front of them. What? What the hell is this? How can sword aura alone reach this level? They all started to talk, but Apollo remained indifferent and continued to strengthen his sword aura until he felt all the inspiration, and what he comprehended could not strengthen his sword aura. The moment he stopped, everything returned to normal, but the crowd of swordsmen at the lower steps couldn't help but feel shocked as they firsthand felt the eternal sword aura. That feeling was mysterious and unforgettable for all of them, as they had never felt something like this before. What was missing? On the other side, he opened his eyes and narrowed it slightly. As it seems, the barrier between sword aura and sword rule was more difficult and larger than he expected. It wasn't a thin film waiting to be pierced, but a vast chasm, a deep gulf separating ordinary swordsmen from true sword kings. Everything returned to calm, but the other swordsmen on the lower steps around didn't even dare to look towards him, fearing he would notice them. They clearly felt the difference, which was insurmountable. It wasn't just strength. It was the kind of difference that made them feel like insects standing beside a sleeping dragon. His eternal sword aura stood at the absolute peak of perfection, 99%. And though he didn't step into sword rule yet, his foundation had been forged to an unshakable level. Apollo didn't care about others' behaviors. His first breakthrough is complete, and now he can continue to move forward. And then he slowly started to move upwards. Without wasting any time, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the next step. There was no pause and no hesitation, but he moved forward calmly, as if none of this mattered. Step by step, he climbed. Behind him, those who remained on the lower steps watched in stunned silence, unsure whether they were witnessing the rise of a future sword god or the awakening of something even more terrifying. He followed the similar pattern. He climbed and remained stationed at that step for some time and moved on. This didn't change at all, and he steadily crossed the 40th step without feeling any problem. The celestial sword monolith had a total of 999 steps, and it is said if someone reached the top, he or she would become the master of the celestial sword monolith. But for millions of years, nobody even crossed the 900th step. Not to mention reaching the top. It is only considered a legend, and no one knows what will happen if somebody reaches the top. He, with that in mind, calmly moves forward. The more he climbed, the more he felt the boundless mysteries of swordsmanship in this place that he couldn't help but think how terrifying the celestial sword monolith is if it was really just a sword. Not to mention the strength of the owner of such a sword. Maybe he would be the same level as the Black Flame Sovereign or Abyss Lord he met in the past timeline. 2 days passed at Apollo's pace never faltered. And now he stood at the 100th step. This was considered the first major checkpoint, a threshold that separated the ordinary from the extraordinary. Only true geniuses of the true god's realm could step here without being crushed by the weight of the sword laws. For most swordsmen, this step alone would be the pinnacle of their lifetime. Apollo, however, he stood there casually, as if it were nothing more than a slightly steeper hill. The sword aura around him was already terrifyingly refined, sharper than almost any other swordsman present. But it still wasn't enough. He closed his eyes, ignoring the murmurs and shocked glances from others watching him, and quietly absorbed the mysteries sealed within the 100th step. If the first 99 steps were foundational, this was the point where the true journey began. Apollo seemed to not feel anything terrifying here. In fact, it was as if it was the opposite. He instead felt comfortable. And the eternal sword aura also seemed to feel the same. He stayed in the 100th step for over an hour, clearly showing the mysteries hidden in it were many times more than in the lower steps. But the time wasn't wasted, as he seems to have found something, but at the same time, he not only deepened his understanding, but he also created the next sword move for his sword technique. This sword move was an accomplishment of what he learned after he came here and learned from the 100 steps. He named it Eclipsing Void Slash. This sword move carries such profound sharpness and vastness that it can overshadow everything in its path, like an eclipse swallowing the sun. Not only that, after all this, he seemed to have found directions, and now he was sure he should be able to understand sword rules after he climbed higher and experienced more mysteries of swords here. However, the view from the 101st step seemed to have changed a bit, as if you now wanted to step up to the next step, you needed to defeat the sword shadow of ancient swordsmen. Each challenger was given only 3 chances to defeat the sword shadow. If they failed all 3, their journey would come to a permanent halt, forever anchored to this step. This trial marked the first true turning point for every swordsman who dreamed of reaching the peak. It separated the passers-by from the true inheritors of the sword. Apollo saw quite a large number of swordsmen still staying on this step, Some sat cross-legged in silence, meditating and recovering, their expressions a mix of frustration and unwillingness. These were the ones who had already challenged the ancient sword shadow and lost their first chance. Others stood in quiet anticipation, their hands resting on their sword hilts, eyes locked forward. These were the fresh arrivals, swordsmen like Apollo, who had just reached this step and were preparing to face their first true opponent on the path to the peak. The air here was thick with tension, a strange pressure hanging over the step like a storm cloud ready to break. Apollo's gaze was calm, unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Without wasting a word or a breath, he stepped forward, ready to challenge ancient sword shadow. The moment Apollo tried to step on the 102nd step, the air around him shifted, as if the world itself exhaled, and a deep, metallic hum echoed through the step, followed by the sound of a sword being unsheathed from the void itself. Before him, the air rippled like disturbed water, and from within that ripple a figure slowly emerged. A sword shadow, forged not of flesh and blood, but pure sword rule and lingering will. The ancient swordsman stood tall and lean, his form cloaked in flickering silver mist, like his body itself was a half-formed memory struggling to remain solid. His face was blurred, features indistinct, but his eyes were sharp, radiating the terrifying pressure of someone who had once stood at the top of the world. He held a sword that was simple and unadorned, yet it carried a presence so sharp that even a casual glance made the skin prickle. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a manifestation of the ancient swordsman's entire life, his victories, defeats, obsessions, and regrets, all condensed into that single sword. Apollo and the ancient swordsman, Shadow, glanced at each other for a second, and instantly both of them drew their swords. Bang! The first collision shook the air itself, sending thin cracks rippling across the step beneath their feet. Their swords moved so fast that even a powerful true god standing nearby would have seen only blurs of silver and black dancing like lightning. But for them, it seemed like a simple thing as they continued to clash for some time. Their attacks were simple. There were no fancy moves or techniques. Not even a drop of divine energy was used, yet their single swings were stronger than most true gods' full-strength attacks. Despite the clash being without techniques, the sheer force behind each strike shattered the space around them, leaving cracks in the air like fractured glass. Each strike felt like a fragment of truth, a distilled lesson from countless battles fought across millennia, passed from one swordsman to another. Clang, 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 sword met sword, their movements so fluid and instinctive that it felt less like a battle and more like a dance between two masters who understood each other perfectly, even though they had never met before this moment. The ancient swordsman's shadowy aura was sharp, unrelenting, and filled with the wisdom of the past. But Apollo's eternal sword aura was boundless, constantly growing, adapting, learning even in the midst of combat, a sword path that refused to be defined by past rules. Apollo's eyes remained calm. He was learning. Every clash was a page turned, and every collision of blades was another step toward the peak of sword mastery. They fought for some time, but it was time to end, as from the beginning the strength shown by the ancient sword shadow wasn't enough to stop him. But he felt he couldn't lean more fighting the ancient sword shadow, hence he drew out the battle this long. And now he felt he basically understood what could be understood. It was time to end this battle and move forward. It's time. With that simple thought, Apollo's body vanished from its place, reappearing just inches from the ancient sword shadow. The speed, the angle, the intent, all were flawless, as if the entire flow of battle had been leading to this exact moment. A single swing, an O technique name, and no fanfare. Just a pure and absolute strike, compressing all of his will and eternal sword aura into the edge of his sword. The shadow raised its blade in response, but it was too slow. The shadow froze at a thin line of silver. Light bisected its body. Shatter. The ancient sword's shadow silently dissolved into countless motes of light, returning to the monolith. The 101st step was his. The moment the ancient sword's shadow dissolved, it transformed into enigmatic sword power and merged with him, but he appeared to become enlightened at that same moment. And as fresh ideas kept coming to him, he began to feel his sword aura getting better. Old flaws in his stance, subtle inefficiencies in his movements, things so small they were barely worth noticing, all illuminated under this newfound clarity. He stood there, eyes half closed, body motionless, yet his spirit was dancing through endless sword forms, polishing his understanding at terrifying speed. The eternal sword aura within him trembled in excitement, refining itself instinctively, as if the ancient sword shadow had left behind a final blessing, a seed of ancient wisdom. This mysterious sword power remained within him for some minutes, like a gentle tide washing over his mind and body, before it completely disappeared along with the mysterious feeling. He opened his eyes, feeling the improvement, and then calmly stepped onto the 102nd step. The moment he entered, the intensity of sword rule increased as it became clearer. Here, understanding sword rule was at least 30% faster than the 101st step. That IT wasn't just faster understanding, that IT was deeper. The sword rule here didn't just reveal surface-level insights, that IT dug into the roots of swordsmanship itself, peeling back layers of mysteries. He understood why the 102nd step and beyond was considered the domain of true sword geniuses. Apollo stood there silently for a moment, feeling this new clarity settle into his bones. His grip on his sword shifted slightly. Lighter, yet infinitely sharper, a natural adjustment born from pure understanding. But is far from it. He needed deeper understanding, so he could not stop and could only move forward. Time flowed like water, and as the sky above the celestial sword monolith shifted between day and night, Apollo's silhouette never faltered. Each step was both a lesson and a test. And through these tests, his understanding of the eternal sword aura was continuously refined as he sword shadowed at each step. Days turned to weeks. Weeks turned to months. 10 months. Past 10 months have passed since he came here, and he had reached the 200th step. His eternal sword, although still 99%, seemed to materialize and appear stronger than most sword rules understood by swordsmen of the eternal god realm. That he now was going to face the ancient sword shadow guardian to reach the 201st step. This was the ancient sword shadow guardian of the second major checkpoint. Unlike the previous sword shadows he had faced at the last 99 steps, this guardian was different. Its presence leaked into the air even before it fully formed, and the surrounding sword aura instinctively parted around the invisible figure, as if even the monolith itself respected this ancient spirit. For most, this was an impossible wall to clash with. A swordsman at this level, with nothing but the sword in your hand and the aura in your heart, was the ultimate test of sword mastery, and no tricks, no techniques relying on divine power, just sword against sword, will against will. This battle wasn't going to be easy, as from this stage, it had reached the threshold of eternal god level. And just with swordsmanship and sword aura, it is definitely going to be the most difficult challenge he has faced until now. The ancient shadow, finally fully manifested, IT stepped forward from the air itself, its form condensing from drifting sword aura into the shape of a man. But this was no ordinary figure. The shadow stood nearly as tall as Apollo, clad in flowing robes that seemed to be woven from countless sword marks themselves. His face was obscured beneath a featureless mask, but from the slit where eyes should be, two thin beams of silver light pierced through the air. His sword was ancient, so ancient that the blade looked dull, its edge worn down by eras of battle. And yet, the moment it appeared, the very space around it trembled, like reality itself feared being cut apart if this sword truly swung at full force. Without a single word, the ancient shadow raised its sword in a simple stance. No fancy posture, no mystical technique, just a ready stance honed to the extreme that he seemed to merge with heaven and earth. And he seemed to represent the sword of heaven. That Apollo's hand gripped his own sword, his breath slow, his mind empty of distractions. This wasn't a battle of strength anymore. This was a battle of understanding. Who truly understood the sword more? The wind stopped, the world fell silent, and the moment their eyes locked, the battle began. Boom! The moment their sword collided, it created a large space tear, and large shock waves radiated outwards, quickly gaining the attention of many other swordsmen on the 200th floor. Yes, it isn't every day somebody challenges the ancient shadow guardian here. Who's fighting the guardian? This pressure, it's not just sword aura. There's something more. The 200 steps were already quite high, and there aren't many swordsmen of this caliber who appear here frequently. Not to mention, his constant climb throughout this 10 months naturally attracted the attention of other swordsmen. The ancient shadow guardian stood firm, unshaken by the shockwaves. Its featureless mask reflected nothing, but its sword vibrated slightly, not from weakness, but in recognition. This was no ordinary challenger. Apollo didn't stop to bask in the attention, his gaze locked on the ancient shadow, his heart calm as still water. Without hesitation, they clashed again. Boom! 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 Every strike tore at space itself, leaving temporary rifts floating around them, like scars left by gods. The air itself howled under the weight of their sword. Swordsmen watching from a distance felt their own swords tremble in resonance, as if submitting to the duel unfolding above them. As the duel continued, he started to feel different. A brand new power, his eternal sword aura, which had reached 99% for months, started to show transformation again. Months of grinding let eternal sword aura reach the peak of its threshold, and this battle forced it to break from its shell to complete its final transformation. His concentration reached peak, and everything around him seemed to disappear. Only a small, simple sword remained in his mind that seems to glowing with eternal brilliance that seems to above all. And finally, it seems to find its path and broke free. Boom.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.